you ready?
This is the D-Generation Clix podcast with your hosts,
Who is Ravage?
Ryan Ruckman,
Ravage.
Hand me that bottle cap.
Miles Kane,
Hand me that paperclip. Grab that twine. Gun wrapper.
Daniel Schwab,
We
best friends, Asgard to Mouth, and Pete.
Cause I'm just me.
Welcome back to the D-Generation Clix podcast. I'm your host, Ryan, and with me as always are Miles and Dan and Pete, and we are celebrating the 1-year anniversary for this podcast. Miles, how's that poll for Adepticon going on Facebook that you put up?
Hollywood Miles is, there's no way he's losing. I think we have 60 votes, and he has 32 of them. I think it's 68% of the votes.
Okay, looking good for Hollywood Miles.
Yeah, Hollywood Miles, brother.
Dan, after falling to Blue Beetle earlier this week, are you going to change anything before Adepticon?
No, just how I respond. That's about it. My team is still solid. I just have to work around your shenanigans.
And Pete, where are you with your modern team for Adepticon?
I like my Stillen team. I'm gonna actually get 6 games of practice before a tournament, which is about 6 games more than normal.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I should have most of the bugs worked out by that. I had most of the bugs worked out round 2. One of them was a loss just due to dice, and the first one was just like one misplay, and I just couldn't recover from it. So,
Are you changing anything before this week's practice?
I don't think so. I really don't. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with that one at 3 games with it. I may want to run one of the other builds that I looked at just to see if it's really... But the other thing, too, is I can pretty much tell you my thought process is either do that or just stick with the one I ran last week, take it into Adepticon, and after Adepticon, start to build Collector. So...
All right. This last weekend was our quiet weekend, so we just played a bunch of family games. The kids got crushed in Mario Kart and Mario Party, and then we also played the longest game of Uno ever. I don't even know how many times we had to shuffle that deck, so we'll be taking a break from Uno for quite a bit because of that. It was the longest game ever.
Now I have a question about Uno.
Yeah.
So how do you play? Do you play actual Uno rules, or do you have like your own altered rules?
As far as no, it's normal rules. Is there a weird one?
No, there's different versions of Uno. Uno's one of those games that like everybody has their own like house rules type of thing.
So the only thing that's
that's
that's different is that the only Uno game that we have right now is the Harry Potter Uno, and so there's some weird wilds, and we just use them all as wilds instead of the weird, ridiculous rules they come with. What weird rules are you talking about though that different people play with?
Well, we've always played like where you would stack like your draws, right? So if somebody throws like a blue draw 2, you could throw a red draw 2, and then somebody could throw a green draw 2, you could throw a blue draw 2. So the person that couldn't keep playing it just ate like draw 8.
That seems fine.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait, do you mean the same person that has those cards can keep playing that card over and over again?
No, if you can keep going around the circle, everybody has to be able to play. Once you can't play, then you're eating it. Yeah. But that's not an actual Uno rule.
Just a Pete household rule.
Play cutthroat Uno around here.
I like
trying
it.
to hurt people's feelings.
I like it. All right, so for this episode, we are going to have almost everyone on our team joining at different times and kind of just answering some questions, getting to know the team. And we are going to start with us. So, Miles, when did you start playing HeroClix, and how did you find it?
It's when I was living in California. This is about late 2002, early 2003. Um, I went to a local like miniatures gaming shop, and they had like singles, and there was HeroClix, and the first one I purchased was Scroll Warrior: The Experience from Infinity Challenge. Didn't know how to play it, but like, oh, this is sweet. I love scrolls. And then a few months later, I went to another shop that they just had in front of the counter. They had a table of people playing, and so that became my local. We didn't really do competitive events. It was just casual fun. So like, you pick a team like of that was in a comic. Like it was all like pure theme, just fun themes, and we did that for months, like 6 days a week. Um, so yeah, that was about I want to say early 2003 is when I started.
And when did you take you took a break, right, for a little bit?
Yeah, it was right after. Was it? It was right before NECA bought 'em, when Topps sold out. Because the local just died, because that's when Clix died the first time. But I wasn't really playing competitively a lot because I had recently had a daughter, and so like the last major thing I really did was the Star O is Coming event, which I won, and then I never really had a chance or time to play
Okay.
until 2021. 2021.
Oh, is that recent that you started back up?
Yeah, yeah.
When was the 2v2 that we came out there for? When you teamed up with Pete?
2022.
So
Yeah.
okay, so yeah, within the year of that.
Mhm.
Dan, what about you?
So I started playing around like right after Mighty Thor, and my friend Jerry actually introduced me to it. He gave me the easiest way that I quote this game is he's like, it's chess with superheroes. And after that, I was like, I'm sold. I like strategy, and I get to play with comic book heroes. That's awesome in my book. So
Did you say what year that was? Sorry.
it was end like September, October 2017, I think.
Oh, so you started just a little before us then.
Yeah, it wasn't that much, no.
Okay. And Pete, do you want to tell our story is relatively similar. Do you want to tell the story?
Yeah, I'm not great with dates, so you'll have to fill that in. That's not stuff I remember. But essentially, there was a group of us that had started together, where it started with you kind of proposing an idea of looking for something to do, and you said, "Hey, have you guys ever seen this game, HeroClix?" And then you basically went to see like an Avengers movie, right?
Yeah, so it was 2018. I was walking into the movie theater to see Avengers Infinity War.
So I started Googling it and I was like, well, this looks cool. Like, I love comics and this seems like a cool game. I watched a couple of the tabletop videos and I was like, forget it, man. I'll buy a brick of whatever this is. It was Superior Foes of Spider-Man. And I was like, just looking for the Superior Spider-Man from the set. And I got lucky enough to pull it in my booster bricks, but I basically sent back a picture of my Amazon purchase and you were like, well, I guess we're doing this. And then the group that we started with, it's basically kind of just me and you left.
Yeah.
Like everybody else kind of bowed out. But yeah, it kind of exploded pretty heavy for a while. So
It got pretty pretty heavy competitive quick.
well, it was pretty heavy competitive of the game and pretty heavy competitive shopping. I mean, they were like literally days where people get made fun of if they didn't spend as much as somebody else on HeroClix purchases that day.
Those were good
That's
days.
how it's done.
We would basically screenshot our eBay purchases and then put it in a group chat and then see who wanted to beat it. That got dangerous.
It did. That was a
That's a
dangerous
dangerous game. Yeah.
game.
All right, Miles, what about your favorite HeroClix memory?
It's got to be Worlds from the Worlds that just passed. Got team with Two Finger Dan, the Pete Holder, and then after it was cool because like right after the teams event, even though we didn't make top 16, Aquamiles came and trashed Calder at arm wrestling. So, yeah.
Yeah, that really was a pretty good Worlds.
Yeah.
Dan, what's your
Say that one, yeah,
favorite
just that
HeroClix
one.
memory?
Oh, that one's that's. I'd say it's that one or my first Champion Clicks last year. That was I think Champion Clicks just sets the bar now. It's such a like awesome time. Like I know like not everybody gets to go to that one, but it's just like it was fun to play with you and Christine and Sealed and uh just like do all the different events and stuff that they have. It's a really good time. And then and Skynet got to take me to Disney World, so that was also awesome.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's always a good time down there. It's just so chill. It's the most relaxing but still HeroClix intense trip that I think you can take. Pete, what about you? Favorite HeroClix memory?
Oh man, the monthlies provided a lot of great memories, but I'm gonna go with what these guys, and it's either one of two things. One is obviously the start of the bromance between Miles and I for the 2v2, going out to Pacific Northwest with the Eagles and you and Christine, and that was just a blast of a trip. But this last year at Worlds was so much fun from start to finish. Just having the whole team there, rooming with Dan and Miles. It was just nonsense every day. Miles and I taking trips to Mississippi, like it just was.
Yeah.
It was great.
Going to the convention center or whatever the hell it is, blasting our theme song. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
So good.
I will say that even with it raining constantly pretty much every night and the flies, like still there was just a ton of fun that we had when we were there.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I think it was the time where we just Christine and I went to the Pacific Northwest for the first time. It was still relatively early COVID. If Miles, did you go to that event? It was like a 32 or 33 person event. It might have been in 2001.
The one?
What's that?
You talking about the pulp one out there in?
No, it was it might have been like in 2021, but it was like a 30.
It was silver, right?
No,
Wasn't it silver?
no, it was modern. I had a Emperor Gladiator
I'm
team.
pretty sure I was there for a few events with you.
Okay,
I think
you might have been there for that. I don't remember exactly when the year was, but it was the first year that we went out there. Finally, actually got to meet the Eagles, and I made top cut in that event, and then I ended up battling all the way to the final matchup and got to go against Brian Dormeyer, who sounds like is possibly returning right now into cliX. But the okay.
he's back.
And so pretty intense match, and this is one that I'll always remember a lot of highlights from, even though it's been like almost 5 years probably. But I had Sky Tyrant, and I threw him out there, and I forget if I think I crit missed, and then he hit a super sense on the attack, and so Sky Tyrant just kind of sat there, and I was like, oh well, this is over. And so we kind of went back and forth for a little bit, and I ended up winning by 5 points because I KO'd his piece that just was holding a Mandarin ring that he never picked up, because this is when the equipment was still on the ground, and I probably had Scarab, so he didn't want me to mind control him, so he never equipped it. And so when the Mandarin ring dropped, because it wasn't equipped, so it wouldn't have KO'd, I picked it up and basically made an attack with it. And I don't even think I hit the attack, but the ring broke and I scored 5 points, and that's what put me over to win. So winning that event was a pretty big deal for me. That was one of my first big victories. So that's definitely mine. All right, Miles, what is the HeroClix set that you own the most of?
It might actually be next phase.
Really?
I think it's next phase. Yeah.
That surprises me. Why is it next phase?
Well, I bought so many bricks and just have that. I have a complete set of it, and then some. Yeah, I want to say it's next phase that I still have. Yeah, because that's the first set that I actually fully like completed chases, and I even got all the bystanders. Including the dice and everything too. I'm not gonna do that for any other set.
That's a good call. That's expensive.
Yeah, no, because I think I bought 3 cases of it. And yeah, my pulls were just really lucky, and the only thing I was really missing was Prime Kingpin and Kevin, and I'm like, might as well just complete it.
Did you get it, Kevin?
Yeah, I got it, Kevin.
Probably at Worlds, right?
Yeah, I got it
Yeah.
at Worlds.
Dan, what about you? The HeroClix set that you have the most of.
That is actually the newest Black Panther set.
Was it more just playing for so much sealed?
No, I really like Black Panther as a concept. Like, I mean, I liked him in comics, and then when the movie came out, it just like put it over the top, and then they decided to make deities chases, and I'm like, okay, I really like mythology in general, and so I was like, all right, I gotta go find 8 of these now. So that was part of that.
Did you complete the chase theme?
No, I don't own Hadari or Phoenix Wolverine. I own the other 8 though.
Oh, Phoenix Black Panther.
Sorry, Phoenix Black Panther, yes.
Okay. Pete, I know you have bought quite a bit. Do you know which one you have the most of, though?
There's a few sets that both you and I have completed. I've kind of gone away from that a little bit, especially with the chase bystanders, and honestly, just not having the ability to play all the pieces that I own, even in modern. So it's kind of gotten to the point where I buy generally like a case of something and then just pick off the pieces I want. But ABPI, dude, I bought so much ABPI looking for the gems and everything and the chases. I can't even, that was probably the set I bought the most of. And then I never pulled an Ultra Chase Thanos and had to buy it on the secondary market. Like, it was rough, but that's it. I think it was 4 or 5 cases. I can't even remember because it was like it just got to the point where I was buying cases looking for the Ultra Chase and never got him.
So that's definitely the set you spent the most on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For me, it's actually Future Foundation, I think. I have so many of those little sidekicks just laying around. We bought so much sealed just to play sealed at home during COVID because I think that was one of the first sets that came out, right? It was that and which came out first, SVAC or Future Foundation?
I think it was still SVAC. Yeah, it was still SVAC, but that was after that.
Right after that, yeah. So we bought a bunch of that stuff. I think there was a lot of sales that happened, so we were just getting cases sent to our house and just doing battle royales and sealed nonstop. We ended up pulling, I think, overall 3 of the DJ Dooms. So we had some pretty good luck with that set too. But we played a ton of that. So I have like a full box of just basically sidekicks, like a full empty like case box or whatever, and yeah, it's just full of sidekicks. What about your favorite modern piece, Miles, at the moment?
He actually just recently came out, the Spot. I haven't really had a chance to really play him in person. Just been testing with him, but my first tournament after I came back in person was Silver. And so it's a strategy that I like because that's where Corey was actually my first opponent from the Eagles, and he didn't really think much of it. It was Liar Ring with the Chase JLU Black Manta, so that way is a reverse alpha essentially where you pull your opponent to you. So that's what I like. It's a figure that's I'm able to control the tempo and try and play defensive but offensive at the same time. Is that I don't care where you're at, I'm going to bring you to me. So I'm really able to, so it's got to be Spot, being able to control the tempo. Dan knows he loves Spot. He thinks he's a great figure.
Spot is great. He is awesome.
He hates the marker. Yeah,
the markers just
there's just so much. It's weird too because I know a lot of people are really high on him right now, but I think he's actually going to tone down some play because he's such a finesse piece. He's like one of those S tier pieces that like. For the meta that like he's a meta defining figure because of what he does, but he's just such a finesse piece that you can't just put him on the map. Like you have to know what you're doing to play him. He's not a point and click.
So I think that why at least a good chunk of people are really high on him right now is because they don't understand how he even works, and they think that you can just slowly send the Spot across the map 4 squares at a time every turn, and that's not true. So he's still very good, and you can do it, but you, what is it? You generate it within 4 of him, so you can carry him up. You can move it right next to or within 4 of him, and then do his free flurry and all that stuff. But yeah, I think right now people think he's just a very easy sit in your starting area, send the spot out, and that's not spot out, and that's not how he works. So once they find out that he's not as broken. Yeah. So once people find out that he's not as broken and point and click as they think he is, I think that the hype's going to die down around him. But he's a very cool piece to build around.
Oh, he's going to win Worlds.
Who's going to play him and win Worlds, I should say.
Well, I'm not going to toot my horn and say I'm going to win Worlds. I'm going to try my best, but I just know that I think that whoever wins Worlds is going to be playing Spot. He's just one of those finesse pieces that really is going to even with Keaton being a thing, he is still extremely good with the health cycle. You're able to really manipulate the map with that. He's got great keywords. So, I mean, even unthemed. Because he's themed with Chair Panther, so you can go ruler.
Yeah.
And just...
That was my other gripe, was like, why does he have this keyword? This makes no sense.
He has
he's the ruler
ruler?
of Spot World. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's insane. Give him rivalry. It's nuts. Yeah, no, I think he's going to be the piece that is being slept on. Prime Voodoo, for instance, no one saw him winning Worlds. I think Spot very much will be in the finals at Worlds. I really do.
Okay, that's quite a claim. Dan, what about you? Favorite modern piece?
There's a lot right now, but a piece that's like consistently been good for me right now has been Legacy Odin. He's my kind of piece. So, and it's cool to be able to play a Legacy piece and him actually hold up now. So
yeah, you've been playing him for a little bit now, at least a few months.
Mm-hmm.
Pete, favorite modern piece?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's probably Prime Panther.
He
Really?
was on my list too. He's so
I
much fun.
I mean, you know me well enough to know I build off my primes.
Yeah.
It's either him or Beto. And I just love the
Not even
Wakanda. I mean, I haven't
collector.
played Prime Panther in like a competitive thing, but I played him for fun.
Mm-hmm.
And he's awesome. And I like the Wakanda stuff. He's probably my favorite, but he's not. I like the fact that you can play him at very high level events, and he's still just fun to play by himself. It's either him or Beto, but I would at this point go with Panther. I've been kind of looking at him more and more.
Yeah, for me, it might be like a recency bias, but I've been having some success with Blue Beetle and been playing him since, I think, all year? Since January. Leading up to
Beetle's
all the
awesome.
ICs. Yeah, so I think my answer right now is Blue Beetle, and I'll be sticking with him at least through Adepticon, and might try something different after, but he's been good to me.
Yeah, the Cosmic View on him's huge. It just takes away his only weakness.
Yeah, exactly.
that's it.
It's been amazing on him. Yeah, he became, for 5 more points, he became a even bigger threat.
Yeah.
Miles, favorite piece of all time?
This is really, really hard just because I was playing, way back in the day. And then I'm probably going to have to go with I'm a huge Better Ray Bill fan. And when they finally made him in Critical Mass, I played him so much. I also played the Clobber in Time Mr. Fix-It, even though people thought he sucked, and I was able to make him work. But recently, I spent an entire year making him work. After people said he was trash, I guess I'm about to go Chase Torch. Go with Goblet Torch. Let's say that. Yeah, it's gotta be Goblet Torch.
Really, that's your favorite piece of all time right now?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I think of all time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can go ahead and go Man Thing and Swamp Thing, but I put so much energy into proving people wrong that piece could work. And for me to get a heart attack away from winning states with him has got to be it was just a heart attack that stopped me from winning. So it's it's got to be Torch because everyone said he was trash and I couldn't make him work, and I did. So
good reason. Dan, what's your favorite piece of all time?
Oh, that's such a tough one. Probably Odin the Destroyer. That was the first piece I ever pulled.
Where is he from?
Mighty Thor. He's the B side to Destroyer.
Oh, you know what? I think that's actually one of the pieces I still don't have from him. Is that Destroyer without the mask on and it's Odin then?
Yes, it is Odin wearing the armor. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think that's one that I do not have yet. What does he do that you like so much?
When he has one action token, he can take a power action, and you can give him any 2 costed actions. So I can do 2 charges. I can do 2 whatever, and he's now with him being a giant, it's even better because you're almost always gonna just have the 1 token.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's
and there's
really
ways
good.
now because he's silver, right?
Yeah,
Like, that could be fun.
yeah.
There's
I was
easy
really
ways to give him
hoping.
tokens.
I was honestly hoping he would get a legacy. Like, he's one of those that I just kind of hold out hope for because he's so overcosted in his current form. For like, he's very good, but he's old point formula. So,
Hmm.
but he's awesome. So
Yeah, that's one I still haven't gotten. He is a prime or just a B side?
he's a prime. I
Okay.
mean, for what he could do with the double, like taking a power action and doing 2 actions, and like the way he works, if you're going against like bigger pieces or something, like he's pretty nuts. And he can make you re-roll your attack roll once a turn too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay. Pete, what about you? Favorite piece of all time?
Ooh, that's another good question. Hmm. It's one of three. It's either Gauntlet Panther from Battle World. Had a lot of success with him. Um, Sentry and Void. That piece is dirty.
I hate that piece.
Um, and or no, it's Emperor Gladiator. I just had to think through it all. It's
Oh
Emperor
yeah,
Gladiator by far.
that is
I had a
number one.
lot of success with Emperor Gladiator,
glad you
and I
did.
still love Emperor Gladiator.
He used to show up a lot more.
Yeah.
You gotta try some new stuff occasionally, but he's still one that like as soon as I'm building something, I'm like, oh, I got 100 points. What's Daddy doing?
It's a very you piece. I get that. Straightforward.
Well, I gotta
Yeah, there's
say,
nothing subtle.
I appreciate
Nothing.
all you guys actually settling on one because I could not decide between Arachnite and the House of X Gambit. Arachnite was just like it's a blast. Like that's very much a piece that I like to play. Lots of options and lots of tricks you can do with them. But Gambit, just one of my favorite characters, and he plays again very similar to that. He has a lot of powers. He feels like Gambit, and just the way that there's a short list of pieces that get under Pete's skin because they always do good against him, and he's probably on the top of that list. Next would be I think what's it, Rise and Fall, Shatterstar? No, not Shatterstar, Longshot.
Oh, those
Oh,
two are
really? I'm
just
surprised. Madam Web isn't your top 3? That surprises me.
Oh, I mean, Madam Web's amazing too, but I mean, she's support pieces. I don't think it's hard to make a support piece your favorite piece of all time. She's definitely a
Yeah.
favorite piece for sure. But as far as like a piece that you build around, Arachnite and House of X Gambit, I think are right there on the top of my lists.
Dude, that House of X Gambit has done some of the most ridiculous crap possible. Like just stuff it's never should have been doing, like just blowing apart whole teams. And I'm like, this just come on, man. Like that piece never had meta play. Nobody looked at it twice, and I have had to fight that stupid piece of crap piece so many times.
And he had such a good
So
showing against you at the December game for
oh,
Mystical. So good.
I hate that piece so much.
Miles, favorite keyword to build?
It's got to be scientist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always been scientist just has so many options that and different play styles that you can want to. So it's one of those great generic keywords that you can go. There's just so many options for you to actually still play different pieces, but still the same thing.
And that was before plants. You've liked to play scientist for a while, right?
Yeah. That's even before plants. Yeah, no. Yeah, because even before plants, you just had so many options to do with scientist.
Mm-hmm. Dan, favorite keyword to build.
Okay. So if it's for fun, now that they have their own keywords, I used to play a lot of Monster, but it was because it allowed me to play symbiotes. Now it's just I can play symbiote because they have their own keyword. Um, or as Guardian, I like that. That's just a fun keyword. It's always like a keyword I enjoy building, even if it's not like the most competitive thing in the room. So, but if I'm like thinking competitively right now, Warrior is a lot of fun.
Yeah, all three I think are ones that I would have picked for you. I forgot about symbiote actually even becoming a keyword. That was one that I wish was a keyword
Well,
earlier.
it used to be Codex, and then they like kind of retconned it, which is fine. But it's cool, like they have their own keyword now. Because I just would slam them in with Monster, but now that they're their own thing, I like that even better.
Yeah, absolutely, I do too. I'm also a big symbiote fan. Pete, favorite keyword to build.
It's either cosmic or mystical, and if I have to pick one, it's cosmic. But mystical's right there.
Okay.
Those are always been my two favorites. I know named really isn't a thing anymore, but if I had to pick like a named one, it would be Avengers. Played
really?
tons of Avengers teams. Yeah, I love the Avengers comics too.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, the free attack Avengers that Dan and me met during, that was a great team.
The Avengers fam, let's go!
Yeah, that was a great team.
Similar to your cosmic, and then close second being mystical. I would say mystical is my first one. It's very fun to build that keyword for me. But as far as just like building for action, it's monster. Monster's usually just a brutal keyword that I like to build for. So I'd say that's probably my second one. But the named one wasn't bad, so obviously I would go X-Men for named. Miles, what's your named keyword that you would do? Favorite named keyword?
Favorite named keyword. Fantastic Four. I love Fantastic Four swap, and I've always been a fan of the Fantastic Four,
Really? Okay.
even when I was a kid.
I would not have guessed
Yeah.
that one either.
Yeah.
Dan, I know you said Asgardian and Symbiote. If you had to pick between Asgardian and Symbiote, what would you pick?
And probably Symbiote because they're more playable, honestly. Like, Asgardian is very close to my heart, but those guys aren't playable. They're just there for funsies.
They're getting a couple pieces, it looks like. That Collector's Trove Thor is not bad. There might be something there soon.
He's great. It's one of
That Spider-Man with the D8.
Yeah, I mean he's cool. Don't get me wrong.
Him and Thor is a nasty 1-2 punch.
Oh yeah,
Or
it's
what,
like,
100 and... Because you're paying motorcycles, so what, 120 points?
uh, 50 and 70. Yeah, 120. Yeah.
Well, their time might be on the other horizon here. All right.
We shall see. It's more. It's making it happen is the thing.
Miles, do you remember the first chase that you ever pulled?
I do know the first chase, because I really don't consider the uniques from back in the day. So it was going to be a brick from JLU, and it was a Gorilla Grodd.
JLU was because you took a big break, and that was that's when chase.
Right,
So
yeah.
when you first played, chases weren't even a thing.
No, they were just uniques, and the first one would have been from Clobbering Time. I believe it was Mr. Fixed, I think, was one of the first ones. Yeah, but those are just like, it's the correlation back then. There was no chases. It was just like good luck pulling one unique in a 48 pack case.
What about Dan? What was the first chase that you ever pulled?
This is gonna be right on brand. It was the Venom Spider-Man, the 6 arms from Earth X.
Okay, the one that you pulled or played recently.
Yeah, and then the funny thing was, in the next pack was the Ultra Chase, and I didn't even realize. I was so like excited about Venom Spider-Man that I was like, "Oh, what's this?" And then like 2 minutes later, we started freaking out.
Dude, I have tried to make that piece work so many times.
Which piece?
That 6-arm Spider-Man.
Yeah, same.
He's never performed for me. He dies constantly.
He shits the bed every single time I have a chance.
every time, and he seems like he just should be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He did what I wanted him to do. I just didn't hit the roll that one time. I was like, well, that's how that goes. You gotta. I live by my gambling, and sometimes it doesn't happen. So
Pete, first chase you ever pulled.
It was from that Spider-Man Superior Foes. So it actually is the Spider-Man. Was what I got in my brick. I was really not look. I didn't understand that there was even a thing like a chase.
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
like,
that was
oh,
that
yeah.
was
I'm
the
like,
one in like the cyborg suit, right? Or the
yeah,
the robo
yeah,
suit.
yeah. I still have it. I looked at it and then I pulled the Superior Spider-Man, which is what I wanted, and I was like, wow, this is awesome.
Um, Mine was we bought so much so fast that it might have been the zombie mole man from, is that Galactic Guardians?
I think so. They split the zombie chases, so I don't remember.
So
So
It was what, Deadpool and then Galactic Guardian, or one of the Guardian set, or Guardians of the Galaxy or something. I
Yeah,
think.
Galactic Guardians, and yeah, I believe Mole Man is Galactic Guardians.
okay, so I think that was
Yeah.
the first chase that I ever pulled just when we were starting to buy whatever bricks. And this was before we really realized what modern silver, bronze, gold, and all that stuff was. And so if it was a set that I hadn't gotten anything of, we were buying like bricks and cases of it. And so I think that was one of the first actual chases that I pulled. As far as the one I know I did at an event, it was the Chase Namor from Secret Wars Battle World. That was the first time I pulled a chase like at an event and played it at the pre-release.
we took so when we first started playing, I took the kids over to Rockheads, which is a comic shop that's closed now. That's where we started playing HeroClix and competitively.
Mm-hmm.
And the kids just both pulled a booster off the shelf. And Addie pulled the Wonder Woman from Harley Quinn and the Gotham Girls. This is my Addie's my daughter. This is back when she used to play, so she played for like I don't know, probably 6 months. And every now and then she'll want to play a game. She doesn't know, she hasn't copped up with it, but that's always the piece that she goes back to. She was so happy,
That's such a
so
cool
that was
piece to
cool.
do.
Yeah.
That Wonder Woman's great.
Yeah, that's cool. Miles, Marvel or DC?
This is actually a tough one.
It is
So,
not.
it is. So this, I'm gonna tell you why. Give you a history lesson. Okay.
Oh,
So
great. Can't wait. Let's
my
go.
first, yeah. So my first foray into comic books was Super Friends, and not just Super Friends. It was the Super Friends, the Superpowers, where you had Firestorm and Cyborg on the team,
Mm-hmm.
and also Aquaman. So like I love those. But then I got a huge stack of Marvel comics from my grandpa, which included like the first 7 or 8 issues of Fantastic Four, as well as a bunch of the deluxe from the '80s, the deluxe Marvel Handbook. So I just read those ad nauseum. Like before I even read any of the comic books, I just read that deluxe handbook, so I knew everything about the characters without ever reading a comic. So it's got to be Marvel, but there is a few DC characters that have a really special place in my heart, just because of the um, Super Friends, superpowers. I think it was like the last season or last 2 seasons of it.
So, what is your current choice between Marvel or DC at this very
I said
second?
Marvel. I said Marvel topped it because I got a huge collection and was able to read through even the Book of the Dead. It was like a 28 volume set from, I believe it was like 1986 to 88. It was like, yeah, 2 years run
Okay. Yeah, I just want to hear you say it
for
again.
Marvel. Yeah.
Dan.
I just had to give a shout out to Firestorm, Cyborg, and Aquaman,
All right. Very generous of you.
Fun fact, Ernie Hudson voiced Cyborg, and a lot of people don't know that.
I am one of those people that did not know that.
Well, now you do. So before he was in Ghostbusters, he was Cyborg.
What year was that? Go. Which one? Say
Uh,
it. Tell me. What year?
Which one? Weird. The
Cyborg.
first Ghostbusters was 1984.
No, Cyborg.
Cyborg, when he played Cyborg, it was early 84 to 85. So it was already pre-recorded before he even filmed Ghostbusters.
Ah.
He did make it or the thing beforehand, but yeah.
All right. Dan, Marvel or DC?
Funny is I actually started with, I guess, like combo characters with DC, but I really didn't know what they were when I was little, and so then I like I jumped to something completely different and then back to comics in my adult years, and it's Marvel, but DC's working their way back into my rotation. The Absolute stuff is really good.
That's like brand new, right?
Yeah, I love Absolute Wonder Woman. That's such a interesting take. So,
But as of this moment, we're going with Marvel.
oh yeah, that's close to my heart. They have all of my favorites. So,
Okay. Pete, Marvel or DC?
It's Marvel. I read them both. I've read and tons of stuff from other companies too, but I started reading comics with a hand-me-down, essentially box from my uncles, which was tons of Walt Simonson Thor, and
oh, that was such a good series.
just read it until the covers fell off and was just blown away. Like it was like my parents were like, "Are you okay? Like we haven't seen you all day." So I like reread the whole like probably 100 issues they gave me like just as fast as I could 2 or 3 times. And that was it. Comics is it for me. And so I've read a ton of DC though stuff too. I agree with Miles. There's some just amazing stories out of both of the publishers, but if you ask me which one would I gravitate towards, it would be Marvel. I was a big X-Men collector growing up. Big X-Men collector growing up.
That's what I
So
like to hear. I think everybody knows that I'm Marvel by now, so we'll leave it at that. Now, Miles, you have still not gotten the chance to play in our monthly game, but do you have a favorite monthly game moment that you've either seen on the live stream or heard us talk about?
Yep, Kong. The crit miss, killing Kong. That's just,
Oh man.
yeah. It's gonna always live in infamy for me. And just hearing Pete and Dan just, oh no, smack. That's. Oh no, my God. Get there. Yep, that's it.
I've replayed that film many times.
It's too good. Too good.
That is a good one. Dan, what about you? Favorite monthly game moment?
Uh, um, it was probably not. Was it this year? No. It was this last. So 2024 was the Soldier game. I did end up winning it, but I did not get to win the way I wanted to. Harris still
Oh, that
just
was great.
denied me of my victory. He went out on his own terms. John Stewart just walked into the abyss and was like, "Bye." Like it was a win, but it just felt so shallow on some form or fashion.
Yeah, I think that was your first win, right? Of the monthlies?
Yes.
And instead of letting you finish it off, John Stewart, first of all, has no business doing as well as he does in the monthly games.
So people know this is the Black Lantern John Stewart from War of Light.
Yes.
So we're talking like OG piece, and Harris just works magic.
with no move and attack.
Yep.
And then it comes down to that John Stewart, and then Dan, what'd you have left? Was it King Arthur and the Captain Marvel from Hellfire Gala?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was actually looking at that Black Lantern thing. He's not a standard character because I couldn't equip him when I was trying to build with him.
He's not?
He's sharpshooter. No, sharpshooter, so he can't be equipped.
That doesn't count as standard. What?
No. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I looked in the rule book. Yeah, he can't be equipped because he's a sharpshooter.
That's weird. Is sharpshooter grants improved targeting through characters? What?
I know.
That's so
Yeah.
strange.
I thought so
Yeah.
too. Yeah. But he's
but-
standard for our monthly games, right?
Yeah, he is. I
Okay,
think
good.
I'm pretty sure that
Okay.
Harris put a motorcycle on him for that month.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, Dan has the King Arthur, Ellie, and Captain Marvel left, and instead of fighting it out, Harris just walks into the storm and lets the storm finish him off instead. That was pretty good. Pete, what about you? Favorite monthly game moment of all time?
Oh man, there's so many great monthly game moments. Probably the Jefferson bomb. because I had to clarify what I was doing was what I thought I was doing, and I didn't want to tip my hand too early. And you guys are all like, "No, yeah, that's how it works." And then getting into Dan's starting area and just watching everybody scatter their teams all over, and just having that moment of just like, what's the best strategic play, or what is just the most spiteful thing I could do? Because there was a moment where I thought I could just decimate Redmond's team right now.
Yeah, there were
But
some
that
choices
doesn't
to be
help me.
made.
Yeah, I had to break up Harris's freaking Fortress of Solitude over there. So
He
yeah,
was so
it
well.
was.
He just made
Oh,
the Emerald City over there. I was like, oh, I'm not going anywhere near that.
I had to get rid of that green man because if not, he nobody was getting to him without just getting chewed up.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was probably my personal favorite moment because I kept waiting for it, kept waiting for it. Normally, I go in with some stupid ass half baked plan like that, and just never happens. Like never pop rookie out or shoot somebody with mystics. Like that's I've probably done that 100 times. So
For me, definitely that the Dalton Joker's Funhouse thing. I
Oh my!
I like to set up
Took him to the witch
tricks
head.
and traps like that, and for him to like basically fall right into it and everything worked perfectly to take out two of those big pieces was just awesome. So I think that was probably my top one. That was the I think
it
monster game
was
from 2024.
it was one of the most ridiculous turns I'd ever seen. And I was watching you set it up, and I thought, dude, there's no way Revin miscounted this. Like he's baiting him, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out what you were baiting him to do. And then just to watch it unfold, I was like, this is something that I immediately would have started cussing at Redmond during a Monday night if he pulled this off on me.
No, that was 2023 though.
Oh yeah, it was 2023 because
Yep.
2024 was I guess that was just last year.
hmm
Yeah, so 2023 the monster game. Now, Miles, you have started to kind of build for some of these, and I know you've looked at building for them just for fun in the past. But do you have a favorite
Yeah.
month to build for?
Soldier.
Soldier.
hmm
Okay.
Yeah, we're since we have the 16 people, we're doing the animal and the soldier, and I pivoted from animal to soldier specifically so I could play with something that I've been wanting to play. He has politician keyword.
Sorry, who's that?
That's Red Sun Superman.
Oh, Red Sun Superman. Okay. Dan, what's been your favorite?
That's tough because like they all provide like their own little.
They're all really different.
Yeah, and that's the cool part because it's just everything's so different, and I'm always curious to see what hits the board every time because it's usually year to year they're not the same generally. Like there's the hot stuff, but there's usually some variation now. So, but probably named, I think. I mean, I love the multi-keyword one. That one's just harder to build for because it's like trying to just make the points work.
Hmm.
Is those it's the points and the all the different keywords because having to play six figures and make that work is tough sometimes. But yeah, that or named. Named is so much fun. I really like named keyword is just a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's always a good one. We added that. I think that was one of the more recent ones that we added, just so that the goal is to have a month that you can at least play every single piece once a year.
hmm
Pete, what about you? Favorite month to build for the monthly championship?
Mystical.
Any
Mystical.
specific
Did
reason?
we lose you?
Any specific
Can you
reason?
guys hear me?
I can.
Oh, yeah. I just think it's the month that has the most shenanigans. Like, it's just consistently the most shenanigans and board-wide effects, and it's just always just super fun pieces.
Yeah.
So I just Mystical is just so much fun. I like Cosmic too. They all have their really unique thing, but Mystical I look forward to every year.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'm right there.
Mystical is very chaotic, and that's probably what makes it one of the more fun months because there's just so much stuff that happens.
Yeah, that's already my favorite one to build for. So to be able to play a mystical team all day and build that type of a team is a lot of fun. So that's
Except when you say, "Oh, there's too many things that I want to play and too many things I want to build for."
yeah, exactly.
That is a real problem. I'll be honest. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
what he said last year. He was like, "I had like 4 different ideas that I wanted to do, and I couldn't fit them all into one team."
Yeah,
Yeah,
usually
it's
usually
tough.
there's like one or two pieces and you can kind of narrow it down or build with both, but there were just so many things this last year that I wanted to build with and really had to narrow it down. And then Miles, you've kind of again been looking at the monthly like gimmicks and stuff for each month. Do you have a favorite one for that?
Yeah, I really want to test out the elevator one. That one looks really interesting.
The only really big tweak that that Looper mentioned and I agreed with because I was having a hard time. It was like a last minute change to what we did, or I don't think we did anything the month before that or the year before that. Is actually having the elevators off the map so that it
Okay.
doesn't interfere with the map as much. So I think we're gonna do that. Do you know what I mean? So like
Oh,
the outside of the
I like
map
that.
then like leads into the elevator on each level, and I think that that'll work a lot better. So I think that's a good idea. That's the only change that we're gonna make. Otherwise, it was a lot of fun. It led for quite a few cool moments.
I think the
Oh yeah,
best, the funniest part was like Ollie just carrying the barrel in there and just trying to pin everybody in as the storm closes,
Yeah, that
and
was
we're all trying to make a break for the elevator.
that was the one where we were kind of like that the traffic barrel probably needs to go in the monthly with the storm,
Yeah.
and so that was the last time the traffic barrel was seen in the monthly games.
Well, the funny part was we really didn't play it that often, honestly. Like month to month. Like I didn't
No,
see it very often.
no, we
But it was
didn't.
just like, man, in that instance with that month, like that thing is so deadly because unless you have like plasticity or something to just break away, you're
Yeah,
just kind of stuck there.
right. And you're just getting held down in the storm floor. What about your favorite monthly gimmick, Dan?
Is probably that one, or I love the cosmic stuff. Like I really enjoyed the heralds, and I really enjoyed the Black Order. I can't wait to see what you whip up with for this coming year. Uh, I'm hoping it's like Apocalypse, or I don't know what the other one would be on the flip side of that. So, that's just fun having those guys come in on the map and just try to like wreck face
Hmm.
on top of us trying to juggle everybody else is pretty hilarious.
Yeah, that one's. I got a couple ideas for this next one. I was hoping to do Apocalypse, but at the same time, we have still not gotten Kanto or Mantis, so I'm probably gonna hold off until we get them. Otherwise,
Yeah. You could throw some of the older ones on. Like there's still some good stuff from like I think it was there's a couple of the DC sets that have some good people with the Apocalypse keyword.
yeah, I'll put it up to a vote. But the other options are gonna be Brood and Shire.
Oh God, the Shi'ar. Oh no. Oh, Pete, how you like Gladdy Daddy just drop it in on the board?
He's
I am
back.
trying to work on a Sharknado, figuring out how like that would be a fun concept with like the shark pogs.
Yeah,
Just getting a bunch of those made for like July for Shark Week. So I'm trying to figure out like how you'd be able to implement it. Like, do you roll like a D4 to figure out which map they get dropped on, and then there's a D16, depending on the width. So
we've done similar things where you roll
Yeah.
something or use the wheel of names and it'll tell you what map to drop them on and then like what
yeah,
directions to go and things like that. It's worked out pretty well.
yeah.
Pete, favorite monthly gimmick
Portals.
for January?
Oh, I love portals. It's it is such a fun, like, dynamic changing thing. Like, all of a sudden you're here, you're there, you're in and out of portals, you're hawking the portals in case somebody comes through to blast them. It's awesome. It's
I
so
do
fun.
not I do not play the portals as well as I should. That's like definitely one of those months I don't play that mechanic well enough.
How did it go this year for you? Who got picked off by Christine Sky Tyrant again?
That
It
was
was
me.
Dan.
It was
No,
me.
what
I
piece?
was
Oh, it was
really-
Reptile, right?
yeah, the best part. I really wanted to hit the revive just to be like, hey, guess what? You're staying right here.
Oh man, nobody
But
missed that guy when he got knocked out really early.
especially not Pete.
Yeah, I was say Pete was probably the happiest.
Yeah, that guy's something else, man.
I'm gonna go back to mystical. I just like the double tarot cards because we do a tarot card every month is just always active, and so to have that extra one up and then also have it available for 2 turns, I think it leads to a decent amount of fun interactions and things that you can actually plan for a little bit more. So I like that one.
That ruined me that month because the pulse wave being up for 2 turns. Oh god,
That
I
was
got
rough.
obliterated. I got stuck between Pete and Ollie, and it was just double pulse wave. It was like, oh.
That's a bad place to be.
Well, it was no. The worst part was then Harris is directly across from me, so I have like the Emerald City that I'm looking at, and then I'm like, well, I don't know which rock in a hard place is worse here.
He's just sitting on his throne watching you get pulse wave from the left
Yeah.
and the right.
But if I go that way, I'm just gonna get nuked.
That was a dangerous month.
Oh yeah, it was.
Miles, favorite HeroClix event you've attended?
I haven't really attended too many big ones. Adepticon's gonna be fun, but it's Worlds just from the experience and the fun that I had. A future event that I want to, and I'm waiting for the first annual, is gonna be the King of Kenosha, because I want to see Uncle Aaron crown the champion. Yeah.
It's a good choice. Dan, favorite HeroClix event that you've attended?
But Champion Clicks is awesome. It's just so much fun. The venue has always been great. The judge staff is always on top of everything, and they're just they run the event really well. The side events are fun, and then like the charity dinner, just like this is like icing on the cake. It's really well done, and I really enjoy it.
Pete, what's your favorite HeroClix event?
Worlds. Until I go to something else. That's like Champion Clicks or something. I'm sure I'll like that a lot. But Worlds is just so much fun.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to it again this year. And just like we always say, that Champion Clicks Open is delivered again this year. So it's just top notch, and every event should be should look at that event and what makes it successful. Miles, what's an IP that you'd like to see in HeroClix?
Oh, see, there's so many good IPs. I gotta try and think of like an IP that no one else will pick. Oh, it's really tough to try and figure out like an IP. Something that I do love the Hanna-Barbera. I think actually there's a video game, Disney Infinity, that had the superheroes with Disney. I think it'd be real cool to get like, the Pixar characters and the Disney characters
Okay.
to go. I think that'd be neat having like, a Mickey Mouse. We could have like, the magic Mickey Mouse wizard from Fantasia. You can do this fun stuff. Donald Duck.
Actually, yeah, that surprised me. I was expecting something else from you.
Well, I gotta go with something that no one else is gonna pick.
I expected something like out of left field that I didn't even hear of before.
Those would be fun for iconics. The problem is, like, if I want to get an IP, like, I want a full set.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things I'd love to see of like an iconics from, but like that, I just want a full set of just like Disney characters. Give me like Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, Gummy Bears.
Yeah, that's another one you could easily do many sets of.
Yeah.
Dan, what's an IP that you'd like to see in HeroClix?
Probably like a toss up between, I'd say, like Witcher and God of War, probably. Like those are just really fun IPs. Like that's like stuff that I gravitate more towards. So I think that's just would be, I don't know, those would be interesting to get like into clicks. The other one I thought of was if anybody's played the Prototype game, that was another one that's like, this is pretty cool, and it would be neat to like have that. They could do it like the undead set because there was like a lot of like zombie related stuff and sort of ish in that game. So
That one I'm not familiar with. The is it like a post-apocalyptic thing or just
uh,
zombies attack you?
Pete, have you played Prototype or no?
Uh, I don't think so. Infamous ones, I know that they're kind of both open world type of stuff.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
basically like a virus outbreak. It's not quite Resident Evil, but like you're the main character and you can kind of like you can shapeshift basically, but it's basically just like everybody gets infected and so there's these different monsters you got to fight and stuff, and you work your way through like a story basically, but it's big open worldish. So it would just be you could do like all the smaller like monstery infected people and stuff like the undead set, and then you could have like your bigger named characters in there too as like your higher rarity stuff.
Yeah, I'm always down for zombies. Pete, what about you?
Burger King Kids Club.
No, choose something else.
I don't think I'm gonna have a better idea than the Hasbro IP.
The Burger King Kids Club that's pretty good.
Not doing Burger King
good.
Kids Club. I forgot about
Yeah,
that
I don't
one.
think I'm. I don't think I'm gonna have a better idea than the Hasbro Transformers and GI Joe in a mixed colossal set. Make it happen.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. For me, Transformers obviously is pretty high up there, but I think the number one that I would like to see is honestly Mortal Kombat. I feel like those characters would just be so cool in cliques, being able to put those on a board and fight superheroes. So I'd like to see that and try to do some kind of like, if they're on their last click, then some kind of like fatality mechanic. I think would be awesome.
Why would you not make them like the kind of like the WWE clicks where they have like their special move is like a trait or something? I don't know. That felt like it would work really well for them like that.
Well, I think the big thing with that is that everyone knows like the fatality. So if they've taken damage and they're on their last click, being able to like if you roll I don't know, 10 or more or something, then the piece just is gone or something like that. Some kind of
Oh, okay.
fatality mechanic I think would be really cool. And then maybe to make it a little bit more unique to each one, kind of like the similar to what the WWE thing was, where everyone had a unique finisher. So I'd like to see Mortal Kombat though. I think that'd be cool. Either as like smaller iconic sets that built up over time, but there's been enough games now and enough characters. You could probably get a full set, I think, for sure.
Okay.
All right, Miles, the top 3 modern pieces that you would want to build with that you have not been able to yet.
The Agatha Chase. I really want to build with her. Legacy Collector. And then Spider-Verse has a few figures. It's probably gonna be more for silver, but it's gonna be the non-prime Spider-Ham. That just has me cooking for silver.
The non-prime Spider-Ham?
Cooking.
Yeah.
What do you see with him?
Him and Sicarian Iron Man, because whenever he's placed, you generate
An
you
object.
generate an object, and then an adjacent friendly character can immediately pick it up.
Making it theme with like Marvella or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
because they already theme with scientist as well, so you don't need a keyword cheat at all.
Oh yeah, and
They're
then
both
there's
scientists.
what warrior. Oh, you're talking about just sticking on scientist. Okay, so you wouldn't feed
Yeah,
into
because they
the
both have
Spider-Man
scientists.
family.
No, you could. It gives them, but there's options. You could just go the scientist route with them
Okay.
and keep it scientist because, yeah,
Yeah, you got some
because like that
options
way you're
there.
able to really load them up. You know, you can heal up and then be like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Spider Ham, and then sidesteps with Spider Ham, and now he has 2 objects on his card.
Okay. Dan, what about you? Top 3 modern pieces that you want to build with that you have not been able to yet.
Prime Panther, the Gauntlet Loki, and the Thor from the 2025 starter, the 50.1.
I know you're playing Odin right now, but I'm surprised that you have not grabbed one of the Thors already and started building with them.
Yeah, it's kind of just I'm running with what I made this team and I think it works and I'm trying to stick it out for a little while, but I mean I've got other things that I want to try. Like those are my big three right now. Those guys are awesome. So
Okay, yeah, good choices. Pete, what are your top 3 modern pieces that you want to build with?
Collector. Good question. Collector. Need to give you 2 more, right? I'm not really thinking that much.
That would make 3.
Yeah, I can't just say collector
Prime
3
Panther,
times.
since you said you have never built with him competitively.
Yeah, Prime Panther's a good one. So Prime Panther and Collector, and I'm trying to think of something just really fun that I just like looked at and I'm like, man, that's just seems like a wildly fun piece. And there's so many of them in the new Spider-Man set. But I
Totally.
think maybe the Prime Doc Ock.
Okay.
you want
Like
to
I,
give him a go? That's awesome.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
there's
just
something there. I still think.
Oh yeah.
he's just not my normal play style, and so sometimes it's
Mhm.
good to like look at other pieces that people play and say that this is something that I'm going to try out and try to do something different rather than just always play the same things that you like to play. But I think there's a lot to do with that guy. A lot.
Okay. For me, I definitely, ever since I saw Mysterio get previewed, that's a piece that I definitely want to build with. He seems like a ton of fun. And then the Ultra Chase Collector, it's definitely my style of piece. I just don't like where what I have to choose from right now. So I think he's going to be on the back burner for a little bit, but he's definitely a piece that I'm holding on to try to do something with soon. And then the Prime Spider Ham, doing like an animal theme with him. I think giving plasticity out is just so good.
His trade just is insane too. For they can't be targeted by a range attack if they're within 4. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
tested
Yes.
him against Dan with Mysterio,
Yeah.
and they combo so well. It's stupid.
Yeah, there's some tricks with him for sure. So I like him a lot, and I think that he's on my short list of things to try. If I didn't do well with Blue Beetle at the Champion Clicks Open,
Yeah.
then I was definitely going to start building this out. But there's only a few weeks, obviously, in between the two, so I'm just going to let Blue Beetle ride at least another event here.
Did you say plasticity is good, or you want to build with plasticity? What?
I'll always build with plasticity. I think it's great, even though it doesn't really matter because I'll still just roll my 1 when I try to break away, which you've seen
Yes.
how many times.
Yeah. When I play tested with my team, I rolled a 1 all of my breakaways.
It's
I
so
even
hard.
probbed it into it 1. Yeah.
Well, was that on roll 20 though? Because then that's understandable.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. It's the trash. Trash 20. Yeah.
the trash 20. All right, this is the last question I have. Miles, what is your top pick for what you want to start playing in Silver when it picks back up?
I pretty much answered that with Sakari Iron Man. The last time I played him was when me and Pete teamed up for the 2v2, and I did a Fantastic Four celebrity double swap, and it went undefeated and was just insane. And with Bagman, I can get Fantastic Four to get Spider Family, and so there's something I think I can also do it. Get that Spider Ham on there, make it Spider-Man Family, and get the Fantastic Four swap in. I think there's something there.
Okay.
Especially with I can also throw in Agatha. Even if you're going to swap her, it doesn't matter. You get those 3 free Darkhold one shots.
Mm-hmm.
So whether she's on your force or not. So yeah,
Okay.
you gotta be Sakari Iron Man.
Dan, what is your top pick for what you want to start playing in Silver when it picks back up?
Well, it depends when it picks back up. I guess once he rotates, Kamo for sure. I love that piece. But honestly, I really want to go back to Prime Gamora. I know, like,
Really?
yeah, I mean, Warrior's so good now that, like, I'd be willing to give her a go at 125 and be able to, like, surround her with some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, she's so good, and
Make
like
her a
she just
Rocco. Give her that rollout.
yeah, or and just in general, like how much better Warrior is now. Like I mean, she can just nuke a piece, and
Yeah.
that's not many things can do that. So
The potential that she had, she kind of missed her window with the what
oh
was
yeah,
it? Because she
it was
she was
Thanos because she
yes, that was it.
used
She was
to
legal at
mind
the same
control,
time
and
as
then
Thanos.
she just nuke your whole team because he would just mind control her. So
Yeah, the same reason that guy Gardner really didn't get a chance is that all it took is one mind control and he could literally just wipe out your whole team.
Mhm.
I remember I had a really cool police team that I never got to play with her before everything rotated out.
And I think her on Warrior could be a lot of fun. Like even just I might play her at 125. I don't know. Like just yeah, just her ability and her stats. I have to find a way to get her some kind of outwit protection. I think maybe
That was the
I'd probably
police
honestly
team because you can choose it with the
oh yeah
Fantastic
the
Four or
yep yeah it's
Mr.
the
Fantastic.
Uru Mr. Fantastic yeah.
Yep.
Well, you also can do it with Guardians too.
Oh yeah,
You
I
can
was
get
thinking
so.
Oh,
I was
now,
thinking
yeah.
honestly just play the 15 points for the or is it 15 points or 25 or whatever for the thing that gives cosmic energy.
That's
Because getting your
25.
that's fine in silver. Like, because
No,
getting
you why do that in silver when you can just give her the Herald Dial?
Yeah.
I guess that's well, because I don't want to lug around Galactus. That's probably why.
Now, you don't have to. You can do whatever. You're never gonna bring them out anyway.
Put them in your
Fair.
backpack and just have the card out.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she's probably my pick for silver. She's awesome. So,
Okay. Pete, what about you? Top pick for silver?
Collector.
The Ultra Chase?
Yeah. Give me all the cosmic shenanigans with Collector and Silver.
So you're
That's all
thinking what
that hits.
motorcycle, Hawk arm, so he gets flurry, and then what? Like Bucky's arm for close combat expert, so he's just a close combat just nuisance.
I'm a simple man, Miles. I like my gems.
Mm-hmm.
You can give me
Oh, okay.
gems on them, but that gives you access to all the cosmic pieces in silver.
uh,
Oh.
so obviously like Bird Mama, but you're over Chase Thanos now. Wow, I mean I get it, but I thought
Oh,
you were
I'll,
gonna
I'll
stick
never
with
be
that.
over Ultra Chase Thanos. He's my boy.
Oh, okay. I just
But it's Ultra Chase Collector, it's
no. I'm not doubting the choice. It's good. I just
it actually you save points because you're not gonna be he's only 200 instead of loading up Ultra Chase so much, and so you're still able to get your prime Q on the team and everything too.
I've never really played Ultra Chase Thanos more than 180, to be honest, but Collector is basically giving you 230 points of value for 200.
Yeah.
And so it just seems like a super fun piece in that format.
Yep, that's where I agree. I'm at Ultra Chase Collector too. I'm waiting to play with him for that. And before rotation, that's what I want to do with Power Gem and Soul Gem. And then there's still 10 points left over to do something else. But once rotation happens, I really want to finally make Assassins happen. But we need
Yeah, that'd be a
Notorious.
good one in silver too.
We need Notorious and Silver first.
Triple H has to be on that team once you make it work.
I agree.
So just remember,
Well, remember, if you look at
200,
Assassins,
yeah.
they're pretty much like all close combat, which is in silver now. Like occasionally you have some outliers in the, and then all the modern Assassins are range. So
Yeah.
getting to combine those, I think is going to be a really big deal. So I'm looking forward to that rotation. I'm really going to finally push for Assassins to be a thing.
Dan and Pete, Miles Kane or Miles Morales?
Dan?
oh, I'm going first. All right. Okay. Well,
They said Dan and Pete, so I implied that you were going first.
that's fair. I was just gonna be a gentleman and let you go first, but that's all right.
You are always a gentleman.
Miles is my boy, but Morales, but it's Miss Miles Kane.
Okay, that's exactly why you're my favorite Dan in HeroClix.
You guys don't even need to ask me this question. Everybody here knows the answer.
That's accurate. Like
The bromance, the mayor himself, the Dial H, super fan of the year,
oh yeah, super fan. Yes.
soon to
That
be
was Yeah,
The
that
most
was right up there
handsome
with one of
man
my
in
favorite.
Adepticon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my favorite HeroClix moment was besides Worlds and
But
I was so
I
humbled
finally
for
got to
that.
meet
I
you.
wasn't expecting it at all.
Since I
Well,
finally got
people.
to meet you this year, it has like it was like Pete said. It's like once you meet Miles, everything just kind of clicks. And I'm like, yeah, I met Miles, and everything just
Yeah.
kind of clicked. I was like, yep,
It's kind of an experience, you know.
it totally is.
Yeah.
What people don't realize is that while we know there's a Miles verse, there is also a Pete verse. And where often you find a Miles, you'll find a Pete.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll ask you guys this. Favorite format, silver, sealed, or modern? And I'll answer mine's is silver. I know that might surprise people, but I love silver. I think Aaron does a great job. I think the format is awesome. I think he gives you access to all the old pieces and some of the new fun stuff. Like, I really look forward to silver.
I like
Silver's got a soft spot for me too. That was my first in-person event when I came back. So, yeah.
For me, it's definitely modern, but I will say that, again, we play so much for fun that silver definitely is a needed format for me, and it's definitely where I can kind of relax and just enjoy the game a lot more. But as a very competitive person, I still need that modern.
I could agree with that. Yeah. I just like the ability to be able to place, so much more of your collection.
Oh yeah, which I mean, we get to play so much.
Yeah.
Like we get to play so much that I don't have that good complaint of I don't get to play it enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Young Daniel.
This one's a tough one because I actually I've grown to love modern a lot more. Like, because when I joined, like, modern was not fun, at least for me. Like, because I joined at like the middle to like
The
tail
ID
end of
cards, right?
the ID card era, yeah.
Yeah,
And that was just not fun at all. Like, I didn't enjoy it, and it made me like not want to play. So, but like now it's just like modern's grown. Like I enjoy it. I like building a team, and trying to like take it and tweak it and keep making it better over time, and like that like progression of getting like making it better or like learning how to play it better or whatever. But at the same time, like sealed is like I think of it like more in like team sealed. So that's probably where sealed falls off for me is like because team sealed is like so much fun, and that is like probably my favorite event of like whatever thing we're doing. Like I'm looking forward to team sealed next week because that's just so much fun of like working with two other people and like trying to design teams and trying to balance everybody out to be like, hey, like we've got three good teams here, let's rock and roll and see what we can do, you know? But then like silver is just this awesome like where I can look at everything that I have and try to make something work that's really neat. And I think that's like the best part about it. Like so silver's like really grown on me and I really like it a lot. I just haven't had a chance to play it enough because I judged ours and I wasn't able to go to Illinois, but like we played a couple silver events and we play silver basically every month for the monthly. That's basically what it is. It's silver light, I guess.
right.
Is
Like
what I would call it.
like I was saying, like I feel like we have the most fun with silver. That's what
Yeah.
I prefer to build with if we're just kind of having a good time. But the constant rotation of adding new sets and things leaving modern, I think that freshness and whatnot is still where I'm at.
I think I like silver better just because of the crazy stuff I can I can make happen in silver because
Yeah.
you just have everything to work with. And even with my more like I'd say like narrowed collection, like I can still do some wacky things that you're just like, wait, this does this. And you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, boys. Here's the question. Favorite person to eliminate in the monthly?
I'll go ahead and answer, even though I haven't really had much monthly experience. And unfortunately, I'm not playing in the same monthly, but I know I'm going to enjoy it every time, and that's going to be eliminating Daryl's first.
He's your
So-
current champion out there.
Yeah, it's only because I wasn't there, and they were messing up with the storm a little bit, and so he was camping. So he's going to learn. He's going to get smoked in 10 minutes every time.
Do you do you guys have a date for the monthly game that you guys are running?
Yeah, April 12th.
April 12th. Okay.
So a little less than a month.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and because we're doing 2 8-mans. I'm gonna get there a day early, and then I'm gonna try and figure out how I'm gonna be able to, because I'm gonna be recording it. I want to try and figure out how I'm going to try and record both games. So
Yeah,
I want
that
to get
might
like
get tricky.
GoPro helmets for everyone. You know that.
That probably sounds better in theory.
It does, yeah, it does, because you know when they look at you, you're just gonna look at somebody else with a GoPro helmet. Yeah.
This is a tough one. Probably Christine, honestly.
Ooh.
Because there's not many times where she comes and she swings and she misses. So if I have the opportunity to hit back, that is like, it's just like, it's like that hit of adrenaline. You're just like, "Ooh, I survived! Holy shit, near death experience." That's basically how I look at it.
It's like a plane falling 10,000 feet.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So it's not that she's my favorite person to eliminate. It's more just the head rush that happens after, because it was just like, "Ooh, I skated death there." Boy.
No, I have a healthy respect for Christine in that game, so I do not engage her unless I have to.
See, I enjoy eliminating people's pieces more than I actually enjoy eliminating them themselves. So I agree that, and Christine admitted to this, that at least she used to purposely seek me out so that other people didn't feel like they were getting ganged up on by the Redmonds. But
I had the Redmond 1-2 punch that one year, and that was wild. It was like, man, you guys were so in sync. I'm like, oh, this is rough. How do I survive?
so I do like taking out some of her pieces occasionally. I love taking out Pete's pieces. Anytime that you can take out Harris's piece and then actually get him to still target somebody else after you've taken out his piece, that's a top favorite of mine. That happened in the monster game last year. I don't know how that happened, but he ended up going after Thanos and just obliterating that iconic Thanos.
Oh, because I shot through the wall and took out something.
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, you got rid of Kong, and then I don't remember what I saw that I could get rid of, and I did, and then he was like, well, you're going to die, Thanos. And I knew, I couldn't see how he was going to pull it off, but I knew when he came over, he had something in mind. So.
I love that it was the legacy lesson track that was what did it.
Yeah.
And then anytime that Dan has a piece with shape change and super senses, and then he misses both of those, and then I get to KO that piece, that's my favorite for him. And then
Not very often.
Exactly. So that's my favorite. But I would have to say that Pete doesn't necessarily camp as much anymore, but he definitely builds very hefty teams that can last the game duration. And so I think eliminating Pete is definitely what I like to do.
Yeah. I don't actually have a person I like to eliminate. I know everybody would expect me to say Redmond.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's the defending champ. If I get a shot at the defending champ to take him out, that's where it gets to be fun for me.
Okay.
That's funny. That's
So-
fair. It's like it's kind of like, what is it? What do you call that? David and Goliath kind of thing. Not really, but you know, to be the man, you got to beat the man. I guess, right?
Exactly.
That's
You got
it.
that belt, you're a target.
That's it. People are coming for you. So, yeah. I have one final question. What has been your guys' favorite thing this last year for the podcast, or whatever we've been doing as a group in general?
For me, it's world like that, like just being together with everyone, and just like whether it was us being able to team up for the team sealed, and then we had to fight the Redmonds as a family, like round 2. It's just like
That was ridiculous.
I know. It's like, hey, hi guys, round 2, fight, let's go. I think that was just like having everybody, like there was literally everybody. I think we were only missing technically Dalton, right? And
Dalton and Jeremy wasn't able to go.
Yeah. So we basically had everybody there,
Mhm.
and it was just fun to like have the whole group there and be able to just hang out every day. I mean, we got dinner most nights after, and then we rode over together. We were hyping each other up every day. It was really cool. Or like, we took pictures of all of our modern teams together, and just to see the variety of things that people like built with. Just like because everybody's different and everybody has their own shtick. So I think I love that. Just our like group dynamic is a lot of fun, and I think that's the biggest part. That is for me at least, anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much to that. Um, yeah, this doing this podcast every week. Like, I look forward to it. I know my wife doesn't. I don't care. Boo her. Yeah, and then when we get together, it just makes it even more memorable. Like, it's not even just going out to play clicks. It's me hanging out with my friends, and clicks
Exactly.
just do that. So
Yeah, I agree with all that. I think though, just doing this for a straight year, and I think it's been pretty successful. Knowing that when we go to events, people come up to us and they actually say that they listen to us. That's always a good time. We always like
yeah.
meeting people, knowing that people are listening to us, and we're just not talking to ourselves and throwing this out there. And then starting to do more like the videos and stuff. I love live streaming our monthly games and sharing that with people, and just seeing the YouTube channel grow too has been really cool. More like the second half of this last year.
Yeah, the travel together has been fun. The monthly's obviously very fun, and the engagement with the community. Like, I always joke that I do this just to entertain myself, and that's absolutely true. If I didn't find it fun, I wouldn't give up the time and the energy to it. But it's just wild to hear people say, like, "Oh, we liked your idea on this," or "We love your guys' interactions," or like, it's just so cool. It's so
Yeah,
cool to
exactly.
find that in with just people from all different walks of life and to connect over a game, and it helps break down barriers and stuff in conversations, and it's just it's been really fun. I wasn't sold on the idea of a weekly podcast, but at this point now I look forward to it, except when Redmond opens the sweatshop. So
Opens? You mean like he just turns the switch on? The sweatshop is always open.
yeah, it's
We've
like there's like a light that gets switched, and you're like, ah, damn it, we're working double shifts today, boys.
we've had to pull a couple of weeks that were a little long. Yeah, I think the craziest one was the 4 episodes in 8 days for the set reviews and the early recording for
Oh,
travels and stuff like that.
I
yeah,
think we're gonna get pretty close with this one.
I was gonna say with this week, we're definitely gonna hit that number again.
Oh yeah. Well, this is a 1 year anniversary, so yeah, it's pretty big. But yeah, it's because of the fan reception, and then that just makes us want to do that. So
Yeah, I'm not the most like outgoing person. I'd never feel like I'm very much more of like a not like a wallflower, but I never really was like wanting to be the center of attention. So like it's just so different having people come up to you and like, hey, I've heard you here, blah blah blah, and it's just I mean it is really nice, and like it's nice being able to talk to people and like have just like that little bit of interaction with people that I've never met, like you're like or like I never met in person, and then I get to meet him in person finally, and it's like, oh, that's really cool. Oh, hey, so that's
Yeah.
it's really cool. Like that part I really enjoy,
And
and
now you know that they like you for your mind and not just your looks, handsome Dan.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that like you'll talk to online for a year or maybe even longer, and then you
exactly,
finally meet up in an event and you actually get to talk to them in person, and that's really cool.
yeah,
Mhm.
like, that was yeah, like that's like such the coolest thing. Like I just got to finally meet and like formally introduce myself to Emily now, even though like I've seen her around, but like I've never really sat down to play with her, and now I got to play her at Champion Clicks. We talked
Yeah,
and
I
stuff.
heard that went real well, and I can't wait for her blog post.
I can't wait for it too. I'm really excited how she recants that. Just because I like my end and her end. It's going to be interesting because considering how Devin talked to me the day after for teams, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not kidding when we talk about the single D6 rules. It's frustrating beyond belief.
No, there's no hyperbole. Like it's not, and it sounds like it is, but it's not.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
It's my dice go one of two ways. Either they're on the far end of the scale on my end, where it's like, hey, look, I'm not gonna miss, or I've missed everything and I'm out. So
Now, one thing, Pete, I did want to ask you that I keep forgetting, but there was a time that we weren't doing a podcast at all for a little bit between Clicks in It and when we started this last March. And I know you used to ask me relatively frequently, like, are you still going to do this? Are you still going to do this? Did you think that we were going to actually follow through with it?
I know you well enough to know that, like, when you decide you're going to do something, you're going to take an idea and build upon it. I mean, to just give you guys a little bit a look behind the curtain, like, Redmond and Christine and my wife and I, we're all friends, and we've been friends for a while. We travel together and stuff like that. And so they're great hosts. Like, they open their homes during holiday parties. There's always something going on in the summer. Like, we look forward to those just social gatherings. And so HeroClix has been a really great outlet to continue that friendship and have it grow. My wife doesn't play HeroClix, but she has traveled with us to trips and stuff. But to answer your question very simply, I figured you were going to do it. I just wasn't sure, like, how committed you, like, was it going to be like a monthly thing, or like like quarterly thing, or like a weekly thing's a lot. And then to watch you also take this and to watch you grow as, like, all the video stuff and that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the stuff you're putting out is just phenomenal. Like, watching you with the family doing unboxing and stuff is just so fun. Watching Ollie is just amazing.
He's
Like,
having a blast right now. Yeah, he's loving it.
yeah. Yeah, it's great. And there's still one more Redmond coming to beat my brains out on a Monday night, I'm sure.
She's got a couple
So-
more years to go.
Yeah.
yeah, but the worst part is she's so freaking cute. So it's like she'll beat me up, and then I'll be like, "Oh, you did so good. That was great."
Yeah. Yeah, she's funny. She's ornery. So she'll be fun to watch, learn to play that game. So
And every time I would ask, or Pete would ask, are we still going to do it? Are you still doing it? And I'd always be like, are you going to do it with us? And you're like, maybe once in a while. And so you sat out on episode 1, and then you joined us for episode 2 thinking, maybe I'll do it every now and then. And then I think you were kind of hooked after that first episode.
yeah, it's
you did.
like we've said many times, it's more of just like, this is a guaranteed time where I talk to my buddies every week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's branched out into other things that aren't just like HeroClix. Like, we've gotten together watch parties and stuff for wrestling events and things. And the Discord, if you're not a member of it, you should join it. It is a pretty wild place most days. So
It's always active.
Accurate.
All right, well, we have a bunch of interviews that we have done, and we are going to be playing those next. And then after all that, we'll run through our listener questions. So stay tuned here.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
All right, and then with us now is Oliver, also known as, what's your nickname? What do you go by?
Little Ravage.
Little Ravage. All right.
No, Little Ravage, not little.
Little Ravage, yes, Lil. How are you doing tonight?
Good.
Good.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. So we have a bunch of questions that we want to ask you tonight. Do you remember when you started playing HeroClix?
I think when we started practicing somewhere around like Spider-Man Beyond Amazing.
That's when we started playing with Powers? Do you
I
remember
think
some of
so.
those games or any of the pieces that you were playing back then?
I was playing like, I know you were playing like Hydro Man, Sandman,
A lot of the Sinister Syndicate people
and I was playing like Spider-Man,
and Ghost Spider.
Ghost Spider,
Mm-hmm.
Miles.
You remember that?
Yeah.
All right. What is your favorite HeroClix memory?
So we were practicing one night. I was playing for a competitive. I was playing COD, and I rolled a crit hit Quake and like deleted half of his team.
That's right, because we were playing on Assassin's Alley, and we were on the buildings, right? So you did a 4 damage Quake that knocked me off the top story.
So that's like 5.
Yeah, to many, many pieces. Do you know what you have the most pieces from? What set?
It's in between Spider-Verse and Deb Weapon X.
Those are what you have the most pieces from?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your favorite way to play HeroClix?
I don't know, just having fun.
Just having fun?
Building random teams.
Okay, yeah, you spend a lot of time on HC units, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. What is your favorite modern piece right now?
Either Prime Colossus or Adari.
Hadara, you've been having fun with her too?
Mm.
You've been playing Prime Colossus though for quite a while, huh? Yeah.
Prime Colossus is good.
He is good, I know.
There's not a lot of people playing him anymore.
There's a lot of people still playing Prime Colossus. You don't think so?
When I was up in when we were up in Orlando, I only saw like two Prime Colossuses.
Okay. All right, what about your favorite piece of all time that you've played?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It's either Prime Colossus or Adari.
Okay.
Or maybe actually Spot even.
You like the new Spot is pretty fun too?
Where are you? Free Flurry, Power Flurry.
Did you get to play him in Orlando, right? In the Battle Royales?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a favorite keyword to build around?
It was, I think, like martial artists.
Martial artists is your favorite?
I like that, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the first chase that you ever pulled out of a booster?
I think it actually might have been Major Logan.
Was it Major Logan?
No. It might have been like something from Spider-Verse.
No, I meant, well, you at least pulled Weapon X and played him in a pre-release or a sealed event.
That's right.
So that might have been your first one that you pulled out of a booster.
Maybe.
Do you prefer Marvel or DC?
Marvel.
Marvel. No question. Do you have a favorite monthly game moment?
Marching around with Zadq Pulse Living.
That was a classic. You eliminated, I think, almost everybody one by one.
And then eventually the Pulse Wave card came up.
And that's how you finished it pretty much. That was the nail in the coffin.
It's time for chaos!
What about the favorite month to build for the monthly championship?
I think it's either named keyword or martial artists.
One of those. Well, martial artists is coming up here.
True.
What about your favorite monthly gimmick? The special rules.
Yeah, the soldier stuff.
Where each turn, at the end of the turn, like a special effect happens to the battlefield. That's your favorite? Okay. I did not expect that one. All right, what about your favorite HeroClix event that you've ever attended?
The one we went up to Orlando. What was that?
The Champion Clix Open that we just came back? That was
Open.
your favorite?
Yeah.
That's a very good one. All right, what about your favorite IP that you'd like to see in HeroClix that is not yet made?
I would like to see Fortnite.
You want to see Fortnite?
HeroClix.
Okay. Any characters out of Fortnite you really want to see?
I want to see Peely.
Okay.
I want to see Sub-Zero.
Okay, that's a good one.
Then I also want to see Midas.
Midas? Okay, those are good.
And then also the lizards. The lizard skin you wear. Wait, no, and then the panther with tight jeans.
He's new too. All right, what about the top 3 modern pieces that you would want to build with that you haven't been able to yet?
So the Super Ghost Rider from Wheels Avengers that did the Pulse Wave stuff.
That protects his team from Pulse Wave?
Yes.
Okay.
And let's see. Scarlet Witch Chase from Collector's Trove.
Okay, and what about the third one?
Third one. I would want to play the Chase Gauntlet Thor.
The Gauntlet Thor?
No, the Spidey Thor.
Spidey Thor, where you roll the D8?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to roll 8 on blades.
That's a good call. I can see you doing that. All right. When Silver picks back up here, what's your top pick for what you want to play?
Maybe Deathstroke?
Deathstroke, the one from Batman Team Up, where you get to roll the D6 for the Pulse Wave?
Guys, it's time to talk.
Did you guys have anything you wanted to ask Oliver?
Yeah, Miles Morales or Miles Kane?
I don't know. Miles Morales.
What? Really?
Beat? Man.
Why do you say that? What's your reasoning? I agree with you, but what's your reasoning?
Because he just swings around the city doing stuff.
That's all it takes to be
Spider-Man
better than
does.
Miles Kane? Is just swing around the city doing Spider-Man stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your reasoning? Why do you think Miles Morales is better, Redman?
Because he's not Miles Kane. And that's like 2 points.
That's what. That just sounds like a whole bunch of peanut butter and jealous, to be honest.
Anyone else got something for him?
I'll accept that.
You'll accept that one?
Hey, Ollie, what's your favorite way to play clix? Is it sealed or do you like to build?
Sealed
Do you
and
like
just kind of
silver or
build
modern?
for- Seal. Just kind of making random teams and just kind of going off that.
Who's your favorite person to eliminate in the monthly?
Probably Dan.
Really? I did not expect that one.
Whoa!
Man, this is.
Your little
This
battery,
is starting to get
your battery
spicy.
powered dice cup.
Nothing feels better than when Dan misses both shape-changing super senses,
Yes.
huh?
And especially when there's
man,
Spidey senses.
I agree with that.
Oh, yeah, when he's got Spidey senses and he misses that too.
Yeah.
That's a great feeling. I agree.
Or when he has Wonder Woman
You better
senses.
count your luck, 'cause that doesn't happen often.
Yeah, because of his battery powered dice cup.
So to jump off of that one, who's your favorite person to beat just on a Monday?
Dan.
Also Dan? I didn't realize you had this big vendetta against Dan. All right.
We might even start calling it a Dan-detta. Yeah, that's it.
I didn't realize this was such a thing, the Ollie versus Dan.
We had
I didn't either.
All right, do you guys have anything else for Oliver? All right, one last question for you. Who is the biggest camper in our monthly games, you or Pete?
Campy McPeterson.
Still Pete, huh?
Yes, even after doing the group camp.
Even
It's
after
still
you...
Campy McPeterson.
Okay, even
Bro,
though you camped your way to
listen.
second place.
I'm just gonna say that you didn't just camp, you built a pool repeatedly. Like you had a whole homestead, you put in an in-ground pool. So I think you took camping way farther than I ever did.
No, I remember when we used to give you the campfires.
Mm-hmm.
When you were camping, we'd always give you a campfire. The little 3D campfires.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, Ollie. We'll say goodbye to you, and everyone will see you at Adepticon next weekend, okay?
Yep.
All right, see you later. All right, now we have Christine. Hi, Christine. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Terrific.
We're doing
Great.
really good. We've had
Good.
two Redmonds that we like better than Ryan on already.
Hey, there you go, winning.
All right, well, we have some questions for you. Are you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right. Do you remember when you started playing HeroClix?
Yes, it was. It must have been 2019 because Madison was just recently. Oh, no, I was pregnant with Madison when we first got into it a little bit more. Oof, it might have been 2017 actually.
2018 was the correct answer.
2018. Okay. So somewhere in the middle there then, I guess. I guess I didn't remember. I really got into it more in 2019 though. We didn't know what we were doing in 2018, let's be honest.
No, it was a rough start. Do you remember any of the pieces, though, that you were playing for a little bit?
Magneto, Emma Frost.
Yep, those are the first two that came to my mind.
Yes, yes.
They also
I don't
that
remember what they did at all either. I have no idea what they did, and I know that we were for sure like playing whatever they did the wrong way.
that one Magneto had like the war missile bomb thing that you liked, where you just started
Yes.
like bombing everybody. That was a big deal. You got that off quite a few times. And then the other one that you did before we understood like what the rule of three was, you were playing the Ragnarok Hulk that got rage tokens, and
Oh
we didn't
yeah.
understand how that worked. So you were basically getting, I think, like +7 to all your combat
Stacking up
values.
the rage tokens.
All right, here's like a 10 damage attack. Dead.
Yes, that happened actually.
Yes, it sure did. It sure did.
That's the kind of Christine move I expect. Like here, you just it's gone.
He smashed quite a few of my pieces.
hmm
All right, what about your favorite HeroClix memory?
So I was trying to think about this, and that's actually a pretty tough question because I have a few. Um, but something that really like comes to mind and like has a very special place in my heart is when we went to that first uh and I know it's called the Champion Clix. It was like the Clix
The
Cup or the
Clix Cup,
Clix
I think.
Olympics.
Yeah, it was one of
The
those.
first event that they held, and that was the first event that we traveled to. And it was also like kind of in the middle of COVID, and I don't think that there were a lot of events going on. And it was just really cool to see like the energy in the room, and everybody was just like so happy and so excited. We didn't know anybody at all, but
Right.
everybody was like so happy to see each other, and people were just happy to play. And like it was just a very it was just a really cool atmosphere. It was a great time, and that's why like I always want to make it a point to get to that event every year, just because that has a really special place in my heart. So
And little did you know what that was going to lead to.
little did I know, little did I know. And then something else that was special to me or like really cool to see is when you and I went to Portland to hang out with the Eagles and to play in the tournament that they had out there, and you ended up taking first. And I was just really glad that I got to be there um, to watch you do that. So
Yeah, that was definitely a highlight for me. That was a big deal. All right, what about your favorite modern piece?
um, I really like that Ghost Rider, and then this feels like kind of a cheat answer because I just honestly can't believe that she's she's still in modern, but Death Metal Wonder Woman, because who doesn't want to bring a piece back that was
She,
KO'd?
she might be the longest piece to ever be in modern.
Yes, yes, I know.
What about just your favorite piece of all time? I think everyone on this podcast knows what that is.
Yes, I know. So, of course, my boy Sky Tyrant is my favorite piece of all time, but I wanted to just bring back a couple of my old favorites. I really loved, and you guys know this, that Thor from Captain America and the Avengers that has the lightning marker.
Oh,
He
he was a
was like on,
staple.
yeah, for me, I loved him. He was a blast to play. And then real big throwback here, Medusa from Illuminati that generated the living hair bystanders.
Oh, I think I
did
blocked
not-
that out. Yeah, I blocked that out of
Yeah,
my
you
head.
had some rough.
Like that, but I really like that. That's awesome.
I'm sure Pete remembers too, like when it was just me, you, Pete, and Kramer playing at our house. But like I had a ruler team that was like Spider Pharaoh, Thor, Medusa. I don't remember who else was on there, but anyways, that was like a standard for me, a go-to.
Yeah, that was a pretty
Oh,
mean
yeah.
team.
That was a mean team.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Do you have a favorite keyword to build around?
Monster, I think, is just fun. I love the pieces. Monster pieces are always a blast. So,
Usually just go in there and get it.
yep, for sure.
Do you remember the first chase that you pulled
I do not.
in a pre-release or anything? I'm trying to think of the ones that
Mm-mm.
you've been
I
to.
have bad luck though with like pre-releases. I mean, I don't really pull that well usually.
Yeah, I think you're actually right. I can't think of any chase that you've actually
Nothing.
played.
So, I'm often playing like all of the pieces in my two boosters.
What about Marvel or DC?
Marvel, although again, my boy Sky Tyrant, Commissioner, they're DC pieces, Wonder Woman, so but yeah, Marvel overall.
Just by a little bit.
hmm
Do you have a favorite monthly game moment?
This is another hard one. There are a lot of them. I most recently really enjoyed the month that I got to time travel from the past into the future with Sky Tyrant and the Necro Sword and unexpectedly hit Dan's team and then just boop right on back to the past. So
Man, I am catching all the strays today.
You are.
I also like the and again, this is not like when we play these big monthly games, I don't ever have like anybody that I'm going for, any piece that I'm going for. I don't like it's just all like opportunistic. What can I do like in the moment with what's around me? And so again, this is not I saw that situation with Dan and I knew I could take it. And I had the Necro Sword knowing that he always plays a ton of shape change pieces. So it was a good time to go in on him. But in the game where we did the elevators, I also had the opportunity to trap him in the elevator with me, which I really enjoyed.
Ooh, that
as
was
well.
great.
And
I
it
love
wasn't
that
like because it was Dan, it was because it was just the opportunity was right.
Yes.
I just love that it was the you're not trapped, or I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me moment. I'm just like, Magneto trapped me in a box. All right, cool.
Yeah.
But then also Magneto lived for some reason because I forget.
Yes.
Did you miss your attack or did Christine hit the
Oh,
6 on senses or
no, I
twice or
flat out
I hit
something?
the
whiffed.
6 on senses. I
Was
thought,
it?
right?
I couldn't remember.
I
It's
think
like
it was
I either
that.
flat out whiffed or she hit. Yeah, she evaded.
It could have
I was
been
like,
both,
all right.
honestly, because you guys got out
Mhm.
on the top floor and then I think you tried again and she lived again and there's no
Mhm.
reason for it.
I just left after that. I'm like, all right, Magneto, you just, I'm leaving.
What about your favorite month to build the monthly, or the favorite month to build for the monthly championship?
Um, so I missed it last year, I think, right? Yeah, or I really like martial artist. Because it's just kind of fun game usually. Again, I missed last year, so I can't speak to last year. But I know that there was a game a few years ago that me, you, and Pete played, and I don't know, it was just like a blast of a time. So I really like martial artists because of that. I also like the named keyword months because all the builds are really different, and I think it's cool to see like what everybody comes up with, and the games play a little differently because of all the different pieces.
I didn't realize martial artist was going to be such a hit.
Yeah, I was
It's
like,
fun.
it's really
No, it is
wild.
fun. Yeah, that's why it's one of the ones that we have kept.
Mhm.
But it I wasn't expecting that to be first, especially with monster being an option.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's like the duh answer again for me is like monsters. So I'm try to give something a little different. Animals fun too, also.
It is, and that's right after martial artist.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what about your
Do you want
favorite?
to tell the people? Wait, 1 sec. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, go for it.
Do you want to tell the people why April is Animal Month?
I don't think I know why martial artist is in March. Why is it animal in April?
I thought that you said something about like Easter and the Easter Bunny in April. I don't know. This was a while ago.
I mean, I say a lot of stupid shit, so that definitely could have been
Yeah,
something I said.
yes.
I was looking
That
for I was looking for reasons to make things. So March
Yes.
is martial artist because it's similar to martial artist, and that's what I had for that. So I could have definitely said
And-
something about. You know what? I do think you're right. I think I actually remember saying something about the Easter bunny and Easter. So
Yes,
it should be
for
animal.
sure. For sure.
Yep.
Oh.
What about your favorite monthly gimmick?
Um, well, anything I can chant during the monthly game is my favorite gimmick. Um, streamers, even though that's in every month, is always a classic. Portals are really fun. I really liked the elevator. Cosmic, where the people drop down. I don't know. It's hard to pick, honestly, and it just really depends on the month.
Yeah, there's a lot of really fun ones. That one was a hard one when I was looking at them too. What about your favorite HeroClix event that you've attended?
For sure, Champion Clicks. It's always a blast.
Yeah, even though this last one was also just so much fun. It always lives up to the
Yeah.
hype.
It really does, yeah. Everybody's like so cool, so nice, so it's awesome. Although I have to say again, like I'm not giving you any like single answers. Everything's my favorite, but um really, really had a good time at Worlds this year when we had like our whole team. That was really cool to see everybody walking around in their Degeneration Click shirts. And then something else that's been really cool for me is like watching like this idea that you had like kind of come to life and like how you're able to like interact and touch all these people's like lives. So we go to these events and people like come up and know you and like I don't know, that's a really really cool experience just for me kind of watching from the sidelines. So
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
mhm.
I know that we always say Champion Clicks Open is our favorite, but this last Worlds, like you were saying, yeah, it was really really cool to be able to experience that and talk to so many people and just have that like the whole team atmosphere there. It was definitely a great time. What
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
what about your what IP would you like to see in HeroClix that is not already in HeroClix?
Well, I don't think that probably many people listening to this podcast will know what this is unless there's maybe I don't know if Jocelyn and Emily would maybe. But the Empyrean series, Miles knows because his wife reads it, but Fourth Wing, I think it would be really cool to see some dragons and some riders from that. And then Harry Potter, of course.
Okay. What about the top three modern pieces you would want to build with that you haven't been able to yet?
So I've never been able to play Cap Wolf. I would like to build with him. Let's see this new spot that, I mean, Flurry is free. Do I need to say more than that? And then Captain Universe looks pretty cool with unavoidable blades and then placing a character to be able to make a free attack. So,
All right. Well, we'll keep those on the list then of teams to build for.
yeah, Ali was really on like a Cap Wolf kick for a while and he like just had him locked down, but he hasn't played him in a bit actually.
No, he was doing pretty good with them too. He had some really good games, and I think that kind of kept him motivated. And then he lost interest, I think, when Prime Colossus came out. I think that was his turning point. Just like you, he loves that action as fast as he can possibly get it.
For sure, until the end of the game.
What is your top pick for what you want to play in Silver when that picks back up?
I mean, again, do we need to answer this question? Sky Tyrant, of course. I actually really liked my silver team that I played at States this year with just like so many of my old pieces. Oh my gosh, it felt right, guys. It really did. It felt great to have Commissioner, Blackheart, Sky Tyrant. Oh,
Yeah, that's
felt
the
like
best.
Mama came home.
That's the best part.
Yes.
Did you guys have any questions for Christine?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get someone to actually answer this right. Miles Morales or Miles Kane?
Miles Kane.
Boom!
Why?
There you go. All right,
Why?
my favorite Redman.
Why not? Do I need to answer that question?
Both Ali and I went the other way with that one.
Yeah, but that's because you guys are peanut butter and jealous.
Oh,
Clearly,
that's
the
good.
Nutella and frosted flakes of the sandwich.
Yes. There you go.
Christine,
Yes, my friend.
what is your favorite format to play? Sealed, modern, or silver?
I like sealed, but I have honestly like really rough rough pulls often. I love to play modern when I am like practiced and prepared, which has not been possible for me lately. So yeah, it has been hard. I will say silver felt very overwhelming, although I loved the team that I played. And I just had to worry about what I had to do, which was great. But overall, silver just feels like, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. So I don't know. I guess 300 if I'm like practiced up and like ready to rock. It's a goal of 2025 of mine to be able to be a little bit more prepared.
And I only have one other question. Who's your
Sure.
favorite person to eliminate in the monthly?
Whoever is right in front of me, actually. Honestly, that's always who it is. You know, I always kind of feel bad if I like damage or KO any of Looper's pieces because he's just like the nicest guy.
It's an act.
And I like
Don't buy into the ringer.
I know, but I like try to pull back a little bit. I'm like, oh man, I don't want to do this, but
He's taken 2
yeah,
wins in the least amount of time as anyone else, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, like, when Pete and I and Ryan would just play together, I never wanted Pete to feel like Ryan and I were like ganging up on him, so I would always like really aggressively go for Ryan and try to take him out right away. Oh my gosh.
Yep, I remember that.
But I mean, often Ryan and I aren't by each other during these
By
monthly
design.
games, and I just kind of like try to make my way to wherever the action is and get in the middle of it because I can only go for so many turns of like playing back before I like I have a hard time like sitting still or like waiting and being patient. So
Dan,
Pete, I don't
anything?
think you and I have tangoed in a monthly game in a while.
No, I generally avoid you, or I try to just involve somebody else to see what happens. Last month, I didn't have a lot of choice because your husband came right over for blood and stealing phone booths.
He sure did. He was like,
Yeah.
was last month the month where he was just like breaking walls to get to you, like digging
Oh, no,
tunnels?
he was over there like turn 2 stealing phone booths. I was like, what is he
Oh
doing?
my gosh.
No, that was December because Harris could target you or like from anywhere or not anywhere,
that's
but
right.
like yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say Harris is somebody that like needs to go when you have the opportunity to take him because otherwise he's just gonna like sit there and then destroy your soul later on.
Straight up menace.
He's
And, like,
made a
Yeah.
name for himself lately. You can't get to him easy, and you also can't leave him alone.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's really perfected the like high reward, low risk attack that goes board wide, and you're like, damn it, I got to get over there and do something, or somebody's got to do something. So yeah.
Every time I tangle with Harris, it's literally just me and him fisticuffs until one of us is dead.
Well, it used to be the first person to attack him was the person that he would lock onto, which is where he got the name Skynet. But now he's just picking fights with everybody. Like last month, he was just pinging everybody and making enemies. He was, I think, enemy number 1.
He was pretty diabolical last month, I have to say.
I mean, he did play Moriarty. That feels on brand then.
Yeah, it probably has been a while, but I'll be honest with you, Christine, most of the time when you and I lock up, it ends so poorly for me that it's just such a quick day that I just avoid it. There's been some bad monthly exits for me at your hands. Like the time you crit hit energy exploded my whole team, and I was like, well, everything's dead except for this piece, and I can't move him.
That was when it was just the 3 of us, right? That monster game.
Yeah, I remember that very clearly. That was
And we were like planning on the game being like all night, and it was like 1 hour.
yeah,
Yeah, that was rough.
Pete probbed you into the crit hit energy explosion on his team that eliminated most of it, and then you Sky Tyrant the shit out of me pretty hard.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And that's why she's Queen of the Monsters.
Oh man. Pete, I have a question for you.
Sure, what's up?
Do you like what are your feelings now on the time breakers?
I can't really enjoy the little cockroaches.
You like them now? Okay, cool.
I hate to see him in action. I just wasn't understanding like the whole thing. But there's worse 5 points to put on your team, but they're pretty hilariously fun, to be honest with you.
I know.
Great mastermind fodder. Like awesome.
You can't mastermind to him.
Why not?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? No, they're I'm on board. They're not doing much. They're just doing little cockroach shenanigans, but they're hilarious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You get a whole pack of them, and you're just moving people because they're adjacent. It's pretty great.
And Ryan, I have a question for you. Are we gonna see the return of the trebles here?
Oh, the tribbles in April?
Yeah.
I can't say. We got
Well,
another month.
It's either the Tribbles or what's the new animal that makes like tons of clones that I was like, oh.
I do have one follow-up question for Christine.
Yeah.
you know, of all the people here, obviously you know Ryan Redmond the best. How do you feel like his heel turn's going so far?
Um, it's hard to say because I just know that he's deep down really actually a nice guy. So
Oh,
you might put a heel turn on for show, but he's a good guy underneath. So
It's a little bit more of a slower burn than I was hoping, but
yeah.
it's still in motion.
As
That's what
always.
she said. Thank you guys for having me on, and I just think again, it's really, really cool to like see you guys do this every week and how much people are enjoying it and like you guys put out great content and you're such a fun group of people that you bring a lot of fun back into the space and into the podcast for HeroClix, and I think it's awesome. So congratulations on a year.
Thank you very
oh
much.
man. Yeah, thanks, Christine.
Yeah,
And thanks. It actually means a lot. Appreciate it.
good.
We try.
All right, thanks for joining us. Well, I will
Yeah.
see you very soon.
All right, probably not too soon. It'll probably be like 4 hours, 5 hours till you're done here.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Have a good night, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Good night.
Bye.
Now,
I'd like to personally take this opportunity to welcome to the podcast from his abode in the future, somewhere around 2029, sending murder, killing death machines back through time. It's Skynet himself, Mr. Ryan Harris. Harris, how is the future these days?
It's both bleak and it has a promising outlook, depending on which side you're on. How's everybody tonight?
not too bad. How have you been?
Good. Busy, really busy this time of year.
Is that always for you at this time of year?
It feels like it. There's just a lot going on.
Yeah, you had to miss Champion Clicks this year, which we missed you.
Oh, I know. That killed me. I really wanted to go, and then work. I just couldn't pry myself away from it. But a lot of qualification for product going on. Just couldn't go. But I was there in spirit, and I was watching you guys on the streams, rooting you on.
Oh, nice. We are seeing you at Adepticon, though, right?
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Depends how the time machine that is that day.
All right, well, we have some questions for you. When did you start playing HeroClix, and how'd you find it?
So it was actually way back for the first DC set, Hyper Time. I was at like a family function, and my cousin had bought some of those pieces. They were just like on the table. I don't even know if like he had brought them there on purpose or he just was like trying to get rid of them. But I saw the the original, like I think it was Veteran Doomsday, like Experienced Superman, and I was like, my interest was just peaked right there. I was like, what are these, and where can I get more of them? So yeah, I found a local like comic book store that sold some of the old boosters, and me and my brother and cousins all bought some and a starter kit and started to learn to play then. I've been kind of in and out ever since, a couple times.
Yeah, I think starting as far back as you did kind of has allowed you to have a pretty deep collection to bring in some random stuff for our monthly games. There's some wild things that you bring sometimes.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite things is to go back and find old pieces that I used to play or have like niche abilities that I know nobody's expecting, and try to bring to bust that out and cause some chaos.
Yeah, very much, or very frequently, that's like the highlight of every game is what ridiculous piece from 15 years ago is going to run the map.
I will still never forget the Scarlet Witch. That was the best one ever because nobody knew it was coming.
Oh yeah, that set the whole whole pacing of that event. What's your what's your favorite HeroClix memory?
Memory. Ooh, that's a tough one. It'd probably have to be more recent foray back into clicks. I wouldn't say it's like one specific instance, or of just like either like getting to go to Champion Clicks last year, that was a blast, or even Worlds this past year. That was great because I had never done anything like that. My first two like times in HeroClix, it was basically just family and friends. We didn't really have a community or like a place to play. So the more recent ones with the community and like being included with like in the know-how of set releases and everything, because I think back in the day we were so out of it, we would just like show up at the store and be like, oh look, they have a new set, great. Like, so I would say it's probably the new conventions and getting to play with the community now. I think that's just, everyone's just amazing to play with, like entirely like the opposite of the way I expected it to be. Everyone's like super gracious, and I feel like everyone enjoys it and has a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this was the first time that I think you traveled to some of the bigger ones, right? Over this last year. Champion Clicks, yeah, last year and in Worlds. Did you go to Adepticon last year? Yeah, you did. You did mostly the Super Sealed though, right?
Yeah. A little nervous about getting stuck in Chicago traffic and like leaving the dog all day at home. Like the event running long or something.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'll just go do some Super Sealed and BRs and then get home.
Well, you should be a lot closer this year.
Down the street. Oh yeah, it's like right down the street.
What about the HeroClix set that you own the most of?
Counting the constructs, it's got to be War of Light.
Did you just buy in a ton?
I was still curious.
Yeah, like so I own the whole set and the batteries and everything, the entities and all that. I don't have every construct because there's 150 or something like that. You know, but I have a decent amount of those, so it's probably War of Light.
Okay. Do you have a favorite modern piece right now?
Not really, actually. I'm bouncing around from different things. Trying to find my new piece. Like previous set, it was World's Finest, and this time I haven't really settled on something. I do like the starter set Superman. And Zala seems very like versatile in her keywords and her ability to just run and hit. So probably something like that.
Yeah, it's a weird time right now where it feels like there's a lot of options and you don't have to play much except for Chair Panther. But you have a lot of there's a lot of open field where you don't feel like you're cornered into playing a specific piece or something besides that. So there's definitely a lot of options right now. What are you hoping to play at Adepticon? Do you want to share that? Do you have like a specific team that you're already kind of working on? Because you haven't been able to make it to our practice nights down in Kenosha.
Yeah, I'm looking back at Assassin.
Oh, really? Pure Assassins?
I've tried looking at Pure Assassins. I think it's going to be predominantly Assassin and then some support figures.
Okay. I've seen them do real good at a lot of events, so.
Yeah, so that's kind of the team I'm messing with at the moment. But another keyword that I've been looking at really heavily is Past.
Okay, with mostly like Masters of Time stuff.
Yeah, mostly the DC stuff. Yep.
Miles, do you have an opinion on Past?
Past is the future.
There you go.
That's how it is.
Big Terminator slogan.
Do you have a favorite piece of all time?
All time. Ooh, that's a tough one. Um, hmm.
It's got to be Cordian, right?
Taken Warrior. I don't know 100%. Like, I feel like if I pick something right now, it'd be very recency biased.
Yeah.
Because World's Finest, man, I played that so much, even in the monthly games.
Wait, you're not gonna go with Prime Wonder Woman? Oh man, she's like a staple.
He's got a couple of those pieces that we see. But I think one of my favorite things was when his World's Finest just pounded Pete into the ground. I think it was Doom Supreme. Just obliterated.
Yep.
Right in the middle of the map.
Oh yeah, it was terrible. It was a crit hit, and a lot of things went right, and a lot of things went wrong. But I was not anticipating that piece getting one turned. Harris has done that to me a few times, though.
The best part was you caught one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The iconic Thanos he one turned one time too, and I was really shocked at that.
Oh, that was great. That actually got on film though, so that was amazing. Oh yeah, that was a good one. What about your favorite keyword to build?
Well, my favorite one to attempt to build is Kryptonian.
Oh,
but I don't exactly have
boo.
success there.
How far do you get
yeah.
before you scratch it and you're just like, this isn't going to happen?
Yeah.
50
Harris
points?
is the real deal though, so.
No. I'll go full 300-point team of Kryptonian, and then sit there and go, I really want this to work, and then I'll start changing it.
Well, Kryptonian is a named keyword, so you can always choose that for our next named monthly month game at the end of the end of year.
He doesn't want to be in 8th place.
Even if there's
like
only 7 people.
I was gonna say.
Do you?
No, it's it's.
Do you remember the first chase you ever pulled?
I can't say that I've had too much luck with those. Well, I will say back in the day, I was just buying like singles.
Mm-hmm.
So chase wise, I think the first brick that I bought was Brave and the Bold. And I want to say it was Necron.
Okay.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, which the Black Lanterns is what like drew me to that set.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, sure, I'll actually buy a case this time. Pulled him, so that was great.
Did you ever get to actually build and play it? Black Lanterns?
Yeah, he never worked.
He never worked? Okay.
Like he's got some cool powers, but they're all like in the middle or at the tail end of his dial, and he just gets beat up and just died.
I think I know the answer to this one, but Marvel or DC?
It's definitely DC.
Yeah, that was an easy one. What about your favorite monthly game moment?
We might have already mentioned it with just obliterating Doom. That was great.
Oh, that was your top one too. Okay.
Really? Of all the things that you've done, that's it?
I mean, that was pretty great.
That's not even my favorite Harris moment of anything.
Well, part of it might be is that it was the only good thing that Superman's ever done in a monthly game.
I don't know about that. Cyborg Superman would want to have a word.
Oh, get out of here!
Dude, Prime Superman won.
Prime Superman? Oh,
Superman.
Yeah.
Prime.
Yeah.
He won. What was it? Future Past.
Yeah, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
right.
The trio also won last year for the other multi keyword.
All right, fine. Harris has been able to do a little bit of work with it. What about what's your
my favorite Harris moment was by far Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
I just laughed so hard when everybody lost their team abilities. And poor Dalton was like, oh, because he was feeling really good with that APOC rollout swarm.
He had 2 APOCs, right? He just like threw them out in the middle of the map.
Yeah, so Harris, do you want to actually go over that? Because that was that was for, I think, my 40th birthday. We had 8 people on a huge map, and it was the first time that we had that many people do this, and I had no idea that it was going to turn into what it is now. So it was the December Mystical game. Do you want to tell us how that played out?
Sure. So I didn't have a ton of like modern pieces at that time, and so I was just going through my old clicks and like, okay, what can I play here that has this keyword? What would be fun? And I came across the Avengers versus X-Men Scarlet Witch that would come with the team base, and I saw that she was able to turn off mystics, and I was like, well, almost everyone's gonna have mystical, so let's go with this. And I was like thinking that almost nobody would see it coming too. I didn't realize
I did
that
was because of I
Rios
played
and
with Rios,
Dan
so I was like,
knew what it
yes.
was. Yeah. So we get out there, and the rest of my team was like Zeus, Sheriff Whitechapel, and then a couple of witches.
You had Juggernaut too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. You had the right?
Oh, that was Dalton.
Oh, that was Dalton. Sorry. Okay.
Because after he lost his mystic, he turned his Juggernaut onto me. So we went around the table, and like first turn, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to take this double power action, and I'm going to take away everyone's mystics, and you got to roll for it. And everyone was like, wait, what? What are you talking about?
I think everybody asked to read that card at that point that didn't know what it did.
Well, before your first turn, Dalton moved to the middle of the map because he felt really comfortable with his double prize Apocalypse and Genesis, because this is before we made the Highlander rule. So he went from feeling super safe with his you tap him and you roll back out with the soul swords to not having any mystics anymore, and so he knew he was done for.
And the best thing is, I think almost no one except myself and Dan got to keep mystics. Like, it wiped out 6 teams worth of mystics.
Yeah, everybody else, everyone lost theirs, so that hurt quite a bit.
So yeah, that was pretty
Made
great.
my team so much better. I was like, oh, cool, this is great.
Yeah, it changed the whole thing right from the first turn. What is your favorite month to build for the monthly championship?
I think some of the multi keywords are the best. I do like named. Named, I think, actually, I'm going to change it to named.
Okay.
We'll go with that.
Okay.
I think my Apocalypse team last year was fun. The Justice League team was great.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go with named.
Okay, cool.
Or Dark Side.
Yeah, that Apocalypse team was really cool. What about your favorite monthly gimmick?
I've kind of gotten a bit of the taste of the power that Pete likes to dip his toes in with board wide prob.
That's great.
That's amazing to just mess with other people's teams and their attacks.
What about the the special rules? Your favorite monthly special rules?
As much as it beat me up the first year, the Cosmic with the characters that drop down. That's Cosmic, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was Cosmic.
Yeah.
That year was that year was great. It was like, I don't remember, 3 turns in a row, Stardust drops down, and she has, I think, at least 4 different maps that she could drop down on, and dropped like almost adjacent to you and pulse waved your whole team, I think, 3 times in a row.
Yep. She killed 3 members of my team.
And then it was just Dark Side, and he's like, where'd everybody go?
Yep. Standing in a boxing ring.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite HeroClix event that you have attended?
I'd say that Champion Clicks last year was the most fun. From start to finish, I had a blast.
Yeah, it's just so nice to be there.
Mm.
Now, if there is a one IP that you would be able to add to HeroClix, what would that be?
Ooh. That's a tough one.
Gotta be Terminator, right?
That one would be pretty awesome. It'd be a fairly small set though.
Yeah, you could almost do an Iconics maybe.
That'd be a fine Iconics.
It is owned by Warner Brothers though, isn't it? Terminator?
That sounds right.
So it would go along with Keaton as the official Warner Brothers Iconics.
Yeah, I think it's actually Amazon now.
Oh, is it Amazon?
Or Sony? Is it Sony?
Might be Sony.
I think it is Sony, yeah. Yeah, because the original two, that company went out of business years ago. So I'm not sure where.
The only other thing that I'm big into is like Lord of the Rings too, but we already have Lord of the Rings cliques. Although they could get a refresh.
And I don't think they were ever actually like modern legal, right? You couldn't play them at events.
No, because they had like weird special rules and stuff. So yeah, I don't think you could ever really play them at. They were never a modern identity.
Yeah, so a modern set of that would probably be cool.
Yeah. If we could get that IP back and bring it into modern, I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, there's so many ways you could go about with that.
There's a ton of characters.
Yeah, the lore is insane. And then we have that animated series plus I think it got canceled, the Amazon Prime series.
I think that's still going on. It's just in between seasons.
Oh, I thought it got canceled after season 2.
Do you have a lot of the original set
of
Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Actually, no. So I think trying to strap for cash at the time, and I was like, I'm just gonna buy the superhero ones. I'm not gonna branch out as much.
That's fair. All right. What about the top 3 modern pieces you want to build with that you haven't been able to yet?
Well, believe it or not, I haven't built with Talon yet. So that's one of the reasons why I'm looking into to Assassins, because I think just the ability to turn off defenses helps quite a bit. And then it's been done before, but I haven't played them yet. Prime Swamp Thing. Black Lanterns again, close to my heart. So
yeah, I heard he's pretty good.
Now, do you want to play Black Lantern Swamp Thing, like just him on whatever team, or do you want to play him with Black Lanterns?
Both.
Okay, that's a fair answer.
I like to play theme. I
Yeah.
like to play theme, so I do typically like to try to go that way first. There's a lot of stuff though right now in the meta that just like counters them. So it makes it hard to like really commit to that without feeling like you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Do you have a third selection?
I have them and haven't built with them yet, but King Deadpool and Elsa Bloodstone.
Oh, that's one definitely
I think
worth
that's a
building
great
with.
piece.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
a ton of fun. That's one that you should definitely have. And then, did you get a chance to play Silver in States?
Yeah, we played.
No,
You're the one who
you
knocked me
played
out.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Like you literally played against him.
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
It was just like, oh, that was such an insignificant match. I don't even remember it at all.
No, I do remember it now. We play in the finals a lot, actually.
Aris, I want you to take that backhanded slight that you just got, and I want you to remember that this coming weekend for the monthly. It was Redmond.
No, I was genuinely curious because I didn't remember him talking much about Silver, but I remember he played Super Sore, and I think Wally West.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it was a Justice League team.
Yeah, it was a couple Supermen.
An awesome team.
I was to say that was quite an aggressive team. I want to say typically I try to build more defensive, but that was just all out going after you in your starting area with multiple figures. The
Yeah.
team doesn't do much else but that.
Yeah, you let me take you to Brock's bunker, and I think it was kind of hard for you to get to me. And then you missed a clutch hit, I think. You did get the trick arrow me though, and that kind of messed a couple pieces up.
I think I got Deadpool and Elsa Bloodstone down pretty far off that first hit.
You KO'd
They
a
didn't
couple
get
things too.
Super Sen- Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Super Sword couldn't maneuver out there, and Brock's bunkered it.
Yeah.
Just kind of, I think, ended up getting hit, dying because he didn't get to hit first.
That's right. I was okay with that. All right, what's your top pick to play when Silver starts back up?
I'll probably look at Detective again.
What pieces do you want to try to use again that have rotated?
Man, such a huge list. I mean, so I haven't played Hawkeye and Hawkeye since Worlds, and I know they haven't rotated yet, but I think getting them into Silver and getting them back with team up like cheat Mern on again and have Hawkeye and Hawkeye and then go after some of the other figures that have rotated in Detective, I think is going to be pretty strong, especially on a smaller map again.
Yeah, that could be devastating with those two, with Mern and Hawkeye. Now, as our resident DC fan, what legacy cards are you hoping to see in Lantern Legacy?
Also, he's just a big Lantern fan, so.
Yeah. One that never like fully worked right, I think, was Parallax Hal. Like they didn't give him flight, even though his figure's flying. So seeing a fixed Parallax Hal, I think, would be really cool.
That has the flight symbol.
Yeah. Trying to think, because the full War of Light set, I think, was just really spectacular. But their stats were just attuned a little bit back because I think you're supposed to play them specifically with the power batteries and the rings, which then boosted their stats up.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like if you pick things out of War of Light, you'd have to like almost give them an extra boost.
They've been doing some solid ones lately. I picked up a full factory set when they announced Lantern Legacy just to have a chance at some of them because I'm not super familiar with them, but a lot of them just look cool. So those are characters that I'd love to see on the field again because that was all way before our time.
Would actually be like because when Hyper Time came out and the starter set had like the team abilities list, the Green Lantern team ability was there, but Hyper Time had no Green Lantern figures in it with the TA. So when Cosmic Justice came out, they added the John Stewart Green Lantern was the first one in the game. They had I think it was like a mail-in to get a translucent John Stewart, who was
that one. I remember when that one came out. That one was awesome.
Yeah, that one needs a legacy card. Bring him in and make him playable.
What did he do back then?
Died. No.
He died.
I got him up right here.
Was,
So he's 151 points, but yeah, he's got 10 range, double target, 12, 10, 15, 2 with telekinesis, phasing, impervious, and range combat expert.
Yeah, sounds like he just dies.
Well, of course now you got to look at when this first came out. There was only one set out when this came out. There was this and Infinity Challenge. So yeah, the game was way different back then.
And that was what, 24 years ago, I think, or something like that. Like 2001 was the first set, basically.
Like 2002, yeah, and
Right.
I think and I'm pretty sure that Cosmic Justice came out in like early 2003, I think.
It was 151 points of carry.
He carried 8 though, right?
I think.
Yeah,
you can carry it still back then. The TA's basically the same. I want to say though that the rule of three wasn't a thing, so
It
you could
wasn't.
carry more shield agents with some of the other Green Lantern and running shot and get quite a boost to your damage.
Yeah, you can also perplex damage at that time as well.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I remember
it's a
some
very
some
different game with a
John
minimum
Stewart
range
builds
of 10. That's what people have to remember too. Prob and everything had a minimum range of 10, including TK. It was wild.
That was way before us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the questions I have. Do you guys have any questions for Harris?
I did. I'll ask it again. This is going to be a running joke the entire time. Miles Kane or Miles Morales?
Miles Kane.
Boom.
Boo.
Just like that, we're tied 2-2.
Boo.
That's right. That's right.
What's your reasoning?
Between the two, Miles is the better man.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Morales is still learning.
Miles has been taught by the yard guards.
Yeah, exactly.
Harris, what's your favorite version of cliX? Is it modern, silver, or sealed? Or something else?
It's probably modern. Silver's a lot of fun, but I I basically stopped playing the game at Elseworlds and picked it up again for the X of Swords. So I don't have a whole lot of silver to build with, and I don't have as much like a connection to the figures or to the tactics. Like there's stuff that when I got back in the game, I was like, "What is recruiter? What is this? What? How does this work?" Like, so it's probably modern.
That's right.
I think
That
you
was
can- the
our
way the
first
game-
matchup. Was X of Swords one of the months? I actually remember that.
Yep. Yeah, that was when I started playing in New Berlin with y'all. Was the slop events.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think getting back into the game during the slop events, the only wins I got were buys.
You've improved drastically since then.
Yeah.
Exponentially, some would say. Who's your favorite person to fight with in the monthly?
It's gotta be Pete. We typically have a soft like ceasefire sometimes, but things escalate very quickly.
It's always fun to watch that evolve.
All right, well, I'll ask the obvious follow-up question then. Who's your favorite person to eliminate in the monthly?
That'd be Pete too.
Yeah.
Yes.
The rivalry's always been there. It just, and we stand to each other a lot, so it's a lot of, Harris, if you stay over there, I'll stay over here, and we'll just be gentlemen about this for a while.
We basically like move our guns against each other's borders, and we're just like, what are you going to do with those? What's that? What's happening over here?
There's a lot of backstabbing between you guys. Might be the most of anybody else.
Oh, for sure.
It comes and it goes. Sometimes everybody's surprised and we don't mess with each other. Sometimes one person leads the other person's downfall purposefully.
All right, Harris. Well, thanks for joining us. We will see you at Adepticon.
Yep. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll have you on again soon.
Sounds good.
All right, see ya. All right, and on this special episode, we still do have a Bookwood report.
Bookwood Report!
Pete, what do you got?
Hello, friends. It's time for the People segment, the Bookwood Report. And on this special episode, because we are a full service podcast, I bring to you the man, the myth, the local tryhard himself, Ryan Bookwood.
Thanks, Pete. That was quite the intro. Well, this week on the Bookwood Report, I had a light week. I only picked up a Madam Web Legacy card from Looper. Thanks, buddy. and I got 20 Spider-Man 2099 Prime from the Chase Booster because I placed so low. Oh, and forgot my Walmart trip just a little bit ago. I picked up a Stone Cold Steve Austin Elite figure, drinking beer, of course. I got Miles, the Hulk Hogan one. Gotta look out for my guys. And I
brother.
picked up a Spider-Man symbiote figure. It looks cool, so I picked it up. And that's about it. Nothing much until Smash and Destroy, and I can go crazy again.
Who'd you play this week, Bookwood? I didn't play you.
I played Dan. Yeah, that was an experience. The two-finger Dan is true. I so it was I was playing a variation of Plants. He didn't like it very much, and then he started taunting me, and he brought out his ravens for his Odin Legacy. I dropped a plant right, killed his birds, and then this man flipped a switch, went full John Wick on me because I killed his animals. Rolled every d6 was a 5 or a 6 for his super senses, blades, you name it, and yeah, he pretty much wiped me out.
As we've said
First game
before, that's his thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like Bigfoot or an urban legend where you don't believe it until you actually experience it, or like ghosts. So yeah, that was a thing. Dan, good game. Yeah, it was fun playing you.
It was a lot closer than you thought. I only scraped off 125 points.
Well, it felt like 500 to 0 after that. It was like, what is going on? Like 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. I'm like, oh my! I think I got up and like, what the hell?
Dude, you
At one
can always
point.
tell how a Bookwood game is going because you can hear from across the room what is going on right now.
I think the Magic players even looked over at one point. I'm like, yeah, it was getting worked over here. But yeah, I guess
Oh,
it was. I guess it was closer.
the punch in the gut was you hitting me with Man Thing and then me imperving out and you taking Chthon damage.
Oh yeah, dude, I forgot about that was the big one because I'm like, I'm gonna hit him. The 13, 14 attack or whatever, and I go in
Yeah.
there and you're like, yep, it's impervious. I'm like, all right, this is how this is gonna go, huh? And then yeah, I got wiped, and then I'm like, all right, well, Odin's got a little meat to the bone over there, so you know, you're two-finger Dan for a reason. I learned my lesson. Don't piss you off and kill your birds.
Yeah, your birds didn't have a very good night, I don't think, Dan.
Nah, but that's okay. They do what they're supposed to do. So
They got pulse waved right off the map in our game.
unfortunately, I didn't see Bardley Quinn there. I was like, oh no.
Who else did you play last night?
So first game I played Looper. He had the Cat Wolf team that kind of like a Miguel Gonzalez variant
Mm-hmm.
with that stupid Chase Thanos, and I hate that thing so much. As soon as he comes out, it's like, how do you kill him? He's I end up beating him, but with an asterisk because I played the spot wrong, and so I apologized to him, and he ended up getting second anyway. So worked out for him. He got the piece that he wanted. The third game I played Jeremy. And this guy, Miles, you owe him a arm wrestling match and a Hell in a Cell match because
No,
he
I
brought
already
out.
said he
Oh,
turned heel. He
I
accepted it, and I understood.
he went Triple H heel on us. He brought out Keaton. It was unacceptable to me. He had to stop this. He realized how good the spot was because he was making a comeback, and then he brought out the juice, and I was pretty much screwed at that point because Spot's only got 2 damage. I ended up killing his Hadari Yao, but I couldn't get through Beetlejuice because he came out on the Invuln click, and his Prime Black Panther had Invuln as well. And then the judge called time, thank God. I'm like, all right, well, there's nothing else I can do here. So ended up placing pretty low. And then I did get a Prime that I wanted, so it wasn't a total loss.
Oh yeah, the Spider-Man 2099.
Yeah, he's got some potential. He looks like he'd be a fun Monday night piece. Charge and then
You gonna
running
play him at
shot.
65?
No, play him at 90.
That's
Okay.
the way.
I'm just just making sure.
All right, Bookwood,
No.
we have some questions for you. Are you ready for them?
I am ready, sir. Throw him at me.
When did you start playing HeroClix, and how did you find it?
I started playing HeroClix all the way back to Clobberin time. That's when it was fresh. how did I find it? I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh at the time at my local comic shop, and I was walking in. I saw some guys playing Hero Clicks and Mech Warrior like in a combined game. I thought it was awesome. I like the big robots. I also like superheroes, so I was like watching. I'm like, what is this? And then you know I'd go in and I'd watch them play time and time again, and over time, like some of these people gave me some of their spare pieces in like a rule book, and I just started like reading the rule book, and I'm like, all right, well, this seems pretty cool. You got Wolverine, you got Batman, because I think Cosmic Justice came out right after that. I know you love all those old sculpts, Redman.
Terrible melted wax.
Not all of them were that bad. Come on,
You
like
guys have been.
Now, Critical Mass is an outlier. Like the sculpts before and after Critical Mass, like there were hit and miss. A few of them. Critical Mass though was like the worst.
You guys have been throwing up some really disastrous legacy choices for Smash and Destroy in the Discord. They're so ugly.
Mass, and it's been 100% why I want them to be ugly, because
so
I want them to
bad.
be good. Just because you're gonna be like, I'm tired of playing against this melted wax.
No, dude, like
That's what
I
look
want
for.
for Smash and Destroy. I want the Colossal Juggernaut from Dark Phoenix Saga. That thing like needs a legacy card. I think it's so fun to play, but he's so many points.
That would be a good one.
I'd like
The
to see,
removable mask.
yeah. I want the House of X one Juggernaut just because I'm the Juggernaut. You know what I mean? So like it reduces points by like 100 or something, and I think he's perfect. But I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. Yeah, dude, 75 points for all that. Let's go. But like Critical Mass, like the one that got me was that Superman, who's like he's not bad. I mean, he's 12, 10, 12, 16, and 5. It's pretty good. And his sculpt's good. The Martian Manhunter looks pretty cool too. So I started there, and then just slowly started playing, more and more, collecting all this stuff. The big one back in the day was AC Superman. That thing was a beast. Um, yeah, I mean my favorite figure overall is probably the Vet Superman from Icons. Changed the rules of the hypersonic speed. If you guys remember, you didn't have to reduce your range in half.
That was way before my time.
Oh yeah.
Did you
He had
take
a
a
13 speed,
Did you take a
10
break for
range.
a while?
Yeah, I played up until what's that was it? It was Crisis. Right? Crisis. There was what do they call it? Wizard World. They had Wizard World in Chicago, and I played in the tournament there, and then um I faced Lamp, which I hate to this day. I played like a Batman team, and
I heart Lamp.
yeah,
Get
you
good.
would. It's hard. I got a bunch of guys with no reducers, and then here comes Lamp with Lockjaw. I'm like, yep, I have nothing I can do. So that kind of shot me out.
Well,
And then
even if you had reducers, though, Lamp didn't matter because he had armor piercing. So
oh
yeah,
yeah,
it didn't
you're
matter.
right. Well, still, it's a cheap strategy. And they say plants is cheap, but
Whatever.
but my friends who play with me, they all like went to like the military, and they went their separate ways. So it's like I was sitting there with no one to play, and it's fun. It's more fun to play with people and have fun with. So I just kind of stopped playing for quite a bit. I picked it back up around um, Rise and Fall because we're like, hey, let's play with our old clicks. Or I always kept my all my hero clicks, like the ones that meant the most to me.
Mm-hmm.
I still have my vet suits. I cut all those pieces, so I always hung on to them for some reason. And then like one day, all my friends moved back. They came back from the military, and they were like, "Hey, let's get some packs and do a booster battle." I'm like, "All right." So we got a couple origins, a couple future foundations. I didn't know what any of these were at the time, so we played a booster. Totally played the old rules and did not know any of the new rules. It was like a 15-year gap. I think we still took pushing damage. That's how long it was. And then kind of got back into it with Rise and Fall, and played Rise. I played up until um, what was it? X of Swords, and then I kind of like they got out of the game again, and I'm like, all right, well, here we go again. So like I kind of sold most of my stuff, and then I think it was around November of 2023. 2, I came to Coliseum and I met you. I think it was the Wheels of Vengeance pre-release. Do you remember that when you pulled Count Dracula?
Yeah, that was I think 2023. So I remember I saw you. I was trying to hunt down a Green Lantern, or sorry, Black Lantern Green Arrow. That was like the chase that I wanted the most out of that set, and I did not pull him. And you put one up for sale, and I messaged you, and you didn't get back to me, and I was so pissed. And then all of a sudden, you're sitting at the table at Coliseum, and I was like, this asshole that couldn't message me back, now he's coming here to play. And you already sold it though.
I did? Oh, I traded it. Oh, I traded it for Mephisto.
Oh, okay.
I traded him and Black Lantern Hal Jordan for Mephisto. I don't think I saw your message, to be honest with you.
No, I don't think you did. You never answered it.
Yeah, because I'm usually good about like saying yes or no to people. My biggest pet peeve. If you're gonna tell me if you don't want to do it, just say no so I can move on.
Yeah, we've had some stories back and forth about people on the sales thread that are very frustrating to deal with.
Oh, that still persists to this day. Especially when I see that they read my message, it's like, just tell me, like, no. Just tell me, screw you, and I'll be like, all right, cool.
Or tell them screw you and yes at the same time. So
yeah, I mean, at least we're getting somewhere.
How did you find us at Coliseum?
I used to play at Libertyville, and then it wasn't really my scene. I wasn't really vibing there, so I just looked at I always went to we went to Coliseum plenty of times to buy HeroClix there, because it was they had it in stock, and as you well know, not a lot of places carry HeroClix. It's not a very popular game like Magic and Pokemon are. So we always went up there and bought like loose packs. My buddies went and bought some Wonder Woman, and they got Sky Tyrants, and I'm like, hey, that's a really good piece. They're like, it's not that good. I'm like, huh?
It's not that good.
I'm like, yeah, well, that's how out of the loop they were. I'm like, yeah, you might want to hold on to that. So they sold the cool stuff like for trade credit. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh man.
Yeah, trust me. I think they sold a Scarab too. I'm like, oh. But I used the win. I'm like, because I remember the guy telling me, you guys play on Monday nights. So I'm like, you know what? I told my, now ex-wife, I'm like, I'm gonna go try this. And it's like, all right. So I decided to try you guys out one time, on a Wheels of Vengeance pre-release, and rest is history.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you have a favorite HeroClix memory?
It's coming, right?
Yeah, let's get it. Let's go.
The Icy beating you.
Yeah, okay. I can see why that would be your favorite HeroClix memory. That was quite the hurdle for you to beat me in a competitive event. So,
well, you did all the trash talking, and I finally got you.
Maybe next time take faster turns, and then I could take my turn after, and then it wouldn't have happened. But that's fine.
They weren't 20 minutes turn, but calm down over there, right?
It would have felt a lot sweeter, at least me, like following along if you had a barrel to follow up, because you acted like Kofi Kingston when he won the world title, and then your next match you just lost to Brock Lesnar because you just got demolished.
Yeah, that
really
was
took away from you.
I wanted to try Rivalry. I drove to Coliseum the day before to buy it, so I'm like, I had to use it. So in hindsight, yes, I should have used the barrel. You're right. I am wrong. You're the best. I'm the worst. But
I'm just saying the barrel. I think that you probably would have won that Icy, and then it would have been even more memorable for you.
I play that back in my head, and like the Juggernaut and the Prime Colossus, it could not have come at me at all. So you're right, 100%. Everybody use the barrel. It's not a myth. It's a truth.
Yeah, this is the podcast on the barrel.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. I should have used the barrel. Always start with 5 points on your build. Barrel.
35 and Chair Panther.
Yeah. I didn't use Chair Panther. I was all right, but everybody kept picking my Keaton. I don't know why, because I was never gonna bring him out.
That was before the sideline was like loaded, though.
I mean, my sideline had Cathan, Rivalry, Keaton, Gaia, Khonshu, and Mimic. So it was either Mimic and Juice, or it was Mimic and Rivalry.
Okay.
But like a lot of Juices got like about half my games. Juice got picked.
Yeah. I did get to delete Black Lantern Swamp Thing though. That felt pretty good.
Yeah, you deleted him. That was revenge for me deleting half your team that one night I played Beholder, which was awesome. I could see how mad you were that night.
I just brought a fun
It was
team.
like- I mean,
that
dude,
was such a funny 11-minute game.
I mean, dude, you could buy that off the shelf, and I rolled a crit hit D20. What's the odds? Like 1%.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty low. It's like it's under 10 for sure.
Yeah, dude. So come on, if it was anybody else, like you said, that one podcast, that would have been awesome. But it was me, so you're like, eh.
Yep. Always. Yeah.
I think I played that wrong too, because I could have deleted like every single figure on your team, but I just deleted one, unless I was reading that wrong.
Probably both. You probably read it wrong and you played it wrong.
Probably right. Not gonna lie. Let's see. If
I got
this
you.
attack is a crit hit after losing KO, no, I played it right.
A hit target.
Yeah. So I was right. You're still a wiener, so. But I did delete your team. I think I deleted your Ghost Panther.
Yep, that is exactly what you chose. Just a overcosted fun Ghost Panther on my fun Wakanda team.
It was a fun Beholder team.
Mm-hmm.
I lost to Pete
Good.
with Trigon.
Pete doesn't win that much.
Well, yeah, you're not
What
gonna beat-
what team did
you're not
Pete play
gonna
that day?
He played
Oh, look at this guy. He's wound up just taking shots at everybody.
He
You
played
made him
Trigon and Raven.
Yeah, you made him lash out here, Bookwood. He's feeling insecure, so he's lashing out at people.
That's what I was put on this earth to do. Make him lash out. You got your revenge in the chase booster. You beat me by 5 points, and then you got the chase Doctor Doom.
That's
Probably
correct.
the best two collector packs you could ever ask for. Or the chase boosters.
Oh, with
Yeah, I was
Collector
gonna say, those
and
were fun.
yeah, they were really good.
Yeah, was it the shape change or the team? I think it was the team player
It was
pack.
the team. It was the flute.
Yep, the
Yeah,
flute and the Ultra Chase Collector.
I walked away with my hands in my pants, my pockets, let's say, because I had everything else. I think there was a Prime Iron Man, which I had like 5 of already.
Oh, there's so many of that guy. I think I have like 4 of them right here to my side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't there also a brick with double Prime Iron Man too?
I believe so.
It just
I
makes
think
it
so.
that much more ridiculous.
All right, Bookwood. HeroClix set that you own the most of.
I'm looking over right now. Look at which bin is fullest. I bought 2 bricks of Trove. That's 24 packs. I brought a brick of Black Panther. That was garbage. I would say Notorious or Collector's Trove. If I got a case or Deadpool Weapon X. That was a good case.
The
I got
Deadpool Weapon X.
Yeah, 'cause I got 2 Prime Colossus in that one. Phoenix Wolverine, Deadpool, and Deadpool Hitmonkey, and then a bunch of super rares. So probably a top 3 of those.
Okay.
Helping to,
Do you have a favorite modern piece at the moment?
Probably Prime Swamp Thing, because I declared him my go-to piece, kind of like how Arachnite was for you last year and previous years.
Yeah.
So like, I was fully planning on making Black Lanterns relevant, and then Juice. Like I don't know how many more nerfs they can do to Black Lanterns, but what came out? Beetlejuice, and then the Bloodstone. Yeah, I'm like, oh my god, like what is going on? So like I had a plan to make Superman work at some point, but like even I have to admit it definitely cannot work.
Now is Black Lantern Swamp Thing the piece that you've built around the most and have not sold the piece after building with it?
Correct. I've only done that to Ghost Surfer because I
ditched him so fast that night.
Dude, I walked in. I'm like, hey, I got this Ghost Surfer. You just look at me like you're an idiot. And I'm like, oh, you're an idiot.
No, we
then,
we talked about it before, and I'm like, it's not good. And you're like, no, I'm gonna make it work. And you decided to play it anyway.
Yeah, I think I played. I don't remember if I played you, but I know I played Christine, and I think it was you or her had Madam Web, and like it,
Could have
just
been
Madam
both.
Web. It probably was both, to be honest with you. But like, I could not hit her to save my life, and then I think Superman went over there with like a 15 attack and like crit missed. I think I had like a monster team, but no, Prime Swamp Thing is like I looked at him like this is gonna be my go-to piece, and like he's pretty good. I mean, obviously I got pretty far with him. Miles made some shenanigans.
Well, yeah,
with
and we cooked a little bit in the kitchen last night after the event was over. So it's going to be a great main course that you're going to be bringing to Adepticon, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I made a couple like monster. I had a monster team that I was gonna use for what was it? It was a modern monster team. I can't remember what it was. It had like Deadpool, Elsa, Necron. Wasn't theme. It had Perdegaton because there's no universal weapon wasn't a thing yet. So I had Perdegaton on there, and I beat you because you were using Rodman. I beat you because you were using.
Doesn't sound right.
Well, it was right. I can pull it up, but
no, it's okay.
It was.
I don't think it happened.
It was at Assassin's. It was
got a
Assassin's
file on
team.
his phone.
Yeah, no, it's a screenshot album, and it's just like games that I beat Redman.
I got a tally on my wall, like in prison. But you were playing that Assassins team with Deadpool, Hitmonkey, and Talon, and I don't know if you remember that or not, but I do. But it did pretty well. But that's when Juice was announced, and I'm like, yeah, there's no healing for free, and then I'm like, we're gonna move on to something else now.
Do you have a favorite piece of all time?
Yeah, I'd have the Vet Superman from Icons. Like I said, when that thing first came out, I'm like, whoa, 13 speed, hypersonic, 10 range. You can literally shoot across the map for 5 damage.
That was the dumbest piece.
Oh yeah,
and it was the first piece to break the game.
Mm-hmm. I remember I bought all the packs back in the day when it came out, and like the last pack in the box, I'm like, all right, I didn't get anything. And then I pull it, I like ran out of the comic shop, like, oh my god. And then like I just destroyed everybody, like, shocker, right?
Right.
But like this one guy's like, oh, I got Ultimate Store. I'm like, and then all of a sudden,
and so yes, and we also remember too is that even though it was only a veteran that's like considered a rare, 48 packs came in a case, and you were lucky to pull one of them in a case.
Yep. Dude, you think the rates are bad now? Like, phew, go back to those days.
Yeah, it was.
I remember clearing out a whole
case are so much better now.
Dude, I remember clearing out like bought like 20 packs of Clobber in time, and like the only unique, because that was like the chases back in the day, was like Nick Fury, and that thing was garbage even back in the day.
Is that the one that got the legacy card that looks just like terrible melted candle wax?
Yeah, he looked just as terrible.
Yeah, he looked amazing, and he's actually going to be making an appearance at the Soldier Monthly.
Oh god damn it! Dude. Even the legacy card is hard to look at the picture of that thing. It's so deformed. It's so terrible.
It's so bad.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. It's pretty bad.
There's no way that they couldn't have found like a better mold to take a picture of either. It's so ugly.
I mean, the reason why I liked it, because he had 2 guns. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. He's got 2 guns, and I'm like, there's no way I can eat. Like, I look at him right now. He's got a 12 defense. Like, what? Like, what is this piece of garbage? He's got 2. Like, oh, he's got 2 targets.
He's got mastermind though, even with that 12 defense. I mean,
yeah, late dial when he's getting useless. No, but like I always wanted that Nightcrawler because I thought he looked pretty cool back in the day. He was like 14 speed.
Well, he was the most expensive figure, and after the first, I think 2 or 3 years, because like you said, it was so hard to pull. Like you'd probably have to buy 4 cases, and if you do, you're lucky to pull one of him. I remember some people were selling them for like $150, and like that was top of the line for like back then, like 150. Like, oh my god, that's like our $350, $400 now when you look at prices comparatively.
Yeah, my buddy had him, and like he just wrecked everybody every time he played him. And that's when like hypersonic. You remember if you remember the rules back then, you could like I think you can make like keep making it close attacks, and you keep rolling the dice, but their
Yeah, you
defense
just yeah you just
increased.
minus your attack each time, and so yeah, you
Yeah,
just load them up with reflexes and be like, that's fine, whatever. Because yeah, it's one damage, but you constantly make an attack until you miss, and then all that damage stacks.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
remember
was
doing that once
stupid.
to this one kid, and he's like, What's going on?" I'm like, "Hypersonic, baby."
It's just this poor kid. You're just hypersonicking over and over.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, I'm the tryhard, right? I guess I was always gonna be a tryhard in
Always.
HeroClix.
This kid's just like crying. Tears are coming out of his eyes. You're just
Yeah.
rolling dice over and over and over again.
I'm just picturing some 7-year-old had saved up all of his money and just book would just take him to the woodshed with the hypersonic beam.
You gotta humble those kids. You know, if you let them win, if you give them an ounce of like, they will like never let you forget it. Like, and Redman, you know this. You let Bookwood because you felt bad. You let him win his first 2 games against you.
Yeah.
And like he acted like he was the king of the world.
Right.
You gotta humble them. You
I
can't
know.
let them win.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you pulled Count Dracula, and yeah, whatever. I think now I'm going down memory lane. The other piece that I always loved, but like never could get to work, was that Vet Green Lantern from Collateral Damage with the sword and shield and the 12 range. Like I
that
hope
kind
he
of
gets
range was nasty.
I hope he gets a legacy card because that would be awesome with 12 range and 12 speed. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way for legacy cards.
Yeah, a lot of times the piece that you want is not the piece that you get.
No, it would make sense, but we'll see.
Do you have a favorite keyword to build around?
Right now it was Black Lantern, as you know. Then it was Monster. Now it's Scientist, just because like there's so many Spider-Mans and like interesting figures that are scientists.
Do you have one that you kind of like gravitate towards though? Like where if you're seeing like new pieces for a set for the first time, you're excited to see that keyword on a piece?
Every DC set, like I'm more of a DC guy. I know you hate DC.
I don't hate DC. Marvel's just better.
I saw it. I saw it in the comment
Yeah.
section, so I should have read it. Batman Family, Gotham City. I'm a big Batman fan, so I like try making look for those teams. However, I can improve that. Masters of Time was pretty cool with the Bat swap and all that stuff. So usually Batman Family, but like Past is something I'm looking at because I had a Past team before I switched to the plants. Pretty similar to the guy that went with Aquanix.
Mm-hmm.
So those are mainly the keywords I kind of like check out and see how they're looking.
Okay. Now, do you remember the first chase that you ever pulled?
Chase. I mean, do we count the uniques from back in the day?
I don't know. Does that count, Miles?
I mean, they're probably honestly harder to pull than the chases nowadays. So I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
If we're counting those, it's Darkseid from Hypertime.
Was the first one that you did?
Yeah, the mind control, 151 points. Not a flyer for some reason, but yeah, he was the first one, and I always had fun with him. He had that outwit 8 range. Looking at him now, bringing back good memories. And then I think I pulled the Desaad.
Redman's gonna look at him and be like, dude, he's trash. And it's like
I'm not even gonna look at him, and I'm gonna say he's trash.
He was good for back in the day. But yeah, I mean, like I pulled the Vet Superman from that set too, which was looking back on him, no Superman team ability. When Justice League ability was like increase your movement by like 1, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Real bad. But yeah, that was the first 1 and 2.
There.
Okay.
I sent it to the chat for you to.
I'm not gonna look at it. Don't care. Stupid piece.
You will when it gets a legacy card.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
All right, what about HeroClix events? You've been playing for a while, but have you actually gone to a lot of events?
I've played locally more often than not. Like my first real event was when it was Wizard World in Chicago. I think it was back in '08. Um, After that, like I would just do like sealed and like just local stuff, and but like I really started getting into like the big events when I started hanging around you. So good and bad influence. Went to
Only
Worlds
good.
last year. Yeah, I went to Worlds. I did the what was it? The Kenosha Con. What would you call it? The champ.
Oh,
What was it
Champion
last
Clicks
year?
Open or not?
Clixmania?
Clixmania.
Yes. Yeah, that was my first like real like big event. It was a pretty good turnout if I remember last year.
Mm-hmm.
Was there one in February last year too?
I don't think so.
I think there was. I had a date that night and I had to leave early because like Dan's like, oh, it's Swiss. You made cut. Like I gotta go, man. I didn't know it was gonna be 5 rounds.
Oh, was that like states or something?
I
It was
think
something.
I think so. It was what was it? I don't remember what it was, but yeah, something like that.
Or maybe it was just a
Yeah, it was.
Winamap. It might have just been a Winamap that we ran actually.
Yes, I think it was a Winamap, but like I made cut, but I couldn't stick around. But like I also had like 2 hours of sleep that night. I was running on fumes, but that was like my first big event, like with actual players. And then the Clicks Mania thing where I did top four, and then um, Worlds, which was awesome, helped me a lot. And then I think the silver thing that we had, the Rock Cup, I think it was.
That was states.
Dates, yes. And then obviously Icy, and then Adepticon. Oh, was that Adepticon last year as well? Forgot about
Yeah,
that.
that's right. Now
All event,
someone.
every time I go to these things, I seem to get sick or get a cold too. It's kind of annoying. I think Pete in our our battle royale, I was like sneezing all over the damn table, or like blowing my nose every turn. I'm like, sorry guys.
Now somebody that went to Worlds for the first time last year. What's your opinion on attending it if you haven't gone before, or any words to people that haven't attended it before?
I would go. I mean, it's an event. I mean, if you're going with people, stay in the same hotel. Don't, you know,
That's right. You had to stay
don't
down the
stay.
way.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot about that. Yeah, what La Quinta?
yeah, the La Quinta Inn with the coffee cups that don't hold the coffee, and then they spill on your white shorts. Um, yeah, I mean, I would go. It's an event. I mean, it's the Super Bowl of Hero Clicks. You know, it's kind of cool. I drove up, 10-hour drive, a little rough during a tsunami or hurricane, whatever it was.
It rained the whole weekend, so you didn't miss
Dude,
the hangout at the fireplace that we usually did every night.
no, I got there, I was feeling like crap, and then like I said hello to you guys. I think I did a BR, then like I laid in bed. I'm like, ugh. And then like I see you guys like hanging out on Facebook. I'm like, man. And I got like a crappy pizza and watched SmackDown on Fox. I think it was for the first time or whatever it was. And
Just
then
sad tears just coming down as you're eating your pizza. And just...
yeah, watching Roman Reigns like doing something. I'm like, oh man, like
At least I
eating
got
balls.
Michael Cole.
Yeah, hey, it's Mitchell Cole. Jericho says. And then
Oh, Micro Cole, yeah.
yeah, so like it was cool driving up. Like I went to the hotel, the actual hotel first, and I'm like, yeah, I'm here for HeroClix, and the guy's like across the street, buddy. I'm like, all right, cool. So I go across the street. It was kind of cool seeing like the marquee, like the sign with the Whiz Kids, HeroClix thing. I'm like, oh, this is really cool.
Hmm.
Such a small game, and then you're coming here and it's like it's being advertised, and you're like, all right. And I walk in, like just everybody you see on like Facebook and the podcast and everything. And you're like, all right, this is where all the big boys play, as the NWO said back in the day.
Yeah,
Um, so it was pretty cool. I mean, met Miles for the first time. We've been talking to each other a little bit before then, and then obviously you're down there,
Oh
and
yeah, that was definitely a highlight for me for sure.
oh yeah, talking, we're shooting the shit, and just seeing everything. Like you get the troll and toad tongue twister. The whole stand with everything there, and you got the Whiz Kids dudes over there, with the promos and the LEs, and you're just kind of like, wow, this is huge, and this is HeroClix. This is the game I played, X amount of years ago, and here I am. So I would definitely recommend it. It's an experience, and um, the drive is kind of daunting, but it was worth it.
You really can't
my
beat
opinion.
that like big event feel that like nothing else has that. Like that
No,
big.
not at. I mean, not like I went to Adepticon, like got like a little bit of taste of it, but like that was more other tabletop games where people are dressed up like goblins and stuff, and more like Warhammer and Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, more power to them. Like we had like a couple tables. It was kind of cool over there, but
Yeah, it's
we
still
go
a
there.
much smaller scale than Worlds.
Oh yeah, I mean we got the whole hall essentially, and it's insane. I mean like the only negative thing I can say about it was I guess it was out of their hand. It was the time thing or the app or whatever it was, the app issues they had
Oh yeah.
for 300 modern.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully
Um,
that's fixed for next year.
I pray because I could have, should have, whatever you want to say, made cut with my monster Black Lantern Superman, but I got cut off on time a couple of matches, which had I had like the normal amount of time, I could have made it.
Yeah, hopefully
But
HC
it
units
is,
is next year or this year, I should say.
yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I know I had fun doing it. My first game there was against Dan Powell, and he like just wrecked my asshole, so that was fun with his double surfer team. That was a little bit of a learning experience, learning tree, if you will. Um, but yeah, it was really fun there. I would definitely am planning on going again. You know,
Oh yeah, we'll be back
so
for sure. That's yeah, you can't beat it.
I just gotta mentally prepare for that drive again.
It's big.
It's huge, dude.
What's an IP that you'd like to see in HeroClix?
Um, I'm a big nerd, as we all are. I would love to see Power Rangers one day. I know Aaron Morgan would get a pop out of that.
That'd be a cool one.
Um, yeah. I always thought Dragon Ball Z would be cool, but like that'd be really overpowered. Like everybody's, like a 20
Yeah,
damage.
as a fan of that, yeah, seriously, there's just no way that
Yeah.
it's just you can't. I guess now with the fanboy dials being made, and if everything's broken and everything's fine, they might as well. I guess now is like the time to really hit for that.
Yeah, I mean, like it would be cool. I mean, like Superman can get KO'd by like, normal people. So I guess it would make sense to, I mean, you could balance it out certain ways. You could balance the power or whatever. Um, oh God, what would another one be? I mean, there's so many options. I mean, I know you'd like Transformers. That'd be kind of cool. I know Dan, you'd
That'd be
probably get a
great.
pop out of this one. Gundam would probably be a good one, but no Windmill Gundam, Peter Marshfield. Because you could have the pilots kind of like you have now, and like all the Gundams could be vehicles. It would work out if done right. But
Single base colossal is like the what was that with the kaiju in that? Oh dang it, the Pacific Rim guys.
yes, yeah. I mean, it can be done. But who knows? I mean, Star Wars is another one that I would like to see. They do have Disney Plus sets, so it's a possibility, I think. But with what they've been doing to Star Wars lately, I'm not sure about that. And another one I would like to see, just because they released Kong, would be Godzilla. Just because I used to love Godzilla as a kid, and it'd be cool to have him, be the ranged variant of Kong.
Yeah, that would be an awesome one to be able to field.
I mean, it would
So
make sense.
even after what your recent movie forte, you wouldn't want to see the first superhero from New Jersey?
Oh God, Toxic Avenger.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so now that you say movies, like I would be all for Arnold clicks. Like that is untapped potential.
Just
for the
Arnold
fucking
clicks. That just
Yeah,
needs
just
to be
Arnold
amazing.
click. Like,
Yeah.
or you could do action hero clicks if you want like John McClane or Rambo. Like you got to have John Matrix in there. Just unkillable through his whole dial, because that
Oh
scene
yeah.
where he kills like 100 guys in like 7 minutes with basically a pitchfork and a saw blade. Lidolfson, Steen, Bennett.
Now, if you weren't building with Black Lantern Swamp Thing, what are the top 3 modern pieces you want to build with that you haven't been able to yet?
Reverse Flash is a big one.
Main Force,
Every time I
obviously.
start build, 100%. I remember Ali brought him in one time against me off the sideline, and he left just as fast. Um, let's see. Yeah, Reverse Flash Prime is a big one. Phoenix Wolverine, I played him once in a 400-point game we had,
I
and I gave
remember.
him. He was actually really fun. Like, I just wish his points were a little smaller. That way I can like put someone else on the team. So I had Per Degaton with him, and then Bucky's arm and the Reverse Flash on the sideline. No, he was main force. Then the other one I would say is Super Sore. I mean, he's like I don't know, like he's got the tools to be used, but like nobody ever plays him, and I don't either. So
Yeah, there's a few that are definitely underplayed. The Colossals from
yeah,
Masters of Time.
oh yeah, like Flash Raptors, not like he's amazing. Like they're all pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
like none of them are bad except for T Rex, but that's just kind of like a novelty piece.
T-Rex is
Um,
awesome.
well, he's
Yeah,
like
I don't know what you're talking about with T-Rex because I think that honestly, him at 50 points, like his dial is so deep for 50 points.
T Rex at Worlds. Is he making cut?
I mean, he's got 8 clicks for 50 points, and he has passed. So I mean, I think if anyone's gonna be able to do it, it's gonna be Dan because he can get those double six,
Yeah.
and then just KO's wanting. Now all of a sudden he's gonna be on.
It's so specific.
I did manage to get when we had our pre-release from Masters of Time. I pulled the T Rex out of the whatever pack I got, and then someone traded me Ultra Humanite for it. I'm like, nice.
Well,
It
that
was
was
a
a win
steal.
on your side.
That is definitely a win.
I'm like, all right, cool. Dinosaur for dinosaur with iPad. Oh, there's just a bunch of chases. Like like I don't have enough like time to play. Like I want to play so many pieces, like Weapon X chase, like Major Logan main force. I mean, there's so much stuff that I want to play, but it's just like I don't have enough time.
Yeah, it's hard. What are you looking to play when Silver comes back into season?
Um, when is Silver coming back? Is it after Worlds?
It should be coming up like
we got the Rock
honestly
Cup.
almost like right after Adepticon because Rock Cup should be ramping up.
Hmm.
Yeah, because what Rock Cup is,
May.
the weekend of
It's May
15th.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So if we're talking now, I'm like maybe Scientist or Past, and then post rotation, maybe Monster because that was I have Sky Tyrant, Venom, Magneto. Those are always fun to play.
Mm-hmm.
If it's post rotation, like I want to see where plants are because the man things will rotate, and then that's going to free up some scientists as a whole. That'll free up some space on your modern and silver area.
Right.
So that could get interesting. 100 extra points for plants. Be a little deadly. Yeah, I mean that's past. Probably be interesting with all this stuff. And then, I mean, Monster is always a go-to. You know this.
Yep. That's a favorite. That's what I got to play
Mhm.
last Silver and bring all those back, and that was a lot of fun.
Oh, dude, my team was like I had for what was it again? The states. I had two Sky Tyrants. I had Prime Swamp Thing, Necron, and then like Venom Magneto. Like my dice just did not want to play. Like I played horrible. I played decent, but my dice like Sky Tyrant hit maybe like one attack for all my matches. I'm like, what is going on? So like I had the team. Like I think told you my record. You're like, what? How did you lose with that team? I'm like, I don't know, man. My dice, I didn't roll above a 4. So that was a little bit frustrating day, and it was freezing outside too. So it was like extra cold on the inside to the soul.
Yeah, but cool. What's your favorite version of HeroClix? Is it sealed? Is it silver? Or is it modern?
Um, Sealed. Okay, so I hate sealed usually because it's an even playing field for the most part. Um, the Collector's Trove was a different animal for me. Like everybody seemed to get common Thanos, and I didn't. So I just got absolutely shit on every match. And then that was Abraham pulled like God packs and chases left and right. I'm just like, man, this sucks. Usually it's sealed, modern. Sealed. There's no like Beetlejuice, any of this other crap that you have to worry about. So it's just like you buy your 2 packs, you play with what you get. You know, sometimes you get screwed, sometimes you don't. Silver is fun. It still needs some adjustments. I think it should be Highlander, just because like you got your Saturnine bullshit where you can, you know, +3 -3 dice, which is crazy, and I can't imagine it's very fun. There's like a bunch of abuse you can do with like the Clea shit and um, you know, reduce her range to 2, and that's ridiculous. So, but I trust Aaron Morgan and you know that team. They're gonna make it fun, like really fun. So I think it's gonna be you know sealed, silver, and then probably modern eventually. I mean, modern's still fun. It's just you know, as I learned yesterday, Jeremy, Beetlejuice sucks, and it does take away a lot of the fun aspect of it, but still fun to plan. And 300 points, you know, it's fun. 400 points is better, especially when you get to use your old pieces.
Was that the first time that Beetlejuice was brought in on you?
Yes, I believe so. If he was brought in, I don't remember it, but that's the first time I'm like, really?
It's terrible.
Uh-huh. It's absolutely terrible.
So you're talking about how modern is in a good spot. But do you think that if they just got rid of Keaton and just said, you know what, there's no real reason for this piece, that anything could win? Since technically you don't need Chair Panther to play what you want to play.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that you have to have Chair Panther or you know Despero because you know he does the same thing but he's worse. Not worse, but like you know only does one sideline spot.
Well, he's 50 points, so yeah, he is worse.
Well, yeah, but like he's the TK things is it can be
Yeah,
good
he's
if
still
they're
there
on
with
the
that.
TK. But like you know, I get what they were trying to do with Beetlejuice, but also it need like in my opinion, other people think you know otherwise, which is okay. Um, you know, they need to fix it. Something like what was he, Merlin or something, where it's limited to your actions. You can your free actions. Yeah, that was it, right?
Yeah, he limited free
Yeah,
actions. It was one for every 100 points,
Your
I think, right? Or your action total?
No, it was one for every action total. Yeah, that's why he also gave you +1 action total, so that way you could do 5 free actions with Merlin if he was on your team, and your opponent can only do 4
I
normally
mean, that
with
was like
leadership.
I faced Merlin before, and it was I had to think about how I'm going to use my free actions, like, and it was still annoying. So I think that would have been a better balance or something like. I think that's like the
Yeah,
best
even
balance.
one for every 100 points, I think is fine.
Yeah, yeah, like
Like
that. Like
that's
it's because like you realize you got your sidestep, your outwit, your perplex, even your team player. It's like, and you have all the free abilities on your cards. It's like okay, well I have to like choose how I'm gonna use my free abilities. So you know where I just can't use them at all. It's like
charge,
it's
destroy a
restricting.
wall.
Yeah, yeah, charge. You know, just yeah. So it's I get what they're trying to do. I mean, like I see the theme going on. It's just I don't like the no free actions, but I don't make the game. I just play it, so I don't have a choice. But if they removed him altogether, I'd be in favor of it because I don't use him anyway. I just bought him because I liked Beetlejuice as a kid. Now I'm not so much of a fan anymore.
It makes you hate the character, just like
I mean,
Miles.
I don't have the vitriol that Miles has and the hatred, but
Yeah, no, yeah,
um,
I literally, yeah,
it's-
we had Beetlejuice on Blu-ray, and I literally told the kids throw that shit in the garbage. We're done. I'm done. Don't even want to watch it.
yeah, dude. Every time I go to Walmart, I usually send Miles a picture. I'm like, hey, look what I found. It's one of the Beetlejuice toys, and I usually get no response. But I know the anger that's flowing through his veins.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah.
I look at it and all I see is no free actions. I'm like, son of a bitch.
So, with Team Jumbo arriving at a Adepticon for Sealed, do you think you guys are gonna be able to make top 4, and what is the chances of you guys dressing up as the newly soon to be announced WWE Hall of Famers, the Natural Disasters?
Team Jumbo package. We got to get the I don't know if I don't know if we have enough confidence to wear those uniforms or outfits. But
You know what? Just do it. Okay, it takes a little bit. It took a little bit for Redman to really dress up as Rebgorn in public. It just you do it, and then you become the characters. You
yeah, but
know.
we're not as physically fit and don't look as good as Redmond, probably does in that
What?
Rebgorn
No, you look
costume.
better.
Do you know the fear in your opponent's eyes if you guys just go there with the typhoon,
Well, I don't know if
tugboat, and earthquake outfits?
I don't know if it'd be
Come on.
fear or just straight shock of like this guy's wearing that.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, earthquake splash.
I don't know. I'll have to give it thought. I mean, I'm not saying no. I would probably say, maybe if the confidence was flowing, maybe a couple drinks to, keep it
It
like, all
would be
right,
the greatest moment in Adepticon history. I can promise you that.
take it under advisement.
Yeah, I'll
I'll
even
think
dress up
about
as
it.
Jimmy Hart, and we can recreate this pose that I'm
I'll,
gonna put in our VIP. Yeah, okay.
I'll have to
You,
talk with
me, and
Looper and
Looper, we
Jeremy.
can just dress up as yeah, we can recreate this.
Oh, you just said it. Oh God.
I said it in VIP. Yeah, we're gonna
Dude,
recreate this.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can wear this, man. I don't know.
You know
I
how
mean,
amazing
I
this
was
would be?
surprised when you were
This has
starting to be
happen.
like, maybe.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't like. I had an idea, but like, I guess I'd be the dude on the right with the hair on his chest because I have hair on my chest, but no tiger tattoo. I don't know, man.
No, Looper already said he's Earthquake. He has the tiger tattoo because he also went to LSU just like John Tenta.
Oh, he does. Oh man, I have to shave my chest
No, he
next.
didn't. That's right.
Oh,
You would just look better with a mullet.
let
That's
me
why
let me let me
Typhoon
do the wall in the background.
yeah, that's clearly a garage door. Yeah,
Well, you know what I mean? With the garage door.
yeah. Because it's just like because like Tugboat and Typhoon, like that's you because he's also the shock master with the
Oh
the
God,
clear
dude,
stormtrooper mask.
that was great. I couldn't believe. Like, I didn't watch WCW, but like when I saw that like on YouTube, I'm like, what is this? Like, that's hilarious,
Yeah, I saw that live and I died as a kid.
dude. There's some clips of the WCW, like the Booker T, Hulk Hogan. Like, like that's great.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Yeah, yeah. There's
Bookhood with a mullet would be a thing.
Dude, like I think my hair now
I
is
think
like
so.
too long.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is your face. Like you and Typhoon could be twins. Like I'm not
Yeah,
even joking.
I'm like looking at it that is like that is my face, sadly. Like the more I'm looking at it.
We need to recreate at least for Worlds. Okay, this is what's starting with. I'm gonna pitch it to Looper too. Once we're at Adepticon, we're gonna get this. I'm gonna get your guys' confidence level to 1,000,000.
Dude.
And we're gonna all three walk into this. This is gonna be our team sealed, and we're gonna be this is gonna be our photo for when we make top 8, and they take pictures of the top 8, and this is gonna be all three of us.
I think Worlds would be a better idea. Dude, I don't know how many times you've said it tonight, Redmond, but god damn it, Miles. Like that is I'm looking at this damn picture and that is me. That is me. Oh
I'm
my
telling you,
god.
this needs to happen. This needs to happen.
Oh dude, that looks like me.
Miles, you get any questions for him? You had a consistent question you're asking everybody.
Oh no, he answered it. He said Worlds. It looks like he's gonna dress up as Typhoon. That's what I asked about for Team Jumbo package.
No, that wasn't. No, that's the other question.
I forgot what's the other question.
The only one that you've asked everybody.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, he went on tangents, and I totally forgot about Tugboat. Who's better, Miles Kane or Miles Morales?
Oh, dude. Miles Kane.
Ah.
3-2. Look at that.
Boo.
Not only did Lady Mastermind go 3-2 at Worlds, but I went 3-2. Woo!
I'm not a big Miles Morales fan. I like Peter Parker better. Like he's all right, but like you gotta go with Miles Kane. Like you got the Council of Kanes going here.
I like yeah, it's a good choice. It's a good choice.
I'm not trying to be a fanboy, but like Miles Kane. And dude, you know what? Now you know how Redmond feels when you go off on your tangents. Give it back a little bit.
He's not trying to be a fanboy, but he's a fanboy.
Yeah.
I got one last question for you. My favorite local tryhard.
Shoot it.
If you could pick one person that you love to play against and beat, that's not Redmond. Who is it?
Play against and beat, huh?
Mhm.
It's got to be a short list.
Ooh,
I
rough.
mean, playing against you is, pretty fun. I mean, Dan, I beat him. It's fun. I mean, he got his revenge in a big way. Um,
1-1 right now.
yeah, I think I beat you with that mystical team with the Rack Knight, and I played Yao for the first time. I'm like, this thing's ridiculously broken. I'm like, this shouldn't be legal. But this like Redmond's pretty much, the one guy, I had a little bit of a rivalry with. But looking like if I'm looking to the future, I hear a lot of Westpool talking clicks. We're gonna be playing clicks. Peter Marshfield, waiting for you guys to come up. We were at the Icy, and I did not see you guys.
I like it. Bookwood looking for some smoke on here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
But he
Bookwood,
is right. Like Westpool is really good about talking clicks, but not playing clicks.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah, I mean, they're talking clicks. I mean, you were on talking clicks, looking good over there. Gave me some really good material to work with, Redmond. Some good face shots, and then, you know, he's talking clicks. I want to see some playing clicks.
I do want to give you one compliment before we move on here. Your meme game and videos are pretty freaking amazing most of the time. They make me laugh quite often. So
I appreciate it, sir. It just like comes like I'll wake up, I'm like, I gotta make this, and it just comes to me. I like do it in like spurts. It's sometimes I like rifle off 5. I have them saved in my phone, just like to use them. Down. Like, I don't want to release too many in one day, like flood the market. But yeah, dude, it's nice to know that people do like them because I get a good laugh out of them sometimes. And then I figure other people will laugh at them. Hopefully, the face ones are going to go a long way, Redmond. Those are pretty good.
I can't wait.
Did you see the one I made today earlier?
No, I was busy working, not making memes at work.
Oh, I was busy done working when I made it.
He's then doing the Lord's work.
I mean, he's got a steep hill to climb compared to mine, so.
Well, you'll check it out eventually. I know you will. I haven't seen you in our channel lately, so you'll see it in there.
That's fine. Well, let's close out this interview. Unfortunately, we weren't able to play last night. I was busy winning. You were busy losing. But hopefully I can crush you next week.
I like how crushing consists of beating me by 5 points, but that's what Oliver told me, and I'll just roll with it, man. He just got crushed. I'm like, lost by 5.
How often do you guys play if it's not the first game of the night?
Usually it's the first or the last, honestly.
It's hit or miss. It's
But mostly the first, I'm guessing, Redmond.
Usually.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's first. Like it's mostly like first or last.
There's been a lot of weeks where we have an odd number, and he only plays 2 games, and then he gets the bye, and he's out.
Yeah, an hour drive, man. You
That's
guys
fair.
live around the corner.
That's fair.
It's like I go to work. I got to go back to pick up my kids, and then I got to go all the way back to basically work and beyond. So Mondays is a lot of driving. It's a lot of dedication to play HeroClix on Mondays.
We appreciate when you join us.
That is true.
I
It's
love
always nice
being
to
there.
see you.
That's why I'm there. It's worth the drive, and it's worth I like the people that are there. And I told you, I appreciate everybody there. Ever since I first went there.
We appreciate you.
We do. The term our favorite local tryhard is obviously an endearment.
It is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Take my title and run.
All right, Bookwood, thanks for joining us for this last hour.
Later, Bookwood.
Yeah, it was an hour.
Oh my god, it is. Text me at 10:16.
Now you know why we yeah.
All of a sudden we're at 3.5, but yeah.
Yeah, we got the Bookwood insight here.
Yeah, that went by
quick.
quick.
It was the true Bookwood report.
I did not know you were that much of a vet. I was like, geez, I had no idea. I was like, I learned a lot about Bookwood today.
My roots run deep, man. I mean, I stopped playing like after that, but like I always like kept an eye on it the game, and like
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw ID guards came into play. I'm like, what is this?
Oh, I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. You can't convince me.
No, no, dude. I was back in the OG days where like flyers, carry flyers and all this, you
Oh,
get
yeah.
moved, getting carried, and those were the not good days, but the in contact with Oracle, the feat cards. That
Mm-hmm.
was.
They could take actions after being carried.
All kinds of shenanigans. Yep.
Yeah, dude. It runs deep. It's just I took a big break and took a small break, and I'm current.
Oh, yeah. That's totally fair. I get that.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like I like taking the break. Sometimes taking breaks keeps it fresh for me because like right now, like I've been like Fortnite. I haven't played Fortnite in like a couple weeks, but once I come back to it, it's gonna kind of feel like a new game again.
Yeah, our win record is up lately. It's weird.
Is it? Oh my god, dude, you just can't resist, can you?
Shots fired.
Jeez, cannons fired over here. It's all right, it's all right. I have I have my good games, I have my bad games.
All right, Matt, we will catch you soon. Thanks for joining us.
All right, no problem. I appreciate it.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye.
And even though he is on Earthbound and Down, Aaron Morgan was on a few great episodes over the last year, so he is back tonight. Here is the D-Generation Clicks adjacent, Aaron Morgan. Aaron, how are you doing tonight?
I still have photographic proof that I'm a member, so whatever, Ryan. I'm good though, man.
All right, good to hear. Good to hear. So yeah, we just have a bunch of questions that we've been asking everybody. So just to start out here, do you want to tell us when you started playing HeroClix and how did you find it?
So I played casually since the beginning. I found it at a hobby shop next to the movie theater I used to work at. Yeah. Sorry.
What year was that?
What, 2000?
Did it start? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite HeroClix memory?
Favorite memory? Probably, or like my first local tournament I went to. I showed up with the LE henchman from forever ago. It was down to me and one guy, and the last action was a critical hit from the henchman to kill the rare Mephisto at the time.
That's a solid one.
Yeah.
Did you ever take a break during collecting, or have you kind of been playing the entire time?
If anything happened, it was in that weird Hammer of Thor time. But I didn't really stop playing. I had a buddy I played with a lot, so it was just play with what we have, and then it came back around.
Gotcha.
That was when they got sold, right? Topps owned them first, and then they got sold. That was going on.
It was sold to Topps, I believe.
There we
That's
go.
Yeah, and then Topps tried to run it for a minute and then gave up.
Do you have or what HeroClix set do you own the most of?
I own everything from War of the Light.
We got two that own basically everything from that set.
Is that your favorite set then?
I would say it was one of the big ones. Fear itself is another one that I enjoyed a lot.
Okay.
So,
between
those two?
What's your current favorite modern piece?
Ultra Chase Collector.
Oh yeah, you gotten to actually play him in a few events too, right?
Yeah.
What's your current build that you're running with him?
It's the one I used in Birmingham. I don't think I've really changed much. Hold on one second, I'll pull it up.
What did you place on it?
I got third at that event.
Third, okay. If you were able to play at Adepticon, because you're volunteering the entire weekend, right?
Yeah.
If you were going to be able to play in Modern, is that what you'd be playing? It's Ultra Chase Collector?
Absolutely. I don't think enough people are prepped for it. Even with the people that have been talking about it, it's still this thing you don't expect, which is nice.
Yeah.
The build was Ultra Chase Collector with a motorcycle, universal weapon, and Bucky's arm. Panther, Legacy Panther with a longsword. Also Bloodstone with a trick arrows. Protegaton at 20 points. A Time Breaker, and the Lucas, PJ, and Scott Pog.
Yeah, even though it's been doing really well, it came in second place at our IC regional at Champion Clicks Open. That took third and fourth, I think it was. So it's obviously it's good. It's just it's not being, I don't think, talked enough about. So I don't know if people are prepping for it.
Yeah, Matty G actually ran my build. The only difference was some of his sideline stuff.
Oh, that's it. He played the same like equipment and everything else on him.
I was wondering that. Like it looked almost like a clone. So.
Yeah. When we were talking about builds, I pulled up the units and messaged Matty. He was like, "Yep, I like your build," so I ran it. I was like, "Dope."
Now, do you have a favorite piece of all time?
Oh my god. All time, it's probably the convention exclusive Dr. Fate.
That one's such a hard one to get too. Like he's so rare now.
It is. I'd like to see how he works nowadays, especially with being able to give him equipment to help him move around.
How old is he? Because I am not familiar with that piece.
He is very old. Hold on. I'll pull him up and read the fun stuff he does.
I got you. He's from was it the DC 2012, right? He's the 100-point one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually spelled out, Doctor, for once. So, all right, Dr. Fate, he had the JSA team ability, Mystics team ability. He was 100 points. His trait is Agent of Order. Opposing characters within 6 squares can't be given actions to use special powers, including standard powers used only through those special powers.
Now, is this a piece that you have and you got to play a lot, or is it just one that you have on like your shelf that you like a lot?
I have played him. My first rock event was this wild time when team bases were legal. There was an event in Atlanta where it was like 600 points was a side event. And so I showed up with my Villains for Hire build for the main event. I got like 9th or 10th on that event, and then jumped into the side event, and I ran this Dr. Fate with the Batcave resource and Villains for Hire at like 400 points. It was like a 600-point build.
Okay.
Most of the people showed up with the Galactic Guardians Galactus for that. And so when Villains for Hire KO stuff, I scored double points. I got third with over like 6,000 points or some stupid number. It was fantastic. So I've liked that Fate for a while. He's a really pretty sculpt too. So it's just, he's the go-to Fate if I'm going to play a Fate.
Motorcycle, Hell Cycle, or Glider on him?
Motorcycle, like running shot and giving him Psychic Blast. Since he had Psychic Blast, running shot, and what is that, super senses on that one?
No, it's passenger one.
Always motorcycle.
So not the Goblin Glider. Interesting. That's fair.
Well, I mean, he has no moving attack, so making him something he's usually not is huge. And getting him into range and being like, oh, you're within 6 of me. So if it's not printed, you don't get it, no matter what it is. So, like, he shuts off Kong's willpower. He shuts off his crazy quake, as an example. So it's just like, hope you actually have real powers on your dial, or you're just going to be really upset that you can attack once. So I think he would be fun to see get legacied, actually.
So is he an old carded piece? Because he would be 50 points in our big games. That sounds like a piece that would be really fun to play, actually.
Yeah, he's a white card.
He's a white card, yeah.
Very cool. Now, do you remember the first chase that you ever pulled?
Yes. Sinestro Batman.
From which set was that from?
Arkham Asylum.
Oh, so that was a long, long time ago.
Yeah. I showed up at a local store and they were doing Arkham Sealed. I went really heavy into that set as I'm a Batman fan. And opened my booster and there it was. I was like, well, hot damn.
Now, do you have a favorite keyword to build around?
Oh, man. It's kind of fluctuated over the years. Actually, since Masters of Time, Secret Society of Supervillains was always a fun one for me.
Is that playable in Modern now? Can you make a 300-point team that's decent from Masters of Time?
I mean, that's Starro and Mr. Mind so far.
Okay.
Let me see what pulls up real fast.
I know he's not Modern anymore, but Faust from Wonder Woman 80 would be a great addition.
That's he's on my silver. So that's Reverse Flash, Mr. Mind, Colossal, Starro, Deceased Black Adam, Mantis if it ever gets released. The Penguin, the super rare, so I'm giving out extra powers to people. The Legacy Darkseid, the Notorious King Shark, Notorious Black Adam. Like, there's some solid stuff in that.
They all have that keyword? Penguin too?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they all do. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Ultra Humanite, Vandal Savage. Vandal would make them really scary actually, because I'm bringing in other stuff if you kill Vandal. And even in silver, they're a lot of fun, and that's also Brainiac and Lex Luthor and the Ellie Grodd. That if he outwits or whatever, he can de-evolution you.
Oh yeah, there's way more than I thought then.
Yeah.
Now this one, I don't know which one you're gonna go with, but Marvel or DC?
Yeah, I was looking at that one.
Most people I could guess.
As a comic fan, I started in DC. I've got a lot of ties to Batman growing up, so I was a big Batman fan and all the Rogue Gallery and stuff like that. I've grown up and enjoyed Marvel a lot more in the last 10 years. I just never really read a lot of it until then. But yeah, I started with DC. There's still a lot of stories there that I love. Blackest Night's probably my favorite one overall. And Emperor Joker. I'm a huge fan of that story, actually.
So where do you stand today, Marvel or DC?
Today is probably Marvel.
All right, that's what
Just
I like
because, to hear. Yeah, Marvel's edged out everything over the last decade and a half, like movies and comics, and it's just been solid. I am excited for some DC books dropping, but yeah, I'm a definite Marvel guy now.
Yeah. All right, now you have gone to quite a few events, right? Especially being in it for so long.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite event?
Like that I get to go to?
Yeah.
Man, I would have to say it's probably Champion Clix. It's the one I really get to play at and be a regular player. I did enjoy The Rock before I jumped into the position I'm in. And then I've kind of helped do events throughout the whole time since I've been a judge. We did stuff for the Road to Dragon Con. I had 6 stores in my area that were involved with a lead up to a rock event at Dragon Con. That was a lot of fun. I don't know. It's play-wise, it's probably Champion Clix because it's been a while since I've been to any of the other ones as a player.
Which you did pretty well. You weren't able to go to this year's one, right?
No, I wasn't able to make it down this year.
But last year you ended up doing well, right?
Yeah, so Modern last year, I want to say I was 14th or 15th, maybe. I lost the last round against Dan Powell before cut, and that kind of took me out of the running there. And then I got second with my buddies on Earthbound, Diego and Aziel, in the sealed event. So that was a lot of fun.
Awesome, yeah. What's an IP that you would like to see in HeroClix that's not currently in it?
I just did a post about this, actually. I really want the Hanna-Barbera heroes, like all of them. Johnny Quest, like Johnny Quest, Frankenstein Jr., the Herculoids. Give me Grape Ape. Redo Kong's dial and give me Grape Ape.
Grape Ape.
Yeah. Speed Buggy. Like, it's... Hey, listen, Grape Ape would be hilarious because I would say it every time I played him. Grape Ape.
Oh, and Magilla Gorilla, just so I can always say I got a gorilla for sale. Magilla Gorilla for sale.
Yep. But I mean, like, there's so many good characters in those IPs that are like superheroes, not just like Magilla Gorilla, you know.
Yeah.
The Alkaline Trio, I think, is their name.
No, it's a band.
They were like the Beatles with superpowers. Basically, they were a little 3-man band that all got crazy powers, like Multiple Man and Coil Man or something like that, and then it was like Hydro Man.
Yeah, there was 3 of them. It was Coil Man was one of them, and then there was the Multiple Man, and then the
there was a water guy.
I think was.
Yeah,
because they were the Impossible. It was
Oh, yeah, the Impossibles,
and
yeah.
Frankenstein Jr. Yeah,
Yep.
it was the Impossibles and Frankenstein Jr. show.
And then there's like the era of Space Ghost Heroes where it was Thundar and the Galaxy Trio. That's who I was thinking of, the Galaxy Trio. It was like early test runs for the Super Friends. So you had like a lightning bolt.
That was Alex Toth. That was a great, Alex Toth, Hanna-Barbera was amazing.
And then there is a Hanna-Barbera Godzilla, actually, and there could be some fun stuff from that. I think that might be our way of getting a Godzilla, is if they went
we
for
get
that.
Godzuki, oh my god, yep.
Is it actually Godzilla or a Godzilla-esque creature?
No, it's Hanna-Barbera Godzilla.
Okay.
They had their own
So,
character that was Godzuki. That was like his son.
Yeah, son of Godzilla. So it was kind of the premise of the Matthew Broderick cartoon they did, where it was like Godzilla helped this crew of people out, and they had a way to summon him, and Godzuki just hung out with the kid in the group. So they would travel all these different places and get in trouble, and they'd be like, "Let's call Godzilla," and he'd show up and like save their ass. Godzuki would always get in trouble. So I mean, there was some company that just did like a really good model of it. It was like, you can do that, we can do this. Come on, do it. So, yeah, the Hanna-Barbera stuff is like a full set worth of heroes and things that I think a lot of people would like. And it's the fact that Titans Go did well, the Scooby Chases ended up actually being really good in the meta for a while. It would be fun to see these characters pop out and just be like, oh crap, I'm going to get beat up by Secret Squirrel.
That would be funny.
Or Adam Ant. Adam Ant would be great too, because it'd be like Despotellis with redonkulous super strength.
Yeah, it'd probably feel like some deep dives, but being able to have some unique characters would be really cool.
Yeah. If we're not talking about anything related to the DC, because that Hero Quest was a DC comic they did, actually, that had all those characters. I would still like... What is that one? Oh my god, I just had it. Oh, give me a Dexter iconic.
Like the serial killer?
No, the cartoon, right?
No, straight up.
Dexter's
killer.
Laboratory?
No.
What are you talking?
No, Dexter, the serial killer. Yeah.
You.
All right, hear me out. Both of them in the same iconic set.
I think so. Yeah. And they are, they're swapped.
There's
I mean,
shifting
if we're gonna
focus.
be funny with it, Dexter's Lab would be hilarious because Dee Dee would be a bystander that would just destroy equipment and any terrain markers you had.
I love
and
that
it
show.
fits perfect with the Hanna Barbera set because it is.
Yeah, I mean, she would. Yeah,
Network.
That would be an
But-
awesome Iconics.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun.
Cow and Chicken. Oh man, Powerpuff Girls. Oh yeah, there's.
Well, and they even had the offshoot Avengers basically, right? In Dexter. What was it
Yeah,
called?
yep.
I can't recall, but they
Yeah.
were basically it.
There's the Incredible Crunk, Valhalla, and Major Glory.
Yes.
Yep.
The Justice Friends.
But yeah, so I mean, if we're talking like off the wall stuff, I think Dexter the serial killer would be different, especially considering we have dark characters that exist in the game already. It'd just be a way of like, I don't know, like something like the Collector. He collects blood slides, so he does something and he gets a bonus for collecting a blood slide from you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I had a buddy actually make me a Dexter forever ago.
I saw you had a custom. I forget what his name is. It's like a warrior guy with a starfish on his face. Who is that?
Yeah,
That's Kobe. That's Starro the Conqueror outright. I'm hoping that we get him in the game soon. But basically, that story is Kobe is on a planet with a hive mind. They're all like peaceful people. They're all super psychics. And the Starros show up. And as they take over the planet, the remaining survivors get stronger. And it gets down to Kobe and his brother, who is on the verge of being taken over by the Mother Star, the one that controls everything and the invasion stuff. And basically, Kobe has to like kill his brother. He cuts his brother's head off. This motherfish jumps on Kobe, and he basically just, with all the power of his planet in him, tells it what to do. And then he becomes an overlord that everyone's afraid of as he absorbs like galaxies and everything else. He can imbue like his generals with some of his power. It was just wild. It was in Rebels. It's one of my favorite reads. It's the Starro character I want the most. I want to see.
They really flipped Starro on its head there. That's interesting. I like that. That's a cool.
Yeah. Well, and so it's cool. Like with Jaro when he was talking in the death metal stuff.
Oh yeah.
Starro is still out there, and they're all afraid of him. Like Jaro is talking about like, oh, there's conquerors, and then there's him. Like he won't even say his name. He's like, he's him, and it shows him like on his throne, just sitting there, like, I will come back soon. So it's I kind of want to see if DC brings him back for some big event in the future, or if that was just a really nice nod to the fans of those characters.
He looks really cool. That custom that you got, it looks sick.
Yeah.
Now, if you weren't building with the Ultra Chase Collector, what would your top 3 modern pieces be that you want to build with that you haven't been able to yet?
Man. Top 3 modern. Well, let's go to the tape cotton. I still want to figure out Chase Loki
from Collector's Trove.
I think there's something there with a couple of combos, and it makes him really hard to deal with. Yeah, I have to worry about making sure he has a reducer for knockback and stuff, but I played him at 30 points once, and it took an entire game for the people to kill him just because it was like, my dial is never ever the same, and I'm +3 to stats because it's Chthon and Gaia, and good luck, because I'm just going to keep changing my dial so you never know what you're hitting.
I really wait. Can you do both of them? I didn't think you could do Chthon and Gaia.
No, you can do Chthon, and because Chthon you assign at the beginning of the game.
He was different.
That's right. Because he's not like he's not an avatar. That's the thing. Duh. Sorry.
Well, I mean, like right now, unless I wanted to just make sure I had the equipment, I could do Galactus, herald him, Chthon, and Gaia and just laugh. You can't outwit me. I get extra powers from the Herald dial. The board is shrinking. +1 to all stats. And my dial rotates every single turn in every direction. Good luck.
I actually love that. That's my kind of nonsense.
Yeah. He's good. I really like to chase Dr. Doom and Trove. There's a lot of nonsense there. Keep talking about Trove, so let me jump back a couple of sets because I'm known for that. I do think I feel like there's some stuff being overlooked that's older that I wouldn't mind like busting out and be like, surprise. X-23 Wolverine and X-23 Legacy.
Yeah, that was a cool one that I wasn't able to either.
I think we're at the point now where they might survive because Mern has taken a dip in play.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, well, no, you can't shoot me. You got to base me, and then you just pump them up beyond belief with the assassin. So that's Mr. Freeze and Talon and some other stuff surrounding them. Just kind of laugh. All right, they're a threat. They're coming at you. You have to base them to deal with them, and you're not going to have defense powers when I get over there. Yeah, I think those are my 3 right now.
Okay. Now with Modern probably kind of peaking for a minute at Adepticon, what is your top pick to start playing for Silver when that picks back up?
I mean, I probably go right back into Starro. I've looked at Collector, but I'm going to enjoy Starro while I can because of things that'll make me not be able to play Starro for a little bit. But yeah, if you made me choose something new, then probably Collector and Silver because I feel like that gets real stupid real fast.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that too. I want to see Assassins in Silver, and I want to see the Ultra Chase Collector in Silver.
Yeah, because actually I think I have a Collector for Silver already. Hold on. Collection lockdown. Yeah, that'll do. That is Collector with the Universal Weapon, the Soul Gem, and the Power Gem.
Yeah.
Legacy Cosmo with the Lyre and the Remaker, and Prime Batman with the belt and the ring. Sideline still needs to be filled out, but that's I still have plenty of points left. I didn't even finish that build yet. So
yeah, I was gonna say you have a lot left over, don't you?
Yeah, so that's fill out with other support characters and a good secondary attacker, and I think you're in a bad place by the time we get to fighting.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Is there any Silver news that you want to drop with us?
I am currently waiting on a meeting with the WizKids. I did email them to see if we can get something talked about, maybe Adepticon or at least soon after Adepticon. I know everybody wants an update. Build as is right now. Remember the Rock post? I know HC Units reflects that post where a band like Bastion and Clea and all those people, but just don't forget that those are still gone. But it looks like either we're going to finish out the ride with our current standing Silver, which is fine, or we'll get an update and it'll be a different, like, Rock Cup.
Mm-hmm.
But different in a good way. Everything I've seen so far about what's coming is, 1, what the community asked for, and 2, I think it'll be a little bit more on the healthy side overall with some combos shut down. So,
yeah, doing the survey was really cool to see them do.
Yeah.
So you've said that you've been to all these events and all these major events, but there's still one event that you haven't been to, and I was just curious, if you would attend to play or judge the King of Kenosha?
Oh, Ryan has to pay for my trip up there for me to judge the King of Kenosha because of all the bullshit he's put into that.
Would you crown the champion? Would you crown the King of Kenosha?
If you cover my travel, sure.
Oh man.
I was wanting to go to the popcorn for that one.
I have to tell you that if Aaron doesn't crown the champion, I feel like it's a completely bad event.
We
Yeah.
we still have to plan Clix Mania 2025, but man, if I can get a King of Kenosha event going, that one's going to be awesome.
Well, now if we can stay on wrestling theme, you just go from Clix Mania to King of Kenosha or King of the Ring, King of the
Yeah.
Clix.
Yeah.
King of Kenosha, that's the city that matters.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I mean, I've still wanted to come up in that general direction to play clicks. I got to get out near Miles, as I know, like the Eagles.
We have
are
a big
quietly
team
returning.
that we're planning for in July. That's going to be the Clicks camp out here. So.
Oh yeah, Clicks camp is always fun.
Free stay. Yeah, whoever flies out and everything. Yeah, it's free stay. You don't pay for hotel or anything. It's just huge campground.
Yeah. So. But yeah, there's some events up there I've been wanting to try to make. COVID happened and it crippled a lot of that process. But it'd be cool to get
COVID
up there.
really hampered the King of Kenosha. That's why it's taken a few years for it to really pick up steam. Because COVID killed it.
Uncle Aaron, the Silver Savior. What's your favorite way to play Hero Clicks? That's not silver. So is it sealed, modern, golden age, or something else that we're not aware of?
I'm gonna be honest, it's probably sealed. I don't know, just something kicks into gear for sealed for me, especially lately. I've had more fun with these guys pull all this stuff I shouldn't be able to beat. Oops, beat it. So I don't know. It just not everyone's says sealed is a competitive line, but I really think it shows how you are as a builder. If you can pull rares and come out as a winner and beat people that pull chases and ultra chases and super rares, I think that should actually matter for where you're ranked as a player. Don't show up
I
and
think that also depends on the sets because let's be honest, there's some supers and chases that are overpowered, and there's also some rares that are just trash. There's some boosters in sealed that I don't care how good of a player you are, it ain't happening.
Well, let's be real honest. It was a lot of fun to play Rare Moon Knight at Porter versus the World and own Prime Colossus multiple times. It was great.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And play tag with Miles for an hour.
Yeah. I couldn't make anything. It was ridiculous. Yeah, we have another question too, and it's is it Miles Kane or Miles Morales?
Oh, is this pertaining to the Miles works?
Yes.
Oh shit. Aqua Miles?
Oh.
Oop. Take that, yeah.
Nobody's done that one yet.
3, 2, and 1. Okay.
Uncle Aaron throwing out some other options that nobody else thought about.
Nice little curveball there.
Yeah.
You said you played since the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Do you like how the game has evolved? I guess. Do you like where it is at comparatively to when it started?
Yeah. It's evolved. There's still one or two hiccups with some things that are why did we either go backwards on something or add a rule that is going to cause problems, and I'll just have to be I told you the day you released it. I don't know. It's nice to get throwbacks to stuff like the tarot cards and the one shots. The main reason I like the Serpent Crown so much is it's old mind control light. I'm not giving you power actions, but I get to use your powers like I used to. So that's cool to me. I actually am trying to figure out how to put that on Starro so I can really laugh at people.
Yeah, that sounds really fun, man. You should definitely do that.
Yeah. I'll play you first.
Well, you just put it on Elsa and pass it to Starro. There you go. It's there's your easiest way.
I can't do that. because I am guaranteed to run Prime Colossus till I can't.
Oh, that's fair.
Yes.
Fair.
My control has to work for me to want to play Starro. That's a really big investment of points on both sides to be like, oh look, you just played Kong and I
You don't
can't do
think there's
anything
legs?
about it. I gave you your flowers on Wes's show, sir. That's a different style of Starro. I never,
Oh, for sure, it is, yeah.
never played that version of it. Is it good? Obviously, but it's Shuma Light, and I had to play my version of Starro during Unimind and Shuma and all this gross stuff, and it was just like, I don't know, it worked better for me than having to finagle how do I get the hammer to the starfish and get him the mobility he needed then versus now.
Maybe we just unban Mad Jim.
No. Man,
What if
I
we
already get it. I already get enough.
Where it's only 10 points. They can only give 2-point objects. That way it cuts off the.
That doesn't make it better. That does not make it better. I already get enough grief for the stuff they're putting out now and equipment. I don't want to bring Mad Jim back and be like, oh, look, you thought just getting the Soul Sword on Trigon at 300 points was dumb. Let's change that to he can have whatever the hell he wants all game.
Sounds fine.
No.
Yeah, they have answers. They have Gauntlet Spidey. Whatever.
Gauntlet Spidey is just going to get collected, and I'm not going to care about his stop click. That's how I feel about that figure.
You know, that's an accurate way to put that, because he's not going to evade because he doesn't have real good super senses at that point. So.
Nope, it's like you got 3 tokens. I'm gonna go punch you in the face and put you on my card, and I'm gonna get really good super senses because you let me. And I mean, in Ultra Chase Collector is still the answer to him. You're not taking his equipment, so good luck. You unequip your gauntlet. Oh, I'm gonna go pick that up now.
Yeah.
So he is a neat trick, but I worry that he may not actually ever get to work unless you find ways to self-damage. And I'm pretty sure he has invincible top click, yeah?
He does, yeah.
He does.
Yeah, so
you have one shot. You have the Keaton tokens. There is rips.
Yeah, you can just have that stupid Beetlejuice piece. Just hit him with unavoidable damage.
Yeah, but then he'll go past the top click.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter when it's revealed.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Just get him off the board. There are characters now that can point and be like, hey, I hit you. Bye. If they do Beetlejuice, like I said, Prime, like Ryan's Prime Blue Beetle is still solid against him. Collector is solid against him. I actually think there might be 1 or 2 more that just go, I don't care that you did that to the rest of the game. I still have an advantage, and you're playing original HeroClix now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think it's a good trick. I don't think it's game changing at all, and I think the gimmick is just that, a gimmick.
Yeah, I really think it's a gimmick play, and the last couple of times where those were really big, they actually didn't get played. Like Moriarty had his time where it was like, we can play 3 or 4, and you'll just take damage and not heal.
Now there's
played it.
There's a ton of equipment though. I can definitely see that one catching them off guard because the stuff that you mentioned to deal with them isn't getting played that much.
Right, which is why I like that. It's like, I'm just, if you're gonna play Spidey, then I don't care about your sideline because now I'm just gonna make sure I hit him to the stop click, and I'm gonna delete your stuff, and my sideline was just stuff I needed to stop you.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh well. But yeah, Spider-Man will just go away.
All right, well, that's going to wrap this one up. We will be seeing you at Adepticon next week, correct?
Yes, all week long, basically.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I will probably run into you then on Thursday when I'm there. So thanks for stopping by, and we will see you soon.
All right, brother. See you later.
So, yeah.
Thanks, Aaron. See ya.
Sir.
And also, for the first time tonight, we have Dalton Byer. Dalton, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Had a little audio issues, but I'm finally here.
We figured it out. We did have to join you in a different chat area, but we're together now.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, we got
I've seen this part of the Discord.
Yeah, I'm not a very
Don't even know
tech-savvy
how
guy,
to
so
do.
I'm not great.
But yeah, we figured it out. We're all good. We do
Yep.
have a bunch of questions, kind of like a meet the team kind of segment that we're doing for our 1 year podcast here. So just to start out, when did you start playing HeroClix and how did you find it?
All right, I started probably, I think basically once COVID stopped, like when stores started having events again, because I started collecting HeroClix probably mid 2019, I think, or maybe like early 2019, and because I was playing D&D with some buddies of mine, we play pretty casual, but I like to do like miniature painting. I did that as a kid, but once I started playing D&D, I'm like, well, I kind of want to get back in the hobby of painting miniatures, so kind of was finding different miniature stuff, and then I randomly stumbled across I think it was Glass Cabinet Hobbies unboxing videos was some of the first ones, and then Tabletop Teacher, I liked his like just unboxing. I'm like, all right, this is Marvel and DC superheroes and villains. Like I'm into that kind of stuff too. I like comics as well. But yeah, I started collecting for quite a few years, and I was like, okay, I've spent a decent amount of money on this game, but didn't really know how to play it. And because I'm from La Crosse, Wisconsin, where you guys are all in like the Milwaukee, Kenosha area. I know Miles is out west, but yeah, I didn't really know how to find like my local comic book shop has like stopped playing it a while ago, and like I said, I didn't know about it until basically 2019. Started collecting for a while, and then I don't know how I found the win, but I think maybe I just was looking on the box and maybe like the comprehensive rule books that I got from one of like the starter set things, and found that, and then typed in 50 miles around my area, nothing. I had to bump it basically up to the max, and then like in 200 miles I found the New Berlin store, and that's where I first went to. And at this point I'd seen some different podcasts, and like I'd seen Clicks in it, and then when I walked in one day I was like, oh hey, that's Adam from Clicks in it. I didn't realize he was based out of Wisconsin. And then I think that's where I started meeting pretty much all of you guys, because Dan was coming there quite a bit, and so are you, Ryan. And then I think I met Pete later down the road at the Kenosha store. I think maybe he came to the New Berlin store a couple times, but yeah, that's kind of where I met all you guys, and that's kind of history. And yeah, so I've been playing ever since. I'm been getting better over the years, but I'm more of a collector first and foremost. As I always like send you images of when I'm buying older bricks of cases and stuff that I
with
was
full
like,
case breakdowns.
Yeah, case breakdowns basically. Just bombard you with a million picture text. So I'm like, all right, here's booster 1, here's booster 2.
That's cool to see, though.
But yeah, no, yeah.
I didn't realize
But
that.
I really love it.
I didn't realize that you were that new when we started playing. Because you, initially when I first met you, it might have even been the first day. I remember you pulled the Venom Magneto, and I was still looking for one. And you're like, "It's my second one," and I was like, "So let me get that."
No, I didn't. No, I didn't have a second one. That was my first, second, chase that I think I'd pulled at that point. No, I only had the one, and then I know you had like the Deadpool cake, which was like an ultra chase. I knew that. And I'm like, yeah, it's just like Venom has always been one of my favorite characters. So I'm like, that's what I wanted him so bad. I didn't really even realize at the time that he was such a decent piece, like at the time. But obviously, I learned quickly through playing with you guys and then playing him myself. And but yeah, I never pulled a second one of them. I was never that lucky. But yeah, I think it was like one of the second chases I think I had pulled or something from like when I had first started. So yeah, I think that's probably when I first started playing, was like around the Empire. I think that was, I think there might have been a Captain America Avengers. Was that during COVID?
That was right before COVID. That was like the first or the last. What were they? WKO. That was like the last WKO.
Okay. So I think I had bought like a brick or something. So before I like started playing that, so I know I had some of that set. But yeah, I think the first like sealed set that I went to was probably for Avengers Forever. I'm pretty sure, or not Forever. Avengers Empire. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And that's kind of, I think, one of the first times I met you. And yeah, I like pulled him like, because I think Demon and Armor was the other chase that was in that brick. I think when he was with, and so I think somebody had pulled him. I think maybe, or maybe I pulled Demon and Armor there, and maybe that's where my second chase was from the day, because I just happened to buy a random booster off the shelf, and I think you guys were talking about it, but I wasn't a part of that conversation, but I think you guys knew that there was probably a chase in one of the boosters, and I happened to pull that Venom Magneto.
Gotcha. Now you
But
mentioned.
yeah, I mean, I was having. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you mentioned that you played Dungeons and Dragons for a while.
Mm-hmm.
What about the new cliX, the Iconics? Have you gotten a chance to play those at all?
So I've definitely been playing the Mimic on the sideline. I haven't been able to run the Beholder yet. I probably do want to play him as just like a 10-pull army, in a fun or more casual event sometime soon. So I haven't been able to play him yet, and I haven't played the Displacer Beast, but they are definitely, like Dan, I love my Shape Change and Super Sense rollout, so that Displacer Beast is right up my alley. And then, I'm looking forward to the Den of the... Or no, not the Den. It's the Owlbear one, yep.
Yeah, Cave of the Owlbear, maybe?
Cave of the Owlbear, yep. But yeah, I really want to play the Beholder, because that's a really cool creature in D&D. And then, I mean, it was so cool that even good old John Carpenter used it in right in the what's called Big Trouble Little China. There was technically a Beholder in that. That's kind of like what the floating blobby head that good old Jack Burton shoots.
When Beholder first released, there was a 2-week period at our local store where I think half the field was Beholders. Each week. They've been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I still have to play the the Raven and Trigon. I still want to play the Trigon. I get these stuff as a collector, and it's rare for me to get to play them as much as I would like.
Yeah, again, because you're a little further away from us, so we don't get to see you as much or play as much together. So it's always cool when you're able to make the trip.
Yeah, and I'd like this last. I mean, I'm coming down every weekend this month of March, and I try to get down as much as possible. It's just sometimes I need a little time just to kind of relax on my days off.
What's the distance? It's like 2 hours, isn't it?
3
so 3 technically, yeah. So I think it's like 170 to 180 miles from La Crosse to Milwaukee proper. So it's like technically about 3 hours, but yeah, I think it's like 3.5. But I have a lead foot, so I can usually make it about 3, unless I'm getting stuck in traffic, which this last summer was just terrible for traffic in Wisconsin in the Dells area.
I remember.
So I get stuck in. Yeah, I think I know. Like when we had the Silver Age 2v2 event, I think that was the event that Lucas and those guys got stuck in traffic for a really long time.
No, that was
that the Cheesehead Champion?
That might have been the Cheesehead Championship or States.
Yeah.
I think it was States was what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's just always rough, but yeah, I try to make it. So if I know you got thankfully, since you guys play on Mondays, I can usually be in the Milwaukee Waukesha area at my grandpa's on Sunday, because there'll be a store event in New Berlin a lot of times, but otherwise I'll just get there early on Mondays just so I'm already there and ready to, because I usually pick up Dan. So
yeah, it works out. Probably. I don't know if it could be more convenient, honestly.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's the days that I get to play cliX in Wisconsin are on my 3 days off, because I work 4 10-hour shifts and then have 3 days off, which is nice. So yeah,
that's the way to do it. Do you have a favorite HeroClix memory?
Man, I would have to say, honestly, yeah, definitely. It's just that it's the cream of the crop. It's the first Champion Clix Open, one where actually Scott Porter was down there, and it's probably the charity dinner. That's always a fun event, every year of the event, and that year was especially special because there was a lot of fun stuff going on for that. A lot of cool fundraisers for cool things, and I mean, I think you won getting to put a pie in Scott Porter's face, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, those went really cheap.
Yeah, and then I did splurge a little bit to be able to try to play in a BR with Scott Porter, which I did win a seat at his table. Unfortunately, it was the Flash set, and I had no experience with it. I literally pulled one character that maybe had a move and attack, and it was basically charge, and all my other characters had no move and attack, and everyone else had like hypersonic. Like all the other people that like Scott Porter, I think pulled Black Lantern Zoom. I'm pretty sure, and then like the chase, and then yeah, everyone else had like other like crazy speed and like attack stuff, and they went after Porter, rightfully so. But I was like, okay, I'll get there eventually.
It was
like,
hard to watch.
It was rough, and I'm like, I'm chugging along, I'm trying to get there, but I'm getting action tokened out, and I wasn't able to I didn't really have willpower and leadership really either. Like I said, my pulls were terrible, and I didn't have any experience with that set before, so I didn't know like what I should be drafting and stuff. But that was really fun, and like I said, yeah, just that whole event. I mean, that was like that hooked me for this game for sure.
And I know you said like you're a pretty big like collector, so you do try to complete sets and everything, right?
Yeah, I've been trying to get better. Like I completed Collector's Trove, thankfully. Not like any like all the Chase Booster pogs, but with this last Spider-Verse, I'm kind of trying to scale back a little bit. And with how bad my dice have been rolling at some bigger events, I'm just like, all right, I know I'm not a great player, so maybe I don't need to be trying to complete all the sets. So but I don't know. You know me, I'm always. Yeah, here I just bought a random brick of something old, just like in case there's legacies pulled from it and stuff. So I always send pictures of that.
Very well, yes, all about that.
Yeah.
Now, is there a set that you just bought a ton of stuff looking to like pull a chase of it, and you just have a bunch of CUR sitting around?
Yeah, Collector's Trove probably was the big one. I mean, as of recently, I did donate some to Adam for he's trying to get into like a local play group, so I'm like, I got way more I still have probably so many CURs of Collector's Trove that I'm sitting on, and then I'm trying to Black Panther, I've got a decent amount of that as well, but the one that like Collector's Trove was, I went really heavy into that. I mean, so my two favorite Marvel characters are Venom and the Collector himself. Like on my YouTube channel that I had for a little while before like my camera and laptop kind of crapped out a little bit to where I couldn't like do good videos anymore. It's Dalton Tavon, the Hero Clix Collector, Tavon coming from Tanalier Tavon, and then Dalton obviously from me. But
yes, from
so
your name.
yeah, exactly. But no, I went really heavy into Collector's Trove, and I actually had really good luck with that. I was able to kind of see the mapping a little bit. So at our at our release event, actually both our pre-release and our release event in Kenosha, the Juggerduck, Agatha Chase, and Collector Ultra Chase was pulled in a booster afterwards. And at the release event, I bought 2 random boosters, pulled Juggerduck and Agatha, and I saw an unboxing from the Alpha Strike, and I was like, hey, this is like the same brick and basically the same case. So I knew there was a sealed brick on the shelf. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna buy that on Monday, so because I'm pretty sure that the Ultra Chase is in there, and the Black Panther Chase, which I was needing as well because I bought pretty heavily at the New Berlin store where I have like a membership. So I think I got 3 cases from there. So yeah, 6 bricks, and I pretty much pulled almost all the chases except for the Ultra Chase and Black Panther.
Did you manage to get the God Booster?
I never did get a God Booster, unfortunately. I still have yet to pull a God Booster, either from Disney Plus or from this set or any other previous one. I've done pretty well on Ultra Chases though. At our pre-release or release event, I can't remember which it was, for Masters of Time, I won 2 or 3 boosters, and I pulled the Superman Ultra Chase, and then
that's right.
We got and I also got the one of the super boosters, and I pulled the Super Soar, so I did pretty well there. I think the first Ultra Chase I ever pulled when I was first collecting was the Ultra Chase Thanos, and then with the Ego Gem, and because I bought.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah. I bought that was such a cool pulling that. I don't think I had that one filmed on my YouTube channel or not, but that was really cool, just pulling him. And then I looked up the price, and I was like, holy crap, this thing at the time was going for $400 or $500. But I'm like, well, again, I'm a collector. I'm not going to sell it. It's again, I buy so much of this. I buy into this stuff so much. I have extra chases. It's just I'm terrible at getting trade posts and sale posts put up, but I do need to probably get some stuff put up that I have some of these extras. And just to try to gain a little bit of money back, or maybe make some trades for some of the Spider-Verse chases that I haven't pulled yet. Because I had kind of bad luck with this set. I did pull an extra Craven chase yesterday because I opened my my case that I got from the New Berlin store finally, and I got the Craven chase and Sandman chase. So I was happy with that. But then kind of the super rares were pretty much all the same that I already had. Another Hypno Hustler, another Wall. The only Prime I pulled was the 2099 Prime in between the two bricks.
Oh, okay, the rare
But
one.
Yeah, so I still am after like a Mjolnir, Spider-Man, the Captain Universe, Mysterio would be cool. I mean, obviously all the high wants from chases, but like I said, I'm not kind of rushing into completing the set as much now, or like this go around. Even though Spider-Man is one of my favorite sets, or character for 4 sets, I did pretty well with the Spider Venom Absolute Carnage set. So that was my first video that I ever filmed on for my YouTube channel. Was the unboxing of that.
Now, do you have a favorite modern piece that's current?
Yeah. So I've been trying to make the collector work, but the Ultra Chase, but it's just been tough. I've been playing Hadari Yao lately too, but I'm honestly, and I know he's like part of the plant team, but I really like the Swamp Thing non-prime. He's probably one of my top favorites. I'm trying to think of other. Oh, probably honestly the Weapon X chase from Deadpool Weapon X too. Dan knows my roles for that. That's probably a piece that I should be playing more, just because my roles have been pretty good with that for his regeneration stuff. Although now with Bloodstone being a thing, it might not be as viable, to be honest.
Yeah, that changed everything. Lots of
things.
Do you have a favorite piece of all time?
Favorite of all time. Probably have to choose one of the Venom characters. So Venom Mags is definitely up there. I do actually kind of I really like in the same vein as Venom, but it's the anti-agent Venom. From the white suit from, I think it was Captain America Avengers. I think that's what it was from. Is that right, Dan?
SVAC, I think.
One, yes, SVAC. Yeah, I think that's actually the one. Yeah.
Yeah. The only other one was the Eddie Brock one from Superior Foes.
Okay, yeah, no. It's the SVAC one. I just really like that one.
It had the free support against monsters and all that.
Yep. Yeah, and I kind of like you and Christine. I'm a big fan of monsters too. So that's usually monster, mystical, and then any shape change super sense stuff is always fun. Spider Pharaoh is a big kind of favorite of mine too. I just constantly keep reaching to her because I usually build around Spider, because there's so much obviously keyword cheating with Spider-Man family.
Yeah.
So she's usually a go-to hey, it's a leadership prob. Phasing teleport with great passenger, so it's she's always a go-to.
Enhancement and power. Yeah, Christine actually brought her up earlier, and I forgot about this ruler team she used to have with her with the Captain America, Thor, and Medusa, and who was the other piece? There was another one that she mentioned too. But she had a team that she was running for quite a while, and it did work.
Okay. Yeah.
I was going to ask, I think you just pretty much answered it though, but your favorite keyword to build with?
I would say, there's just, probably monster. I know it's an easy thing. I do, honestly, one thing I do like is shield or soldiers as well. I just feel I can run those kind of weird Hydra and Shield TA and PD teams pretty decently. When we played in Florida the first time I teamed up with you and Christine for a 3v3, that was Avengers Forever, and I built a soldier team that actually worked out really well. And
I remember that.
I did pretty well that day. I think I only lost one match, and I know I beat Kenny, but he did also help me a little bit during our match because we were both pretty hungover from being up to 5 in the morning with Scott Porter the night before and David. But yeah, I don't know. I like those weird teams, and that's kind of what Dan when Dan and Looper and I were down in Indiana as well. I played kind of like a soldier theme, basically team, and using a lot of like the shield ability or like PD and stuff, and like bringing people's defenses down. Like even though it's like a pretty more like I don't know for my like standard of things like more involved, like knowing like hey you got to set stuff up. I can like run those teams actually halfway decent usually. Even though like there's when I get bogged down with so many things, I always forget stuff but like that stuff I can like okay I know I need to like get these line of fires set up so that like I'm bringing defenses down and whatnot.
Yeah, I feel like that's a tactic. So it's just a tactic
Yeah.
that you kind of can
So like
lead
yeah.
into.
So like soldier is like another like yeah, but I probably do go to like monster and mystical a lot, and then yeah if I can like somehow keyword cheat Spider-Man family stuff. Yeah,
I'm there with you. Now, do you remember the first chase that you ever pulled?
Yes. So I think it might have honestly been. I think the first brick I bought. Now I can't remember it because it was like they're right around the same time. First two bricks I ever bought was a Superior Foes of Spider-Man brick and the Invincible Iron Man set, with like the red base chases. And I think I want to say it was a chase from the Iron Man set. I think it was the Iron Pharaoh, I want to say.
Oh, with the Falcon? Yeah.
Yep, yeah.
He
If
used
it
to
wasn't
be
that,
really good, right?
He was really good, yeah.
yeah. Let me look. Because I'm trying to remember what the chases were from Superior Foes. I'm looking right now.
They were
But
all like Spider-Men, I think. They were different
Yeah.
variations.
I think, I don't know if I can remember if he was a super rare. I know I pulled like the old man one on like the window. But I think that might be.
That's the chase then. Because that's Old Man Spider was the chase.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one I pulled. So, like I said, it was either Old Man Spider or Spider Pharaoh were like the first two chases that I pulled. And then I think the first Ultra Chase was the Ultra Chase Thanos. I pulled a Peggy Carter chase, Ultra Chase from the Captain America Avengers set, and then I never got the Ultra Chase from Earth X. I think, and then Masters of Time. I'm trying to think what other Ultra Chases have been out. Oh, I had to buy Kevin, and I bought Kevin that the day before WizKids announced that the trade-in program was happening, because I could have definitely gave one of my other extra chases to trade in, and I was like, cool, and I bought them for too much. Yeah.
Those were the first chases you pulled were Old Man Spider and the Iron Pharaoh from the.
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now, where do you side, Marvel or DC?
I'm more of a Marvel guy. I'm not too well versed in DC stuff, unfortunately. Growing up, I always used to watch like the Spider-Man comics, or Spider-Man cartoons, and then one of my buddies that I used to go over to, he had like this Spider-Man game on his Hewlett Packard like 93 or 94, I can't remember, but I can't remember. It wasn't like any like the main games. It was kind of like a weird like story that you paint and you create your own comic throughout the game. I don't know. It was a really cool game, and I always had like the great music from like the cartoon and stuff. So that, and then like X-Men as well. Like growing up on the like X-Men video games and arcade games were always big.
Yeah.
So X-Men is always X-Men is always a kind of another second favorite of mine.
And now you've been able to play a few of our monthly games. I think it might actually be a year since the last one that you played in.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
And you've been the subject of, I think, a couple of our favorite moments. But do you have a favorite moment from any of them?
I mean, it's good. Well, okay, I got two, and it's both been at my own detriment because I'm just dumb. And I know the two moments. So I'll just start with the first one. Obviously the clear, just like sort of semi Leroy Jenkins, but not like even like really going in and attacking. Just I like overextended myself and didn't realize that Dan had, I think, the liar ring on one of his characters, and it's like, yeah, I can see you. Like you're right in the middle. Like Dan was like the only person that could probably get to me, and I was like, yeah, I just overextended myself with one of my main characters
with 10 range mind control.
Yeah, and I can't remember what piece it was, but it was somebody like one of my big main attackers, and I'm like, yep, well, that's not great. And then and then the other one was, which this is coming, Ryan. It's just when you just beat me to a pulp, like all my super sensitive people, because I was running a very just like non reducer team, but like a lot of super sense shape change, and you're just like, yeah, the Joker holding the
Dalton's
the Scooby
Funhouse.
Goo, the LE, and just you're just gonna like keep taking a bunch of knockback damage and doing all this weird stuff.
Knockback poison. Yeah, it was.
It was rough. I was like, yeah, that just burned right through. I think I was playing. Pretty sure I was playing the Venom.
Venom Wolverine, I think, right? And
Venom Wolverine,
and
Venom
Prime
Wolverine,
Hulk, I think, was over there too.
Prime Hulk, yeah. Because that was, I think, the time when you also played the Death from the Undead set, where it's like, like when you would take damage, you take one, or I basically couldn't heal. Like you basically turned off my healing for my Hulk, and that's like, well, now I can't bring him up to like where he needs to be, and he pretty much nerfed him. So.
Yeah, I pretty much set up a fun house of traps, and you just walked right into it. And I think everyone was just like watching and waiting to see how this was going to play out.
Yeah, like he must not know what's about to happen, and I did not know.
I had the popcorn out. I was like, oh, this is gonna get good. Hold on.
I know Pete was waiting for it. He knew something was going to happen.
No, he doesn't. He never miscounts like that. Like Redmond's very deliberate in his placement and stuff. So when he sets up something that pretty much invites you to come in, you either gotta freaking go in and pulse wave his whole team, or you just leave him to his own stupid devices and make him come to you. Like don't ever walk into some bullshit trap like that. And I was like, I felt like I knew it was coming, but I had no idea how bad that was gonna be.
No, it's all right. Hey, it's the only way I learn. Like, hey.
Those are the things that I wish I recorded back then, because that would have been an instant classic save.
Yes, absolutely.
I think my still favorite one with you is Ultron for robots. You just kept backing up. I'm like, man has a 15 attack, and he just
you made him scared. I mean, I knew your Scorn was just not to be trifled with, and then the Punisher Prime from Fantastic Four, that little robot dude. I'm like, I've got a 15 attack, but I can't. You keep rolling out, and I'm just wasting action. Like, I think there was I think you might have. I don't know if you had like feedback damage with like this rollout. I don't know, but it was just it was pretty tough. And I think that might have been the same game, or maybe the time before was my dumbass not remembering. Like, oh yeah, because I'm like, smoke is 6 terrain markers.
Barriers.
So it's barrier. That's like I was doing, and then like I'm buying people like barrier markers from people online. I'm like well, this is dumb. Why do they only sell in packs of 4? I'm like I gotta buy 2 to get the 6th, and then not that it really mattered because but now I know barrier is only 4. So
it is.
There was the time during the martial artist game where I could not hit you.
Yeah.
But Harris could mind control my team and hit you, and so essentially Harris was fighting you with the use of my pieces, and I was like, well, I'm really not gonna move. Like Dalton's not really hurting me, and Harris is killing him, so I'm just gonna stand here.
Yeah, that was my Spider Hammer, and I had Spider Pharaoh, so I had a lot of shape change and rollout. So and I was hitting them pretty well that day. That day.
Now, do you have a favorite HeroClix event that you've attended?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to say the first CliX Open was just really great. This year was really fun too, but that first one is just kind of like, okay, this is I think that was my first big event. And just every event was super fun. We got Batman Team Up that weekend, like it was pretty much around the same time it was being released, but I think we got it maybe a day or two earlier than everyone else had been getting it. I know I think some stores had done some pre-releases and kind of breaking the release date, but that was just really fun. But then I wish I could make more, honestly, the monthly event, your guys' monthly games, because those are it's just such a different game, and it's just so fun.
But unfortunately for all day.
Yeah.
What about an IP that you would like to see in HeroClix?
So I mean, I'm really a big fan of Dragon Ball Z, so I think that would be great. Other than that, I think probably yeah, like I think are we getting He-Man? I can't remember, but I think He-Man would be a really fun one.
That'd be
I have
awesome.
a I have a Gwildor tattoo, so I'm a big fan of like that whole stuff, and so I think that'd be cool. I would love to get like Gwildor as like I don't know, at least a super rare, maybe a chase, and he's got the cosmic key where it does something kind of cool, where it's almost kind of like the effect of like the Phantom Zone trick arrow, maybe or something, where you're just able to like manipulate people and like putting them back in their start area or like just moving them around the map and stuff. Because that's what the cosmic key does, and yeah.
There's got to be enough pieces, I would think, to make a full
Oh,
set. Enough
absolutely. Yeah.
characters.
Yeah. Enough good and
He-Man
bad.
is such it's such a huge.
But yeah, ultimately, my first choice would be Dragon Ball Z, but He-Man's probably second.
Okay. Now, what about the top 3 modern pieces that you want to build with that you have not been able to yet? What's on your radar?
Okay. Top 3. So I don't have them yet. It would be I really like the Prime Spider Ham, but on a different note, playing the Prime Craven with some of like the Black Lanterns, because I get, as a collector I get like the meta pieces, but I don't play the meta pieces as often, and that's kind of why I'm doing a stupid like meme team with the double Hadari team at Champion Clix, and I'm going to play this at Adepticon because my collector Ultra Chase just isn't kind of happening where I want it to be. But yeah, Craven with some of the other Black Lanterns, just like for grave terrain markers. Also, probably I do want to try some of the Gauntlet chases together. I want to give Loki a run, probably at like 60 points at least. And just because I played against him a couple times, at least once down in Florida, and I've watched other people's playing him. Now I'm kind of seeing how he can work, and he's actually a pretty good utility piece. Like I don't know, like if you want to like come and waste attacks on him, that's fine. You're not going to score that much, or whatever. Like whatever. I mean, 30 or 60, yeah, it's still decent. But I think what he can bring for like even if it's random, I think he's still pretty good, and the one shots are always great. I'm trying to think. Another one is Prime Namor. I've had to go against him now a couple times, and I think that like having to be adjacent to him, like to be able to like target him is pretty good. And then plus, giving that to all your dolphins and making the whole map water essentially on the lowest elevations. I know you can just put, stuff under them to negate them, but I think there's something there. And I just got to find like the right bodyguard for him too. I want like a good, like other close attacker to like keep by him. So it's like, all right, if you're coming up, you're going to have to deal with both of these guys. And then, yeah, I actually really want to like build like a Guardians of the Galaxy team. So probably utilizing the Juggerduck somehow. Might have to be like more in like a 400 silver or something, but I don't know. Yeah, there's just been so many good Guardians, and like they're always a favorite team of mine.
Yeah, there's a ton of good stuff now. I think it's honestly a pulp viable team, and just from Collector's Trove pretty much. But there's also just a ton in silver to play. That's a lot of fun. A lot of stuff. That was actually probably my favorite part of War of the Realms was the Guardian stuff that we got that was also in the lower rarities.
Yep.
All right, this is my last question. What is your top pick for what you want to play when silver comes back?
So because it opens up more points, that might be where I try to play the Ultra Chase Collector possibly. I still, after talking and seeing other people talk about him, the Legacy Molecule Man is definitely on my radar as a piece I want to try to build around. I think in silver could be something could be really good around there. And then I'm just trying to think of other. Probably something. I think I like the whole Wakanda shield and spy keyword cheating. I think I want to do something there possibly to get some cool other good OP or better spy pieces or something that can be brought onto a Wakanda team. I think there's enough of the keyword cheating at the lower point value from Black Panther set to make it happen.
Yeah, that'd be worth looking at for silver for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys have any questions for Dalton?
Yes, Miles Kane or Miles Morales.
Miles Kane.
Ah.
No.
What's the tally at now?
Yeah, no.
That's, what?
Miles, you're like honestly, I know we've probably met before, but like
I think it's
you are
four. I
honestly,
think it's 4-1 and
everyone-
1 now. I think right.
Like
Oh
nothing
yeah,
against Miles
four,
Morales, but like
one, no 2.
yeah, but no, like
4,
seriously though,
2,
Miles, like
1. Yeah.
you have been like honestly, like everyone always says that like you are seriously one of the nicest freaking people. Like when you helped out, like it was your birthday. I know I've talked to you. I think I've told you this before, but like
Yeah.
it was your birthday for and like when Disney Plus the original set came out, and for clicks in it for the Patreon members, like you donated like I think a whole case. I'm pretty sure, if not at least a brick. It was like a case, and then like yeah, and so like I got a drawing in that, and then you threw in a bunch of other cool items, and I happened to win. You threw in the I think it's the Chase Aquaman from the Batman animated series with like couple of the fish. Black Manta, I think it was Chase from JLU.
And the Netherlands Dutch. The Dutch,
and the Dutch first appearance of like that was I'm like that's so cool. Like I don't know, and then you've always been like super generous, and like I see it through it so many different people and stuff, and so everyone knows you're like that's why you're the mayor. You're like you are such a great person.
Yeah.
He's fine.
That's why
whatever.
I'm not looking for really anything special. It's just I just like helping the community.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna wrap it up for Dalton, I think. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, but I think that's like what the community needs. Like you need good people. Like yeah.
Dalton, can you tell where Rubin voted?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I got a question for you, Dalton.
Okay.
Favorite format: sealed, silver, or modern?
Sealed, modern or silver. I like probably sealed. Even if I don't pull the greatest, I think just as like my skill level, I think it's a little bit of a better playing field. Like I just feel like I have a little bit of a better chance. It's just that little shimmer of hope that I might be able to do a little bit better because I know I have access to like a lot of the good pieces, but it's like that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to pilot them. Great. So
I've seen that.
I just yeah. I like sealed. It's just fun. I like. Again, I'm a gambler, so it's like, all right, let's open up, let's see what we get, and try to build the best team I can, and try to do the best I can.
All right, so I have one final question, but this is not actually for Dalton. It just includes Dalton. So everybody that's played Dalton on this podcast,
oh yes,
what are your favorite in-game Daltonisms?
I'll let you start it, Pete.
So I normally catch Dalton early in the day.
Yep.
Which he may or may not be hungover or something else. So there's many times Dalton will do something and apologize 17 times about how long his turn took, and it took 22 seconds. And I'm like, Dalton, you took 30 seconds. Like, it's fine. There's plenty of game left. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at this. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, Dalton, what is going on? So, Dalton, do you want to come clean about those times, or are we just going to leave it to the audience's imagination?
I don't care. Yeah, okay. I'm usually pretty stoned. I think because I'm like some of those days like I am making the full drive, so it's like I'm ripping on my pen a little bit, but I've been better. Like I'm not like I'm like okay, I know I'm gonna be going into a tough event, so like I don't need to smoke. Like I'm not like dependent on it. Like I go weekdays or like days and days without smoking. It's not.
You're recreational.
Yeah, I'm recreational. And it's just like, and then like the long drives. It's like it just helps make them a little less boring and helps,
I don't remember the
podcast.
event. But it was a pretty decent event, wasn't it? Was it like the Cheesehead Championship or something?
Probably, yeah.
And you spent like 2 minutes apologizing, and I'm like, Dalton, dude, your turn didn't take any time. Like, what is going on right now?
That's just me. Like, I'm the king of sorries. Like, people at work are like, we need to have like a sorry jar where you like put $1, and I'm like, I'd be broke. I'd literally be broke before lunch. So like, no. And the best is when I start apologizing for apologizing. Like people like. Just like seriously stop apologize. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah, I think it's when you're starting to go through your turn and then you realize you can't do something and you're like, oh, I'm so bad at this game. Oh, it's because I'm so bad at this game.
Yeah, yeah.
That's probably my favorite one because I'll be like, "You can do it," and you're like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yeah. You just got to do this." And you're like,
Yeah.
"I didn't even see that." Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's like, it's always entertaining because it's just like, it's always a good game, but it's just there's always those little instances where it's just like, why? It's like it's all good, Dalton. We're good.
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to
since-
get better.
And since you threw some wonderful laurels at the mayor's feet, I will say that if anybody has ever had the chance to interact with a Dalton Byer, you are just as gregarious and cool of a guy.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and no,
I can say
hands
that.
down.
I can say that as someone that's personal that's like traded and or bought like plenty from Dalton. Like Dalton's good people. Like he's very like he's not
Just a
trying
great
to,
dude.
Yeah, he's not trying to pinch you or anything. He's just like he's just good people.
Great dude, fun to play. We had some banger games, Dalton.
Oh, absolutely. Like I honestly I love our matches, Pete, because like you and I are kind of like that. Like the most of the teams that I like to play is I do try to get intricate sometimes, but again, I just know my brain can't do that always. So like I like just I'm gonna throw my guys at you and let's roll some dice and let's smack each other. Like
Absolutely.
and that's how I feel like you and I's match always go, Pete. And it's just like, yep, all right, let's just roll some dice and yeah.
All right, Dalton, then
Yeah,
I
I
need to
don't-
ask you this question then. The paper Wakanda map or Brock's bunker?
The paper Wakanda map. Which one's that? The
shitty wide open with just some hindering and that's it.
The 16 by 16 Wakanda map that was redone.
Dalton, there's only one correct answer here.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't like. I'm like I said, I want to just get out there and roll dice. So open.
Ugh.
Brock's bunker is just. I'm getting a little
No,
bit
you sound
better.
like a Monster Island fan.
Yeah, the Monster Island. But honestly though, like I think you've seen my favorite map right now is the Weapon X Lab. Like
that's not too bad.
That one that's like my go-to one. I don't know why. I like that. But yeah, the Brock's bunker. I need to get more practice on it against. And now that I know, like, got to choose the ones like one of the sides if I am, choosing a side, not to choose one of the bunker or the opposite of the bunker. So that helps a lot.
I'm always
That's all
going to
I
take you
heard.
there.
That's what I heard.
All right, Dalton. Well, thanks for joining us. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on. I got to get my mic figured out because I'd love to get back on here. But yeah, I have a nice mic. It just wasn't registering it on the Discord on my laptop, so I'm not sure what's going on. But
it didn't sound too bad.
Plug it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to sometimes restart your computer after you plug it in.
Okay.
Because it's too finicky. I do that if I have them unplugged.
Or you could just go Aqua Miles and just eat the thing and see if that improves it.
Yeah. Clearly, yes. Nope. There's no gagging. It's just slippery down the chute.
He's
All right,
quite
Dalton.
a guy, Aqua Miles.
All right, Dalton. Well, we
I'm
will see
looking
you
forward-
at Adepticon, right?
Yep, and I'll be there for the practice on Monday as well. So yeah. So I'll see you Monday, but yep, and then Adepticon. I'm looking forward to finally meeting you, Miles. I'm glad you're going to be able to make it down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun weekend.
Yeah, we got
I'll
quite
be
the
there.
team at Adepticon. We got two fingers
team.
in Dalton.
Yeah, I'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So
What did I call you guys? The double Ds? Yeah, Dalton and Dan and Pete.
Yeah.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Pete just motorboating the double Ds.
There we go.
DPD.
Mm-hmm.
DPD. Yep.
All right, Dalton. We will see you soon. Thanks for coming.
All right. Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your patience with me. Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry,
See you,
sorry.
bud.
Bye.
Yep. Bye. Sorry. Bye. Yep.
All right, and now we have joining us again for the second time is Matt Looper. How are you doing tonight, Matt?
Doing well. Thanks for having me back.
Glad to have you back. Now, when did you start playing HeroClix, and how did you find it?
So first time I played HeroClix was at Gen Con 2 summers ago, or I guess 1 summer ago. I did a little like learn to play session and got to play on the Spider-Man Beyond Amazing set. And the guy teaching me how to play, it felt so bad that he used all his probs just to let me try and hit him more. But I got hooked after that. I went and bought a few boosters of AV60 right after that. Came home, found that Coliseum Games sold boosters, bought a couple boosters, and one of the guys there told me that you guys play every Monday night and decided to show up.
And your first set that you started playing with us was, I think, Wheels of Vengeance, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, you started it right around the same time Oliver started coming weekly. Now, do you have a favorite HeroClix memory?
I will probably say Illinois States for silver. I was just really surprised that I made cut, and it was my first time making cut, and it was just a lot of fun. I got thoroughly trashed by a juggernaut in the first round, but it was, kind of one of those moments where you're like, we kind of play each other all the time, so you don't realize how you're actually improving in the game until you kind of play outside the group. And it was kind of one of those moments where you're like, oh man, maybe I do kind of know what I'm doing.
Well, with the exception of when you play Pete, I think we're always kind of pushing you a little bit to be better.
True.
Well, and it was nice because you your first silver event, you didn't really play like a team that you wanted to play, and then you went back to the drawing board and played like I would call like a U team, and I think that was where like it definitely like helped, at least from the way you talked about it. I was like, oh, that sounds like he had a much better time playing that team than his first one for silver.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a team that was more my speed, and then even though like I still wasn't super prepared as far as like what other pieces can do, especially in silver because it's crazy, but I was better prepared because I knew how the pieces I was playing could react and what they could, move to do after, you get into the fray.
Now, I've seen you purchase a few bricks in person, but is there a set that you've bought the most of, that you have the most like CUR sitting around of?
That was definitely Deadpool Weapon X.
Okay.
I was chase hunting for Phoenix Wolverine.
Which you did eventually get, right? But not from sealed?
Correct. I eventually was like, okay, this isn't working, so time to just buy one. So yeah, I have 2 or 3 sets of that hanging around. I did have an awful lot of Batman Team Up sets around too, because got to get those constructs.
Yeah, that was a solid one to buy a lot of. Now, do you have a favorite modern piece at the moment?
Ooh, modern. I will probably go. It's probably a toss up. It's probably Green Man.
Okay, yeah, he does make a lot of your teams right now.
Yeah, it's just a piece that I know what to do with.
Wait, who was that again? That's your favorite piece right now?
That's Green Man. Yeah, again, just because I know, what he gives to other people, where I can place him 30 points. And now that I got a Conchu, I have free prob on him as well. So not bad.
Yeah, he's extremely underplayed. He's great. Now, what about favorite piece of all time?
Oh, you don't even have to ask. That's Soldier Supreme.
Yep. I guess let's go with your favorite equipment to put on him too.
Oh, that's the Power Gem.
I think we've all felt the wrath of Soldier Supreme with the Power Gem.
Oh yeah, that's 6 damage is none to play with.
Yeah, straight through.
Do you have a favorite keyword to build with?
Oof. I think Monster has a lot of fun stuff to build with. So that is kind of fun. But I think lately I've been trying to make Marksman work.
Oh, really?
Like that.
I just can't. It's relatively new and there's a lot of stuff you can do with it, but like I just am not finding anything that I'm confident enough yet. But it's one of the things that if I'm just sitting around, um, I'd be like, "Yeah, let's make another try."
Now, are you trying to use the green arrow team up card for Masters of Time for Marksman?
I think it'd be kind of silly if you don't.
Okay. Yeah, as the obviously it's still a really fresh keyword. I think when was the first time it was used? Was it next phase?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's when the
phase.
arrows
Okay.
were introduced.
Yeah, so still relatively new, but it will, I would assume, eventually have some potential because it's already pretty strong. Now, do you remember the first chase that you ever pulled?
First chase that I pulled would have been uh, I believe it was Daphne.
Oh, from Batman Team Up?
Yeah.
What did you do with her? Did you make any Daphne teams?
I I had a team that I did detective kind of around the Mystery Inc. crew and then the Batman chase from Batman Team Up 2, and I thought it'd be a lot of fun um, using the Play at Home kit, Shaggy, and all the other ones. But um, uh, it's been we've been kind of in a serious mode on Mondays, so we haven't had a chance to really bring that out and be like, here we go.
Yeah, we've had this
Prove
crazy
in the
long
gang.
stretch of like sealed and pre-releases and practicing for events, and so it'll be nice to get back to some of the more like casual nights pretty soon here.
Yeah, those are kind of what you get a little fatigue, especially now with we Champion Clix Open and then like a 2 week break and then Adepticon.
Yeah, it's a lot of serious like sweaty play.
Yeah, and I'm good at sweating.
All right, where do you side, Marvel or DC?
I grew up an X-Men kid, so it's got to be Marvel.
Awesome. And then you have just kind of started playing with us in the monthly games. I think, did you miss only one last year? Once you started playing with us, I think.
Yeah, once I started playing, I had to miss one, just because schedules didn't line up, but that'll happen. But
And
yeah, other than that,
your first one was May, right? I think Soldier.
yes, and that was where I met Skynet.
Yeah, you've had some important life lessons in the monthly game. Skynet, the All Black Necro Sword,
Sky Tyrant.
Yeah.
There's been some lessons that have been handed out. And now you've only
But he's also taught you guys a few lessons.
That's true.
He has,
Soldier's
absolutely.
He's done some good stuff.
Yeah.
Big plays.
Yeah.
There's a reason he's the ringer. Like, don't let him fool you.
You don't get the nickname the Ringer for doing nothing. That's for dang sure.
Now you've almost made it a year. Do you have a favorite monthly game moment?
It's stupid, and Pete probably doesn't like it, but I just was really satisfied with how it played out. But moving the flaming tuba up to Pete's character in stealth, spin ringing him out of stealth, and toasting him with Soldier Supreme and the Power Gem was pretty fun.
That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. That was the Batman of Zur-En-Arrh.
Yep.
He did some work before he died, but I was not anticipating the Flaming Tuba being his downfall.
I don't think anybody saw that coming. That was like, it was more of like once it happened, it was like, oh, that was awesome.
Looper's had some pretty good moments. Matter Eater Lad taking all of Dan's equipment. was
Oh,
pretty
that
great.
was good. That might be my top moments of his, actually. Sacrificing Matter Eater Lad to, what did he eat?
He ate my vibranium and he ate my +1 longsword.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was awesome. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I got to deal with that guy. He's got to go.
Yeah, but you still won.
Yes, because you put me in the driver's seat that month. So yes.
Now, again,
Yeah.
you're just shy of a year here, but do you have a favorite month that you did build for, or that you're looking to build for again coming up here?
I'm really excited to give Soldier another try, just based on having way more experience in how the monthly game works, and HeroClix in general. I think that'll be really, really fun. But um, Monster for Halloween is epic. So
Yeah. No, it'll be cool to see that full year come around and have you there again. Now, do you have a favorite monthly gimmick?
oof. I think I haven't played Animal, and I think I'm really looking forward to that. Like, because it's where you said you put everything like in a cage.
You have
Or
one
piece in
piece
it.
in a cage, yeah, and you can rescue it.
Yeah, I think I think that'll be kind of fun. But I think my favorite thing so far was getting stuck outside the elevator
The
for
elevator.
no reason. Yep.
Oh, the elevator month was wild.
Yeah, that's returning for sure this year. That was for named, I think, right?
Yes, that was September.
And you've been starting to kind of come to a few events now. Do you have a favorite HeroClix event that you've attended?
Champion Clicks Open was really, really awesome. I wish my modern showing went a little bit better, but um, we talked about that, and I think that problem is definitely solved. Um, but honestly, I think I like the local stuff. I liked Icy. I liked the states, the stuff that we do at Coliseum, because it's a chance to one get to hang out with you guys, but two, some of the other groups from the group from Oshkosh show up, and the Pregnanos show up every now and then,
Mhm.
and it's just kind of like a really good mix of people that just um, seem to have a lot of fun. I mean, at Icy Clicks, I mean, Pregnanos were playing BRs the entire night, and you couldn't hear anything over them just laughing and shouting the whole time, and it was great.
Yeah, the smaller ish events that we've had have still been pretty successful. So I've been happy to see everyone show up to those. It's always a good time. There's really just a lot of good. I don't think there's really been any negative issues or anything like that. Every event has just been pretty flawless.
Except for the toilet issue.
What's the toilet issue?
Somebody destroyed the bathroom before one of the events.
Oh, that's right.
no.
I do remember someone saying that. All right. Well, what is an IP that you would like to see in HeroClix that isn't currently?
Specific one, it would probably. I would, I would probably go for something like. I would probably say Transformers.
All right, I'm there with you on that one.
I mean, that was one of my favorite cartoons growing up. It was Transformers, He-Man, Thundercats, Silverhawks, Voltron.
So a big '80s
All of
fan
that
for
stuff.
sure, right?
Yeah, so like if you wanted to like make a huge set of all those things together, I'd be all for it. But if I had to pick just one, it would definitely be Transformers.
Yeah, I would love to get Transformers in the game. That would make me pretty happy. I'd have a hard time not building with them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I just would want like colossals though of like the Constructicons, the aerial bots, defensor stuff like that. I think would be
Yeah, I think the only
really great.
thing it's would be hard to make like a full set when most of them have to be colossals, so I'm not sure the best way to go about that unless you're making them all like, I guess. But yeah, even if they're 2x2s, you really can't fill in the set with single 1x1 bases like they did for like XDPS, where you got a colossal and then 4 figures with that colossal. There's really not a ton of little ones.
You might be able to do something like, say, like the, what was it, the Predacons and the, I don't remember the good guy.
The
sorry,
Maximals?
the good guy. Yes, like those
Yeah.
guys could be, I think, like standard, like one, like single bases, because
Yeah.
they're like they could be like giants, right? And then you could do like the other guys as 2x2s instead. That's my like best shot at trying to sneak in normal size figures or like
Yeah,
one
they'd
level
have to do
further
like a
one.
pretty wide variety of different lines and things like that to make it work, I think. But that's a top choice for me.
You just do an Hasbro set. You
Well, that'd be
do
huge too.
Transformers and GI Joe.
Oh, that's an
Yeah.
awesome idea, actually.
Well,
And
there
then
you
that's
go.
something that you could do like multiple sets of. That's an awesome idea.
Rumor has it is it's going to be a movie.
Yeah, they teased it. I think at the end of one of the more recent ones. Was it the most recent one? Was it
It was,
Beast: Rise of the Beasts?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be
'cause,
coming.
yeah, it was. But who knows with funding and property rights and all that jazz. But I will go see it because you are you are making a movie out of my Saturday mornings.
All right, now going back to HeroClix here, the top 3 modern pieces you would want to build with, you haven't been able to yet.
But I haven't been able to yet. Geez. I think I'd like to try a team with Captain Universe. I know it's kind of like just being able to see through stuff is kind of
lame.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of gimmicks, but
He
I
does
think
other
it
stuff
makes
that's
things-
cool.
Yeah, and seeing through everything does make things kind of easier, but also it does feel kind of like a cheat at some point. I can't wait for X-Men 97. I'm like you, I want anything Nightcrawler and Colossus related. I just want it, and I know Colossus wasn't really in X-Men 97, but anything from that set, I'm gonna go crazy for.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Lantern Legacy, but it's hard to focus on that even though it's coming out first when I can't wait for X-Men 97 at this point.
The X-Men cartoon was a huge part of that was like my first introduction to comics really, because I was
Same.
like, oh, you see it as a cartoon and you're like, oh wait, there's comic books of this too, and then you just buy a bunch.
And you see
And
how
then your
big
mom
that
sells
world
them.
really is. Oh, my mom didn't sell
Yeah,
mine.
God, my mom sold my Transformers, my GI Joes, my Voltron. Or I shouldn't say she sold it. She just gave it away to all my like little cousins.
Oh, okay.
And then of course it gets destroyed because they don't know what it is. And then
My mom made me sell all of my He-Man for like, I don't know, 50 cents a figure. And I remember I bought NBA Jam for Sega Genesis with the money for $20.
Oh man.
Yep. I regret that.
Say that NBA Jam was a classic, so I think you.
It was
As long as
good,
you-
but I don't have my He-Man anymore.
Yeah, no, yeah. Your mom was definitely a good sales pitchman. No, trust me, you're not gonna ever want those.
It was more like, no, you're going to do it, but
having a team of George Clinton and Bill Clinton in NBA Jam wasn't worth still having He-Man figures.
which I did do that.
Because yeah, you definitely could.
All right, this is the last question I have. What is your top pick for what you'd want to play when Silver picks back up?
I mean, easy answer is Soldier Supreme, just because it's the only time I get to play him. But I think
The only time
One
you
Piece.
get to play him. You play him every other month. You
Yeah.
play him.
That's true. That's true. One piece that I really would like to explore, I think, it would be Prime Batman from Batman Team Up. I've only used them twice, once in a support role and once as a main attacker, and I think there's some really cool stuff you can do with him that it'd be fun to check out.
Would you want him at full as the main attacker or support at low?
He's really good at support, but I mean, it's Batman, so bring him in as an attacker. Also, I wouldn't really mind trying out Dark Phoenix too. I bought her on Pete's recommendation, and she's just been sitting on the shelf. I haven't had a chance to use her, so I think that's another one I'd like to give a go.
No, you bring Mama. You bring Mama out anytime you can. Mama's home.
I was like, just wait for Cosmic. She'll be.
Mama's home.
All right, do you guys have any questions for Looper?
Miles Kane or Miles Morales?
Oh, that's easy. Miles Kane. All day, every day.
So, good. Got it.
It's unfortunate.
So what? 5, 2, and 1.
Yep.
But you gotta. Yeah, I mean, somebody's gonna talk about Saturday morning cartoons and wrestling and tie them all together in like one epic memory or trip of nostalgia. You can, it's unbeatable.
Intense blast to your face.
Yeah. It's like Spider Rex coming at you.
Need a plastic tarp for Spider Rex.
Yes.
So, Mr. Looper, the ringer, as you're known. What's your favorite format? Sealed, silver, or modern?
I like sealed. Getting to play the 3v3s have been great. It's really neat, not it's kind of fun because it kind of puts everybody on an even footing because nobody really knows what they're going to get. You're just trying to build the best thing you can out of what you got, and then going from there. I just think it's a load of fun. Plus, you scratch that gambling itch too.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun when everyone's sitting there with the boosters before you open it until you peat into your two rares.
Yeah.
I got one last question for you, Looper. You're a veteran now of the monthly game, 2-time champion. That's one time more than other people. We know. We won't mention names. Who's your favorite person to eliminate from the monthly game?
If I would have ever done it, it would probably be Skynet because that's accomplishing something.
It's a good selection.
But I haven't done it yet. I've killed one of his pieces, and then he exacted his revenge swiftly and brutally.
And that's where he gets the name Skynet.
Yeah.
But I think more it's just picking and choosing the right moment. It's fun to like try and anticipate what everybody's going to try and do. And then, like Ali playing Darkseid at 300 and then just not doing anything.
Never try to
You're
predict
like,
what Oliver's going to do.
No.
No.
That was really weird. Because it was me and you, Ryan, stuck on the middle map with him, and I was like, we're going to die.
Yeah, he was set up to take me out real early, too. And he started and then just walked away.
Yep.
All right, well, Looper, thanks for joining us. We will be seeing you at the monthly game this weekend and then next weekend at Adepticon. Anything else you want to say before you sign off here?
No, just well, I guess thanks for being an awesome community. I know I said it before, but I've had some bad experiences with other games, and meeting you guys and getting to learn how to play HeroClix and everything like that has been great. You guys are open. You guys open with your knowledge and also with your pieces too, sharing pieces when people are short or if they want to try something out. And I think it's great. You genuinely cheer for everybody to do well. And I think this is a great community that you guys are definitely a big part of.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with you. It's a pretty good community to be a part of. All right. Well, we will be seeing you soon. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Looper.
you guys have a good night. See ya.
See ya.
See you, bud.
All right, and this weekend is our monthly championship for March. March is martial artist, and we've been doing different versions of like a meditate healing rule for the March martial artist over the last, I think, 2 years. But I was not a fan of it, and with the Bloodstone, it kind of kills it. So we're trying something a little bit different for the special rules, and it's kind of like a specialist theme, where at the beginning of the game, for each of your main force martial artist pieces, you choose if they are close combat or range combat specialist, and then the range combat specialist is going to get +1 attack when making range attacks and +1 defense when attacked by a range attack, and then the close combat specialist gets a +1 attack when making a close attack and a +1 defense when attacked by a close attack. So that's something I've wanted to try for a while, and it seems like martial artist is probably the best place where this one would fit. So we'll see how this one goes for continuing with it. Going into this month, though, Dan, you're the champion, right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you ban?
Ulysses Bloodstone.
Do you want to share with us if you plan on playing him, or did you just take him away from everybody else?
He's not on my team.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting. That's a solid piece to have.
Yeah, that shocks me with Dan. That's like a Dan piece.
And then Oliver, he took second. So the equipment that he chose, since Dan chose a figure, is the universal weapon. So both he and Dan can play the universal weapon. But we'll be streaming all day Saturday. Last month, the internet went out around us at the end of the game. So hopefully we don't have any issues again. But stop into the live stream on Saturday if you have time. All right, let's wrap up this 1 year celebration episode. Any final thoughts, Miles?
It's been a fun year, and I look forward to seeing what the future lies. So once all this life stuff starts calming down and getting back to normal, like I hope to actually start making more videos, because like not being able to make Tide to Tide really sucked. Like I had plans and just everything just fell through with life. So
It's been a while.
No.
Dan?
This has been amazing for the first year, and I'm really excited to see where it goes this next coming year. So
Yeah, definitely.
as far as this week, I am big tired.
This was a big week to put this one together. Pete, what do you have?
I'm anxious to see the final count on this after you edit it.
It's going to be a long one. Just remember, there is a pause button.
I do want to say a very hearty thank you to the community for supporting this. This started as just, us wanting to do something and having fun, and everything that you guys, as the listeners, contribute is awesome. And you guys definitely are a huge part of the podcast. And I want to say to my fellow degenerates, thank you. It's been a blast.
Absolutely. Christine, Oliver, and I did record a Champion Clix Open event recap video that is up on YouTube. So please check that out if you have some time, and let us know if that's something that we should continue doing. And then Adepticon is next weekend. Our entire time will be in attendance, so I am incredibly excited for that. I'll be there Thursday through Sunday, so looking forward to seeing everyone else that will be in attendance there as well. And I just want to say thanks so much for everyone that listens to us each week, whether you started a year ago or just last week. A big thank you from all of us. So thanks for listening.
Or even this week. Thank you.
Or yes, if you just started listening this week. Thanks for listening, and see you next time.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya!
Click it!